you're a former organizer of a march
Yeah,
and attended some over the years.
yeah.
Why did you march? Why did you march for in the Global Marijuana March? What was the reason why?
I wanted law reform. I didn't believe that a plant should be prohibited, be illegal. It was a plant. People were going to jail for small amounts of cannabis, and patients, people that were using it for medical purposes, were going to jail for the use. Grant Krieger was thrown in jail in Calgary for the use of his cannabis, and I just saw the injustice in all of it, and it was just ridiculous that people that were finding relief using this plant should be being persecuted for it. So I organized because it was worldwide, and I saw an article where Dana Beale, I was reading High Times, and Dana Beale there was an article about Dana Beale in the High Times, and it said, if you want to join in, contact this. And I sent him an email. Next thing you know, I got this big package in the mail with all these Global Marijuana March posters, and I just started posting them all over the place. And me and Alvin showed up on the front steps of the City Hall with a table and a bunch of posters and waited for people to come.
There you go. Perfect. So if I said to you or said to you, to fill in the blank, I march for, that answer that you just gave would be massive, and every reason was perfect. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's so many reasons, and so many people can't march that you have to go march for.
Yeah, exactly.
There's people that worked back then that were closet users, right? That couldn't stand up, couldn't speak out because they lose their job. So that was another reason too. I had friends that were in, healthcare and stuff, and they all smoked because they had arthritis and they'd been, working on their feet didn't drink, and they would have lost their jobs. I would have lost my job. In fact, I did. I quit my job at H&R Transport because I was drug tested and got caught smoking.
Well, I thank you for your answer on that, and I am sending out a request to our viewers tonight, and anybody who watches this as a podcast afterwards, to create themselves a little video saying "I march for," and explain what you march for when it comes to the global cannabis end of things, and post it. Maybe tag the Toronto Global Marijuana March, or post it on their wall, or post it on any other Global Marijuana March location, and share with your friends so that we get people interested back into the marches in order to create change, and the same reason why you started.
Right. And somewhere was it Germany, I believe?
Germany.
This too, but not in the same, but again, everybody's moving in that direction. But then you have the Philippines, and then you have Thailand, and you have all these other countries Iraq and that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we better get back onto the review thing here, because there's lots of reasons why to march. So
absolutely.
Yeah. All right. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I know who you are. But if we could get some background on your story, because you've been working in genetics for decades, and you have a legendary reputation through all the work you've done. But for people who aren't familiar with it and would benefit from that, you want to kind of take us through your path.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like everybody else. I love cannabis. I've been growing cannabis for 30 plus years now. But I also have a background in like neuroscience and a little bit of pharmacology, like genetics kind of stuff. So I did like the whole biology and genetics training when I was in university. Around the same time I was kind of getting into breeding. So it gave me a little bit of a different perspective to look at, like really falling back on the science. Or trying to fall back on the science, which I think was something that was a little bit different in the cannabis space. Everything was really results driven, and forgetting that the science really does dictate how the plant behaves, right? Like it is just breeding another plant. So having those skills and learning to be able to recognize those genetic patterns is, really quite valuable. And along the way, I've met some groups and ended up doing some intellectual property development down in California for some other groups, and so I got exposed to the system and kind of the ways that intellectual property rights with regard to plants work around the world, which is obviously fundamentally different than how we're currently working with cannabis, right? So yeah, I just kind of try to let science guide me, and I've learned a fair amount of chemical analysis, how to break apart cannabis plant into its constituent components, and look at those components on a plant level, and then how to use that information for breeding decisions, and with the intention of creating custom cultivars or custom flavors or scents, and pushing the plant in ways that it hasn't really gone yet. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, a little bit about my background. Yeah, I don't know if that's...
Where were you going to school?
University of British Columbia. I did my undergrad in neuroscience.
Is that where you were born and raised?
No, I'm born and raised in Ottawa, Canada. So the capital, kind of think like north of Syracuse, New York kind of area. Little east of there. And I started growing back when I was going to university. I started growing and just pay the bills and have better quality product, and that just became an insane passion. So I eventually moved out west to BC and kind of switched out of the neuroscience medical stream and into the plant genetics stream. And I was quite serious about it. I was doing some post-grad work, and they wanted me to do work with these other plants, and I was already selling cannabis seeds globally and had a growing concern. So it wasn't worth it for me to switch off and start growing tomatoes or something else, because I was just so down the path of cannabis, a little bit ahead of time, ahead of that world's ability to be accepting of cannabis before legalization really happened. It was about 15 years too early. But it kind of set me up to have a certain set of knowledge, and I just kept down the path despite the legality. So
what was some of the earliest stuff you started to work with? What year would that have been when you were in BC?
Well, I moved to BC in early 2000s, like 2003, early 2003. But I'd been collecting from all over before then. It's funny, we get these, we get this kind of this mentality that like the PNW or BC or California, they're the hot spots, but the seeds travel. There's nothing special in the water, right? If the seeds travel, you can kind of do the work wherever. I think it's just more the average level of cannabis is higher in those areas, right? But you can really do the work anywhere and still compete in those areas. So
what were some of your first releases?
Oh Jesus! Like fried a couple called Frostbite and the original Schnazelberry line, and I did some work producing some seeds for some other seed companies as well, Sweet Tooth and Sweet Blue. Those things ended up being renamed and put into my catalog elsewhere. and then mental floss. Those are a couple of my old classic lines. C4, I think you even worked with that one at one point, didn't you?
Yeah, way back in the day.
Yeah, ages ago. Those were like those were around 1996. I think those first ones came out. I was doing drops for a little compassion club that had been raided here in Canada, so I started releasing those seeds through a local head shop, and the feedback from those was better than a lot of the professional seeds that had been brought in from Holland or wherever. And it was just really about funding these guys and getting their lawyers bills paid. And then, when the results were good, I just started releasing them. I think a lot of the early reason is that I was using lines. Everybody has this tendency to just get whatever plant and cross it to the next thing. And that's, it's an interesting way to kind of sort and do the shuffle, the sift, but it's not really a directed breeding program, right? And so I really chose plants that had been a little bit inbred, or I'd inbred a little bit, and I just try to stay away from polyhybrid parents. And just those two things on their own, like, really does a lot for uniformity in the offspring, which is what people want, right? When you're buying a product, you expect that they're all going to be the same. So just little things like that kind of help me get, I guess, a little bit ahead. And yeah.
So you went on from there, and then you started to go in. Did you maintain your autonomy as a breeder, or did you start to work with other groups? Like, what was your
I've always maintained my autonomy. I've had a few offers just to be bought out, but doing this work and collecting this, thing I've put together in this diverse cannabis collection has never been about making money, or at least looking for a sellout, right? You don't do this looking for an exit point. You do this looking for a place to get to work, right? And all the during this crazy period of the bubble and all this green rusher money that's come into cannabis, they all want to take and own everything. But it like I said, it's about looking for a place to be and work, not looking for an exit, right? Because I didn't collect all this stuff to sell it off, package it up and sell it off, right? They're building blocks for breeding programs, right? So it's just part of this crazy thing that we've gone through over the last few years. And but yeah, I met a couple of groups through. I did the neuroscience, the cannabis neuroscience, like the cannabis receptor world research circuit for a few years, and got to know people there, and ended up meeting a group out of California that wanted to do some real breeding. And so I helped them start a breeding program. Well, I started a breeding program for them, created a breeding program that has yielded some pretty decent little fruits. We won a couple of Emerald Cups, and they've patented a whole bunch of plants and stuff that came for it, which is kind of where this world is going, right? Like, cannabis in this weird, just confused state where people don't realize when you sell something out into the world, it becomes public domain, right? And so whenever a seed company puts something on the menu and then they release that to the world, that can't be patented or protected for intellectual property. It's like that act of selling something into the world, you're essentially releasing it into the world, unless you're doing it under a contract or some kind of thing where you're maintaining the plant rights. So it's just kind of the way it is. So cannabis has been left out of this intellectual property system for, call it 100 years. People weren't developing plant varieties, or certainly not cannabis plant varieties, and registering them and getting, you stick your head up out of the sand, you're obviously going to get taken out like a mole, kind of whack-a-mole style. So we were kind of just subjugated from the system, or not allowed to access this system. And so everything that was released into the public domain. And that's just kind of strange for an ag crop, or for any crop, right? Any kind of ornamental crop or whatever. People are usually quite protective of the things that they've bred. Because, when you're breeding plants, it's an invention. It takes resources, it takes time, like anybody that, like, if you're an artist and you're producing artwork or music work, or even, authorship, you're writing books and stuff, you deserve to be able to protect and benefit from the work that you've done. right? And so that's really where you hear a lot of people get all upset when they start hearing intellectual property, like big corporations are going to come in and take everything. Intellectual property rights are for the little guy too, right? And it's just a way that you can put a marker in the sand and say, hey, I made this, I have this at this timestamp. It's a result of my work, right? So other people can't just come along and take it and profit from it without you getting your little piece of the pie. So we're kind of in this phase now where the cannabis world has been forced to grow up. The intellectual property rights are a mess, right? Because again, everybody's released everything into the public domain, and now we're kind of resetting the score, right? And people are thinking about going back and getting intellectual property rights for the things that are unique, or that are unique that haven't been released. And how do you tease apart what is public domain, what is available for everybody, and then what's owned, right? And how do you tease apart those two things? And just having a little bit of experience going through this with this group that patented all the work that I had done, I kind of got to see, okay, well, this is how the system works. And there's different systems around the world, right? The United States has something called a plant patent, which is respected in Australia, but nowhere else around the world really do they use that type of thing. It doesn't have any validity in other parts of the world. In other parts of the world, we have variety and cultivar registrations through something called plant breeders' rights. And there are positives and negatives to each system. I think really in the United States, if you're in the United States, because of the way that cannabis breeds, the plant patent is actually the most useful way to protect a clone or a plant that you've selected from a population. But people just need to be aware that when you seek that type of intellectual property protection and you're granted that protection for your cultivar in the United States, it's only good in the United States.
So it doesn't work for you if you were, even though we can't export technically, it wouldn't allow you any protection if you say moved it into the UK. None
at all. You'd have to reapply to have that variety registered as a cultivar through UPOV or whatever and that, it would be through UPOV. You actually don't even have to do it through UPOV. You can actually do the application through the United States, and then kind of you just file by paperwork in these other countries.
Gotcha. So that's how they would do it. They would have a US based patent, and then they would reapply for a global.
Yeah, except it's not a global patent. It's actually a different, like you're applying for a plant breeder's rights registration, for usually a cultivar registration. A cultivar really is just what the community describes as a clone only plant, right? It's a plant that when you take cuttings, it repeats the type. So the particular smell or scent or growth profile or flower characteristic that makes it unique comes back every time you take a cutting. As people probably know, or some people know, everybody that's breeding should know, when you take that same plant and you either cross it to yourself or you cross it to another plant, and then you look at the offspring, if that type doesn't come back again, then that's really what defines that single plant as a cultivar. So a variety would be if the plant is bred to itself and that type, the described type, comes back in the further the resulting generations. So that's really those are the two things that really decide whether you're getting a variety registration or a cultivar registration. I think for the most part in cannabis, unless we're talking like seed crops, like oil seed crops and things, it's the majority of registrations are going to be for cultivars. So for clones that have been selected from a family and then, described in terms of their morphology and their yield and their chemical composition and unique chemical characteristics. That's when we're going to start getting to the point where cannabis becomes more like the wine world, where you've got like a Pinot Noir and a whatever, Pinot Gris or Merlot or whatever the grape type is, right? And then people will get to know the different types. Right now, it's like everybody kind of says, "Oh, I got the strain," right? And it's like, well, what do you really have if it's not described, right? Because how do you know that's what intellectual property rights becomes about. It's like somebody puts a marker on the board and says, hey, I've got this thing, we'll call it a limonene dominant, type 2 CBD and THC plant. That's how we know that plant and plants that are like it. So if you come along with another limonene dominant THC and CBD plant, like how do you say that it's different than that other one that's registered, right? Because two groups can't own intellectual property for the same thing, right? And so it's kind of like first to score, right? Who gets on the board first is the person that really has the foothold of the registration. And if your plant is also, it doesn't mean that you can't register another plant that is like another one. It just has to have enough other differences that make it also unique from the other ones that are registered, right? And that's really where we're going to get to eventually with cannabis. We're going to have all these different types, and everybody knows kind of which category they fit into. Right now, it's a bit of a mess because we just haven't done these things, right? We haven't cataloged them, or at least the public hasn't cataloged them. And through things like this auction, I think what we're really learning, or it's kind of a model to teach people to say, hey, when you're selling something, to be able to describe it and say it's more than just a name and it gets you really high or it grows really well up in the triangle, right? It's like, what is it? Do you have lab tests that show the compounds that make that plant interesting, be they like terpenes or unique cannabinoid profile or some other compounds related to scent like thiols, right? And those things become, it's kind of like a report card or like a trading card for a baseball card or a hockey card or whatever, right? You get the picture of the player on the front and then all the statistics on the back, right? And that's the way that other plant species are described. Like you decide you're going to get into the chrysanthemum game, you call up the nursery and you say, hey, I want a plant that does X, Y, and Z, right? And you describe the things that are important to you, and they go and they choose the right, or together you choose the cultivar that matches that need, right? You don't just start growing things and decide, you go one by one through everything until you find one you like, right? You have a targeted set of characteristics that you use to guide your selections. And so yeah, this auction is actually a good way to do that, because it allows people to learn about, hey, I'm putting this this hockey card or this baseball card up for auction. Here's the picture of the plant, this is what it looks like, and here's all the statistics that back up why this thing I have is different than any other plant that you could buy, right?
On some of the plants that you worked on that were patented, what were those unique characteristics that allowed that to be a patent?
So that patent that I worked on, or the plants that I bred that became patented, they were a chemical class based on the utility of the plants. And so some of those individual plants later were granted plant patents, but the patent was actually related to having specific terpene profiles, i.e. non-myrcene dominant. When we did this work, all the CBD plants and the CBD contained, like the one-to-ones and the full CBD plants, they were all myrcene dominant. So they didn't have very nice taste or flavor profiles. They were had this hempy kind of weird, I call it sweet hemp smell. It's not horrible, but it's not like drug cannabis. It's not as appealing as
I remember all the first generations that came out, and it was, you could cover it up because you could call it medicine.
Exactly. It wasn't the important part wasn't the scent, right? Because it was all about, hey, you got to have these people need CBD. But the next step is, how do we make these things that have CBD more pleasant? And so it was really decided by the lawyers, right? We made all these different plants, and the lawyers came in and said, hey, anything above 3% THC and 3% CBD and non-myrcene dominant terpene profiles that are both CBD and THC are present, that hadn't really been documented in the literature. And we had some basic preliminary research that showed these things had medical efficacy for various treatments, right? And so that was the kind of the genesis, I guess, of the patent, is they said, hey, these plants that you've made are different from everything else, and so we're going to go and file on that. It's not necessarily how you would do it. Like that I think is kind of an extraordinary sample, and I think it's why the community was upset, was because that's a broad patent. That's a patent that applies to like a whole class of plants. The way that the type of plants that we're talking about here is really about finding a specific plant and then getting a protection on that one plant, right? It's like, here's the work that I have, I want the protection on this one thing. And that's the way that they do like raspberries, or for example, like even lilac, right? Or not, maybe not lilac is a good example, but like lavender, for example. Someone will be growing, or they'll be searching lavender that they've propagated or made their own crosses, and they'll find one specific plant, and they notice that that one specific plant is high in linalool acetate or linalool or something like that. And it's much higher, it's a much larger expressor than anything else in the population. And so you get some chemical analysis done on that plant, and you describe the color of the leaves and the shape and the habit of the plant growth. Is it grows like a bush? Is it more upright? You just describe all the characteristics, and then those become, like I said, the statistics kind of on that baseball card thing. Like you go and you submit all those statistics to the plant, to the USPTO, and the USPTO will look at your plant, and then it'll look at a set of reference plants that are kind of known for whatever species you're working at, and then they'll grade the plant, and they'll say, yes, your plant is significantly different enough that we're going to say it's its own thing, right? And that allows you to name the plant, but also decide about the ownership of that plant. Like you own the plant, you can lease the rights, you can license the rights out to other growers, you can sell the rights if you want. But it's really the act of registration that gives you the right to say, hey, this is my plant, right? And if somebody comes along and takes it and starts growing it, you can actually go to them and say, hey, I got the piece of paper that says that I own this plant. You either got to stop growing my work, or you got to compensate me, right? There's a legal mechanism behind this system that we use that essentially allows you to go to court and say, this is mine, right? And if you don't have that and you haven't done that, you can't go to court and say it's mine, because the court's job is not to sort out stories that were told on the Hill, right? Like that's just not the way that the legitimate plant world works, right? Legitimate business is not done the way that we did business over the last 60, 70 years. But if you're putting the time and effort into truly develop something new and unique, it kind of does behoove you to then do this little bit of work to protect yourself, right?
And is there a reference? So if someone was a breeder and they wanted to go and say chase a route that they thought was unique, is there a way for them to reference existing work to see where open lanes are potentially? Is there like a database that you can go into through the patent office? Is it that simple, or is it a much more convoluted process?
It's not, actually. And that's kind of one of the funny things about the patent office, is that the patent office, they have what's called an examiner. So you do your application, and an examiner gets your application, and he'll read it over and say, okay, well, now these guys are claiming that this new plant is high in linalool, for example, right? They'll go and look at every piece of documented scientific literature and all these places to try and hunt for places they've described this characteristic in other plants, right? In the PBR world, in the plant breeders' rights world, the system that's more global, this non-US specific system, there's what's called a reference set. When you're trying to register a plant, they look at a reference set of varieties or cultivars from that species. Well, again, cannabis has been kept out of these systems for 70 years. So like is there really even a reference set, right? And so these are all ways that, like, you know, we can shape the development of this system, right? But currently, right now, I mean, what happens if you got, you know, you got people like SC Labs, for example, in California, they're testing for the regulated system. As they go about doing that testing, they're building a database, right? And so is NAPRO Research, so is Workshop. The smart ones are monitoring their database. Some people aren't. Some people are just cataloging it and dumping and you know, just putting it in a database, not even sorting through it. That database is what you're talking about. I mean, it is the reference set. Like, you can look at, you know, you run 10,000 samples through a lab. Now you've got a sample set to say, hey, are there any plants that are osamine dominant and CBG dominant? Right. And so just by looking in the database about the things that exist or are common, you can also infer the things that are not, that don't exist or are not common. And that stuff, unfortunately, in cannabis isn't public domain. Right. And so there is a need. I think, you know, the point you're making pretty clear is there's a need for this so that more people can access this kind of database. Right now, that kind of database is, or that kind of data is owned by the people that have taken the effort to collect the database, and there isn't really something that's public domain. So it really is kind of a rife a time that is like, you know, a moment in history where nothing's really set in stone, right? Like, even if you did go and say, hey, I found this new plant and I think that it's unique, you might go to the patent office and somebody might come along, like the patent office might even grant you a patent and say, hey, we couldn't, the examiner looked through everything, he couldn't find anything that showed that your plant isn't unique, we're granting you the patent, right? And then the patent gets granted and published. 6 months or 8 months later, somebody comes along and says, hey, look, we found a sample in our SC Labs database going back 5 years that has the same chemical profile. Obviously, your thing wasn't unique, right? And that would cause essentially a loss of the patent, right?
And again, the patent. I was curious about that because when it comes to like COAs, the view is small. You're looking at a couple of cannabinoids, you're looking at a couple of measurable terpenes, but really no other volatiles and no other minors. And that's what kind of got me interested was we would use these current systems to mark, but if you had a larger essay, that could then almost be competitive with it, because you would be able to say, hey, this is this, but when we looked at it on a deeper dig, these are the things we want to work on. And so it's almost like, where's the safety? Where, you know, when you're trying to work on this and you create something, how do you know that, is it normal that patents get invalidated in other industries? Is this type of stuff like a norm? Is there a frequency it occurs?
Yeah, a patent, you gotta remember, a patent, when someone grants you a patent, it's not like a gold ticket. It really is a flag that says you've been granted the right to put this flag in the ground on top of this pile of earth. Do you really own that pile of earth? That is a matter for the courts, right? Because anybody can come along and challenge your patent at any point in time. Not for no reason, but if you make a claim and say, hey, I have this thing that's unique and it's X, Y, and Z, and somebody comes along and says, hey, I've got this other plant that has the same thing, I mean, that's enough to show that it's not unique. Right. And that's really what these systems are about, is granting rights to people who have done the work or are the first to do the work. Funnily enough, in the PBR world, there's a whole bunch of reasons why you can lose your patent or your plant breeder's registration. So one of those being, in the PBR world, when you get a registration, you have to make your plant available to all other plant breeders and people that want to use it for home use, i.e. non-commercial use, for free, right? And the reason behind that is it's got this mentality that plant genetic resources of any species are not for one person or one corporation's use. They're a gift to all of humanity. If you want to put ourselves on the top of the chain, you know, they're for all humans to use. And therefore, yes, we're going to give you the right to this new plant that you found or created for commercial purposes for a period of, say, whatever, 17, 20 years, whatever it is, depending on the registration.
That's typical. I knew there was a lifespan, but we would say
Yeah.
between 20.
It's usually 17, but it varies a little bit.
And what happens? The termination of that patent expiration? Is it just open source now, or do you file?
It's public domain. It's public domain. It depends if it's a patent or a PBR. If it's a PBR, it's kind of done. But with patents, there's ways to extend that time period. You might release a new version of the plant that is updated, kind of like a software update. And
yes, subtle shifts, so you maintain the kind of like a pharmaceutical drug.
Right. But for example, I mean, let's talk CBG dominance, right? Like CBG dominance is a mutation that knocks out the THC or CBD acid synthase, and CBG backs up in the plant. So somebody registered a CBG plant, and let's say that it's myrcene dominant. I want to come along and say, yeah, well, I've got an ocimene dominant CBG plant. I can actually take the registered CBG plant, even in its first year, I can cross it into my line, my ocimene line, and do the work for a couple of years. And say at year 3 into their patent, I come out with a CBG plant that is derived from this other CBG plant. Well, that's called an essentially derived variety. And although the plant breeders registration people might they might recognize and say, yes, it is a unique plant that you've developed. However, it's pretty clear that it came from this. And it's not just pretty clear. I have to document in my application what the plants were that went into the creation of this work, right? And so I have to reference, let's say, this other CBG plant that I used. My plant is then what's called an essentially derived variety, and although they may give me the right to registration, I owe a portion of my royalties to the original creator, right? And the idea is that it pays homage, not only homage, it pays royalties to the person that created the thing that's allowing you to have something unique, right? How
does that work?
So that's one of the fun.
Oh, before we get too far, I just wanted to get some filler so I understood. You were laying out about when you have a plant that has been approved, you then have to provide it free of charge to other commercial entities and non-commercial entities, so that they can work with it, so that it's in the
breeder
domain. Yep. How does one monetize a product if they're providing it for free? Is the free so that the people can grow it and look at it and assess it, or like is there stipulations in usage? What is the basis?
Let's go back in history and kind of use the introduction of CBD as a way to look at that model. Mm-hmm. Right? Nobody could find CBD, right? Everybody in the labs in California was searching for CBD plants from 2007 on, right? And back then CBD hits were really rare, right? And so a few people brought in plants from Spain or seeds from Spain or whatever it was, and they found the CBD. Well, they found CBD, but it was all like we were talking about, these crappy myrcene dominant plants, right? In the meantime, those people would be able to go out and put their products on the market or grow all their CBD plants, and they were getting high prices for it back in the day because they had the monopoly on supply, right? And so it's kind of like that same thing. It's like, sure, you can release a version 1 of a plant and other people are developing versions 2, 3, and 4. Theoretically, you get 17 years of market protection, but your variety might only be significant for 3 of those 17 years, right? Like after 3 years, then the limonene dominant ones roll out, or the beta caryophyllene dominants start rolling out, and those other CBD plants eat into your market share. But that is really one of the main differences between this PBR system that is more global and the plant patent system, which is really more US centric, is that if you file a patent, you don't have to share your plant with the other guys to do the work, right? Because that plant is your intellectual property. Like you don't have to share it with anybody. The PBR system, you do have to share the plant with everybody else, because the idea is that the system wants better plants for humanity, right?
Gotcha. Because you improve the gene pool in some measurable way, or you've identified a specific direction. they want to see that entered into the world so that can become a catalyst for greater development.
It's just, yeah, it's a greater development. That's what it is. Because again, like, you know, we're balancing the interests of the private individuals doing the plant breeding and seeking intellectual property, but we're also trying to balance the needs and needs of humanity to have better plants, right? Better plants for agriculture, better plants for medicine, for therapeutic uses, right? So it doesn't like that kind of goes against the system. We say, okay, you found CBG plants, you've got that locked up for 20 years and nobody else can develop CBD plants. Well, then we're stuck with that level of innovation from that one group, right? And it doesn't really serve humanity.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
There's another really interesting thing about this whole deal, which is really quite unique for cannabis. This PBR system was developed out of, hey, I found a new flower, right? You can think of like the Dutch rose craze, like, oh, I found a new red rose with a white stripe on it, and that's commercially unique, and therefore I can make more money in the marketplace with this different variety, right? So the system of registration, you know, that recognized this problem was based on morphology, right? It was based on, hey, I've got a flower with a yellow petal, or I've got a leaf with a new strange shape that is pleasing, or a variegated leaf, or whatever, right? So all of these characteristics that we're talking about were related to the morphology or the structure or the physical appearance of the plant. So to kind of put that in context, I can't make a new rose that smells 10 times stronger than any other rose and try to get it registered based on the chemistry of the plant, right? Like the PBR system does not actually recognize those as criteria for differentiating plants. Chemistry isn't one of these differentiating criteria. Now, as a plant breeder, you can submit the chemical data and say, hey, look, our rose is different from their rose because it smells 10 times as much, or has different chemical compounds. They don't actually have to consider those things. The plant patent in the United States, on the other hand, does consider chemistry, right? And so in the United States, at least, I think the argument can be made that the plant patent is actually the preferred route of protection, um, because it protects. You don't necessarily have to be a breeder. I mean, you can make some crosses, but even like the selectors can get into the game as long as they've made the crosses themselves. A plant is really the ability of a plant to be registered is really based on its performance, not how well it breeds. Whereas, like, with plant breeders' rights, it's like you're trying to get that plant to be stable from seed as well. Whereas that's not really, a plant. To get a plant patent, the plant doesn't need to be stable from, or to be able to be grown from seed, right? A clone is enough, right? So it kind of gets the selectors into that intellectual property game as well, as long as they're making the crosses.
Where would you like to see cannabis go in regards to this type of like registration protections? Is there a system in your mind that is optimal for cannabis? I mean, because I know that we're sorting it all out, and it's confusing because to me, so many of the issues are your lab analysis is so minor. When I have some friends in Israel that I work with, and when they send me analysis from their labs in Israel, it's like it's at a level so much more profoundly deep than we look at, that I laugh and I'm like, it really means nothing to me because I don't actually have a clue what any of this means, because we're not at the educational level to see it unless we're diving deep into that chemistry. And so it's what's the system to use today, because I know it'll be an evolution. Where do we start? That was like with the auction. We were trying to figure out, how do you create a system that can be challenged, so that what you have is, because everything is really oral history. It's the story of, this is where I got it, this is what I have, but who actually owns it? And the concern we had with it was, if I went and got a clone from you and I knew it was valuable and I raced and time stamped it and put it into the system, you're, effectively stealing someone's IP.
Yeah, well, and that's a good reason why we would use the existing system. I mean, we've kind of had to create our own systems in cannabis over the past 60 years, right? Because we couldn't play in the other sandboxes. But the truth is that the plant IP sandbox, it has all the systems of rules and enforcement attached to it, right? And so I know people are like, I don't want to be part of the regular system. It's like, you kind of have to be part of the regular system, right? And getting cannabis into being part of this system allows us then into those forums where you can debate ownership and contest ownership, right? And contest the rights. That's what the plant patent system is about, right? There's a whole system and process. Somebody gets like I said, somebody gets the patent, they're granted the patent, that allows them to put their flag in the sand. Now, do they really own the dirt under that flag, right? And there's a whole court system and process with many levels of, right, like you can appeal. Like, if there's a court case about your plant and you lose, you can appeal, right? And so there's a whole system that's built into this, and I think really people need to grasp and kind of come to terms with the fact that we really need to have cannabis in this system. That allows us to have the forums to argue who owns what. The other thing that you mentioned about this database is really, I mean, this is something that the community needs. I think we need from some people, the consumers, actually understand what it is that makes the cannabis that they prefer different, right? I mean, it's kind of like, going into the grocery store and buying a bottle of Gatorade. Like, you might like the blue stuff or the yellow stuff, right? But right now, that's kind of how what people know is, like, they know the cannabis, they know by name. Why do you like that type of variety? Well, I don't know, right? But if you do know, oh, this one has got like beta caryophyllene, limonene, and linalool. If you go and look for other varieties that have beta caryophyllene, limonene, and linalool, you might like those ones too, right? And so it just helps people, it helps everybody straighten out what is what. Phylos was the first version of that, collect your star on the galaxy, right? But it was just a point in space, right? The idea is that we build a new cloud, and every point in space will have, it'll be like, oh, this is the blue dream, the Santa Cruz blue dream. It's like myrcene and pinene, right? Like that's what makes that plant. And over time, we're going to build this variety cloud, or really, which is no different than a database. And it has all these unique chemical signatures of the plant. And it allows us to do, I mean, you and I were talking a couple of weeks ago about how, certain plants you run in one environment and it has a chemical signature, and then you take that plant to a different environment and it doesn't have the chemical signature, right? Like these are all part of we need to understand these things about these varieties, right? Is cookies grown up on the hill in Mendocino, does that result in one chemical profile, whereas when it's grown in New York State in a greenhouse, it results in a different profile, right? Like these things that we know about plants, like for example, the hardiness, right? Like, like certain apples are hardy or varieties or even ornamentals, they're hardy in a specific region. We know those things because those plants were grown in those regions for years and years and years, right? And we were able to say, oh, these plants work in this environment, not this environment. We haven't done any of that work with cannabis because we haven't been allowed to. We haven't been allowed to move the plants from state to state to grow them into all these different environments. So, like, really, we got a lot of data to collect before we're going to be at the point where we know. But it's important to start putting these plants, I think it's important to start generating these column playing cards for the individual plants, and then putting them up into the world or onto some kind of database somewhere, right? And it'll help consumers, but it'll also help people. It'll help the people doing the intellectual property development, because like you said, you can see the things that are common, and you can also see, hey, there's holes where these other varieties could exist, but they don't, right? And do we need to breed those things? Maybe it just could be that those things don't exist in nature and we have to breed them. Right. So
interesting. We're right now.
Pause 1 second. I've got a couple of messages. Sorry.
Yeah.
I gotta. I'll be back in a second. Sorry.
Yep. Go move my dog. I'll be right back too. Come here, sweetheart. Where you will ask? Come on. Yeah, Lola. Go on. Come here. Come here. Hey, sweet little girl. Come here. Come here, yo. Bam. Yeah, I have an old rescue dog she's like ready to die, but she's still functional, but she's blind. And so she gets lost in the house and gets like stuck under a chair and stuff. So I just had to go fetch her up and move her. Life. Yeah, man. I would say, hey, maybe when we get old, someone be kind to us too.
Yeah, well, it's definitely hard when you can't see, man. Fuck.
No, it's rough. What's interesting you right now in the world of weed in terms of like just development or new technologies? What's exciting to you?
I'm still trying to figure out how things go together, right? Like I've always been the type of person that's like, oh, this is broken, let's take it apart and see how I can fix it, and then you can put it back together. And when you have that kind of understanding about how it goes, how it comes apart, you might be able to put it back together differently, right? And so for me, really, and part of it's because it's part of the process of learning how to put things back together is like, howdy, is how do we take these things apart and put them back together, right? And how, so like essentially learning how traits are inherited, right? You have plants that have unique characteristics, cross them to themselves, grow out 100 of the offspring, and then can we figure out the genetic switches behind the appearance of those traits, right? And can we make those traits true breeding so that they either appear every generation or not? Because again, learning how things go back together allows you, like I said, allows you to assemble them in different ways, right? So understanding how they come apart and what their pattern of inheritance is really important for the long-term goal of putting things back together. So I think, I mean, for me, I kind of find we're still at that stage, right? I like, for example, I just got these. I'm doing a lineal dominant kind of cookies type hybrid, and it's fantastic scent. But the thiols, the skunky thiol compounds, what is it? The prenyl thiol, I think it's called, and it's what gives that off scent in beer, that light struck beer. But in cannabis, it gives the skunky flavor, right? And so, we've got these terpenes, they're segregating, and you get one plant that's little old dominant, another one that's limonene dominant, and then independently we have this thiol trait that either shows up or it doesn't, right? And so I'm trying to figure out, is there a switch? What's the switch? Can I isolate it and make it true breeding, so that then once you have it true breeding, then you can go and start putting that into other lines, right? And how does that affect the overall scent? Because as you know, I mean, the scent is like, right, it's an orchestra of all these different notes, and the sound with or without the oboe it changes the whole scent of the flower, right? Or the sound of the musical piece. It's really quite a good analogy. And scent, it plays such a huge role for appreciation and enjoyment that it's an important one to understand how it works. So
when you're doing work like that and you're trying to sift that out, is there a minimum population size you like to work with personally? Do you see? I mean, obviously the gene frequency. If the lines were more true bred, you'd have less population needed. But in your work, do you notice any kind of patterns where you have to go to a certain size to begin a look? A certain number of males you use to define recessive and dominant traits.
Yeah, honestly, for this work, I don't use males, because it's like a male. When you're using a male and a female, then you're by definition using two genotypes, right? Those.
Okay, so you're working on the end of it, so you can narrow that population to.
It's kind of the only way that it's kind of the only way to do it, or it's the only way that I find that reliably you can do it. More is always better. I mean, I wish I could give you a perfect answer for that, but Kevin, truthfully, it really comes down to stuff not related to genetics. It comes down to stuff like, how many plants is the facility going to let you plug, right? Gotcha. I mean, unfortunately, nobody really understands the breeding, the truly importance about the breeding, right? And prioritizing that above any other business plan. It's kind of something that currently gets done as like an extra thing along with other business plans. Oh, we'll give you a little bit of space to do this. So you're trying to work your programs under the constraints of nonsense that have nothing to do with plant breeding. Nursery trails, a nursery tray, you can usually start 72, right? 72 is not a great number for statistics. I'd prefer 1 or 500. But the truth is, even with one nursery tray, you can often start figuring out, at least from a self-cross, you can start figuring out the patterns of inheritance. If those key ratios that you're looking for, 9 to 3 to 3 to 1, all that kind of stuff, right? Because those ratios do hold true. It's just, you have to kind of reshift your mind to what is a trait. Like, for example, I was looking at, one of the things I was trying to figure out was how that train wreck scent comes about. And so I train wreck and then looked at the offspring. I think we only looked at like 72. And you've got all these different terpene profiles that show up, but you kind of step back for a second and you realize, okay, look, there's the terpinolene dominant ones. They make up roughly 3/4 of the population. And then you've got these limonene dominant ones that come about 1/4 of the population. Well, that fits the 3-to-1 model, right? The Mendelian 3-to-1 ratio. And it turns out that that's what it was. But so essentially what you're doing is you're just growing these populations and then kind of stepping back and recording the data and seeing how you can shuffle the data around to see if you can see any of these existing patterns that we know, right? And from seeing those patterns, you can kind of elucidate what's going on. Like, for example, we were doing that CBD work in all these different terpene classes. I crossed the CBD plant into, we had like 10, 15 different flavor class profiles. I crossed it into everything. And I think in like, call it 15 lines, 13 of those lines, all of the CBD plants that came back were 2-to-1 CBD. But in two of those lines, 1/2 of the plants were THC dominant over CBD, right? And that was, well, it was unexpected, right? It was different from the rest, and it was rare. So it was like, well, let's try to figure out why, right? And it turned out that one of the CBD alleles, or it wasn't a CBD allele, it had a THC allele variant that was producing, it was more efficient at producing THC. And we were able to, again, go back. It was like, so you're looking at essentially the grandparents, or you're looking at the grandchildren, and you have to go back to the grandparents and breed them to make sure that special trait breed true, right? So that you can then reliably keep that trait. Yeah. So you're keeping, you end up keeping live plants. It's like you've got the parents, you've made the crosses between the parents, you've done selections on their offspring, you've made seeds from that offspring, and you're keeping those clones, and then you have to grow the next generation again. So you're keeping like 3 generations of cuttings. It's a pain in the ass, right? But if it's an important trait that you're trying to figure out, you do it, right? And it's one of the unfortunate things that we don't have a lot of real people that are looking at plant breeding and from a scientific way, is that they're doing it. They're not doing it like that, right? They're taking a plant. It's like, oh, it's got something neat. Let's cross it to something else. Well, as soon as you take something unique and rare and you cross it into something else, you lose it, right? So it's like there is, as much as we don't do it, there is something to be said for inbreeding. Right?
Is there
part of the game.
For people who are aspiring breeders, is there books, courses, information that people can take without having to go through a full collegiate program? So like I saw a program with Cornell that was a hemp breeding program where it was I think it was like $4,000, but it allows you to go and do a program online through Cornell and help you understand the premises of breeding specifically for the direction of hemp. But when I looked at the situation, they didn't really provide any information that, I could share to anybody other than here's a program. So for people who wanted to be involved in breeding and wanted to understand it from a scientific method and understand better how to apply Mendelian genetics to cannabis and start to, really refine their process, is there any literature that, you recommend that you used in your life?
Unfortunately, there's not really anything cannabis specific. I mean, Rob's book, Marijuana Botany, is still kind of, the foundational basis. That was written in 91 or 81, right? And so, I mean, it's 40 years old, right? Like, it's kind of outdated. If you have to start today, get that book and get a intro to plant breeding genetics textbook, and you'll get there. We're starting to put together a course. It's kind of one of those things, though. It's like the Cornell course. It's like you have to have all these prerequisites to really get not you have to have those prerequisites to get into the course, but it's like that's the base level of understanding that you need to have to get the most out of the course. And
yes, have a prior, so you understand some basic science before you touch the tool.
Yeah, and
you said you're putting a course together. You said, or with a group.
Not well, it's just going to be like a Zoom thing, really, and I'm just going to start weekly from, what is DNA, and try to teach these concepts and basic cell biology, just to give people the foundation of what they need to understand. Because it's like you said, if you don't have the foundation, when you get to the more complex stuff, it's hard to grasp. And within our community, a lot of the people that have ended up in plant breeding through no fault of their own, they just didn't ever acquire that knowledge set going through school. And listen, it's not like this stuff is incredibly hard. It's just you got to take the time to learn it, right? And so really that's what it's going to be about, is like the basic concepts, and try to teach people about these basic concepts, so that when they are interpreting, because it's all about like what you need to have all this knowledge, so that when you grow out your, call it 72 plants or your 100 plants, you're not just walking into the field blind and grabbing a plant that looks the best. Like, you literally, in plant breeding, you care as much about recording the characteristics of the worst plants as you do recording the characteristics of the best plants, right? You have to characterize everybody, because it's only through doing that characterization and analysis of how the population is changing or how it varies, that you can start to make hypotheses and conclusions about, hey, this is how these traits are inherited, right? And that's what we have to do, right? Because again, like, unfortunately, prohibition has led us to this situation where we've done nothing but hybridize for the last 50 years. And cannabis is already an obligate outcrosser, but even within a population, like, there was a lot less variation. All we've done over the last 40 years is cross Africans to Mexicans to Afghanis to every Colombians. Like, everything has just been mixed up and mixed up and mixed up. And it's like putting it in a big martini glass and just like shaking it all up, right? We've got this insane mixture. And what we really need to do is start putting that deck of cards back into its constituent suits, right? Just by sorting them by their traits and figuring out how those traits are inherited. And then we can go about really building back the next generation of super plants that are going to found the basis of the industry, right? Because right now we're stumbling onto those plants, right? And sure, we find excellent plants that are really good flower or whatever, but often the ones that have the best flower or the best resin, they're not optimized for cultivation, right? They're not optimized for production. And so it's like, you got a great plant that sells like fire, and everybody loves it, but it's not the greatest plant to grow. I mean, it's a win for the consumers, but it's not necessarily a win for the growers, right? So we need to kind of go through a period of refinement.
When do you think you'll start your series?
Oh, geez. I've wanted to start it over the past few months. We just keep running into these family stuff that's taking up more time than anticipated.
When you start to, when you're able to, when life smooths out and you're able to sort it out, let me know so I can promote it if you want.
Love to, yeah. And I'd love to do it weekly, and have different people on the show to kind of talk to it, because it's all about, there's all these great examples in our community, right, of things that have been done. And I think that, especially for this new generation, it's like, even on the science development that we've had since, call it 1995 to today, that's 30, almost 30, approaching 30 years. That's been a long, slow drive, right? And we really added these pieces at the time. I think if you came into the space today and you don't understand where we've come from, it's kind of hard to appreciate like where we're going on this journey, right? And so as part of this program, I kind of want to document some of these old groups and the work that they did, and show, hey, here's a genetic technique that they were using in 1995, and this is how that genetic technique works, and this is why we don't use it today and what we use instead. Because there's value in learning all those techniques and how to think about things like DNA, because it's kind of an esoteric concept, right? But it really is if you don't understand DNA and you don't understand meiosis, there's no way that you can really understand plant breeding. It doesn't mean that you can't make some gains, but it's kind of like, picking up a electric guitar, and expecting someone to say, you might be able to plunk out like Smoke on the Water, but you're not really writing any magnum opuses, right? Like, and that's what we need at this time in cannabis is that next level. We need to stop stumbling upon plants that are good, right? We need to take those ones that we know are good and make them better, right? And that takes a directed approach. So,
man, that was a great,
but I mean,
it was a great conversation. No, I feel you, because it really does. It's just that some of the issues is that there's this sense of desperation. So it's collaboration is in limited form, and you do have I call them vultures. They're coming in to circle the carrion and gobble it up. Yeah. And so you can't work with any of those groups safely without fear of losing all your IP and your faith. Because once you lose faith, then you become bitter, and it's hard to be creative when you're pissed off.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. It's interesting in the context of this auction, right? Like, all of these things seem like separate pieces of the puzzle, but really they are all the same puzzle, right? Mm-hmm. And so plant breeding, lab analysis, patents, registration, licensing, it's all the same topic. It all comes under the same umbrella. In this, and really that umbrella, like what's under that umbrella, is really the basis of the entire industry. You can't innovate new products without innovating new plants, right? Like, so this is the center of innovation for the species. It's the center of innovation for the community in a way, right? And I would say, maybe I'm biased, but I think you'd probably agree with me. I think that, like, up until this point in time in the cannabis world, or of this repeal of prohibition, the people doing that innovation are kind of getting raked over the coals, maybe more than other people are in the industry. Everybody's getting raked over the coals, but it's like the breeders are really having a hard time, because it's hard to monetize. It's hard for these end product consumers to understand the value of the genetics. And if we're gutting kind of the soul of the industry where all the innovation is happening, or not encouraging it to grow in the right way, we're really doing the whole industry a disservice, right? And so for me, like, this auction and helping teach people about what is a cultivar, a variety, how do you document your variety to show that, hey, the thing that you've created is unique and different. These really all are part of the same or this bigger conversation. That, as we're trying to figure out this whole industry, it's a puzzle piece that really needs to be sorted out as well, right?
Yeah, that was, we realized when we were doing the auction that's really so much of it was you're starting to get a public conversation about how do we really move forward as a industry and as a culture simultaneously, and not negate the work and the credit that was basically being swept away. And for me, a lot of it was so that you can attract new talent. How do you bring new people into an industry and give them incentive? And that was, I think that's the hard part, is that it's so turbulent when you look at cannabis that it discourages people from wanting to participate, which then completely compresses the pool who does and the choices that they use. So I get all the clone lists for everything in California, and I get them just so I can show people the lack of diversity in the market, where every nursery fundamentally has the same selection list. And I said, listen, when you go back just 10 years, there was, 300 different plants being utilized in California, being spread through the system. When I got to Humboldt County in 92, every single, almost without question, every single farm, every single hill, every single little group had their own line, because it was still seed driven. And so when we talk about, like, legacy genetics, I said, oh, that shit ended about 25 years ago. That really what we went into after that was branded, named cultivars. Trainwreck was like really one of the first ones that had a name. Then we go into, you know, OG and purple and sour, and then it goes into the world of sherbet and gelato, where if it isn't this thing. And so the issue though is that anything that's popular becomes woven like a threads through every single thing you touch. And it's a tribute to the individual who discovered it, because at the end of the day, if it wasn't attractive, it wouldn't be so highly used. But it just keeps compressing this pool of material into a smaller and smaller box.
Yeah.
And as a consumer, from like just a consumer perspective, it gets boring. You start
it's also, listen, it's incredibly dangerous from like a production system standpoint.
Oh,
as well, too.
Yeah. For scientific purpose, resistance, yeah.
Well, even for production,
acceptability.
Yeah, I think it was the 30s, they started using a technique in corn called cytoplasmic male sterility. And what it meant was that you grow these plants and the males would be sterile. And so you could grow a row of these plants and plant a different pollen line beside them. And that second planted line would pollinate your first line, and you'd end up with F1 hybrid seed. Right. And so it was an easy way to make F1 hybrids. And so everybody in the United States started using these cytoplasmic male sterile lines to make F1 hybrid seeds. So they plant the seeds the next year. This blight comes through. It turns out that that the gene for this male sterility was next door to a gene for susceptibility to this blight. And the entire corn harvest in the country was destroyed. Right. And I mean, that's not good. Right?
No, same thing with banana, where they started to bottleneck the pool, and all of a sudden a single pathogen wreaked havoc in an entire industry. And that's what that's what we see here, is that you have extreme susceptibility. So when you go into operations, you notice that if it's like an aphid issue, which is pretty prevalent in most large operations, it's hammering everything because everything seems to have a similar profile. And so it's this, there's lack of safety, natural safety. You don't have a back door to escape when everything's in the same gene pool.
Yeah. And we've done it through all sorts of different, I mean, in corn, they didn't even realize it for like 15 years, but they bred this super sweet corn, or in the States, super high sugar corn for glucose or for fructose production. And they didn't realize, but they actually bred out beta caryophyllene from being produced in the roots. There was some mutation linked to the sweet corn profile that knocked out the beta caryophyllene in the roots. Beta caryophyllene is like a bitter compound, right? And so if you get like root feeders that are coming along and chomping on the roots, well, that bitter compound is gone, but acting as an anti-feedant for the pest was able to just rip through everything, right? And so this happens in breeding programs. So every trait that you select for comes at an opportunity cost, right? You're accepting something else, but you're getting rid of something else.
To trade
something, you're getting rid of something else, and often we don't know what that other thing that we're accepting in return is until you're down the road, right? You're down the path somewhat. So it's dangerous. So that practice that you're talking about, all I'm saying is it's a path that is fraught with dangers. And we've kind of been buffered by some of these consequences because, like you said, everybody had their own line, right? And now we're going through a period of time where it's all being shuffled, and then it's going to get thinned down even more than it is. And we need to have all these backups because everybody's putting their eggs in one basket. I mean, you see it in the California seed market too. It's right, like seed business used to be people would go and find their own plants and breed with them and then release them on the market. Well, now everybody just looks for Chem 91 and Trainwreck or whatever plant it cookies or whatever plant it is, sherbet, and crosses it into everything else. So it's like you'll look at 5 or 10 California breeders, they've all got the same plants on the menu, right? They're all just crossing in things that aren't even theirs that they've gone and found. Why? Because the market wants them. Well, that's great. And they produce decent plants, but we're also creating a huge bottleneck, right? There's consequences to these things.
You're You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's April 8th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm pretty well. How about yourself?
Oh, not too bad. I know yesterday was an excellent day, and I'm hoping today is as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Are you going to get much view of the eclipse happening this afternoon?
I haven't got a clue. I'm probably going to be too busy doing something in order to be able to even notice it even happening.
Gotcha.
You know how it is.
Yeah,
right?
I do.
All righty. What do you say we get on with the news?
Sounds good.
All righty. Oh, I see.
Are you ready?
I see you got a problem streaming to a location, but that's all right. We can continue without it. So
Okay.
we'll deal with that afterwards. So let's get started with the first story of the day.
Sure. Heading over to CBC News. Medical cannabis hurdles remain in Canada. Here's why.
Yes. When the use of cannabis became legal in Canada more than 5 years ago, there was hope that it would help ease access for medical users of cannabis. But doctors say the evidence for some medical usage is lacking, leaving some patients frustrated. The federal government-run program for medical cannabis started more than 20 years ago. Soon after, patients started to complain it was difficult to find doctors who were on board with giving medical authorizations to obtain their cannabis through official channels. And you know what, Cindy, it continues today.
It sure does, yeah. Some hoped legalization of recreational cannabis in 2018 would also ease hurdles on the medical side, such as learning how effective or ineffective it is for particular conditions, reducing stigma and red tape, as well as prices. But that's not how it worked out for all patients. At Santé Cannabis, a Montreal-based clinic and research center, a nurse calls patients to check in after their first visit for chronic pain from conditions such as osteoarthritis, as well as multiple sclerosis, anxiety, and poor sleep.
To this day, we have patients that are struggling at 1 month to receive their order or to complete the process because it's still so complicated, says Aaron Prozak, the clinic's president and co-founder. She goes on to say she says that the primary example of patients lacking smooth access is how they still have to wait for shipments to come in the mail instead of getting medical cannabis from the pharmacist.
Yeah, because there's only one pharmacy that deals in it, isn't there?
In Canada, yeah.
Yeah. That way.
20 years.
20 years. And they only started doing that like in the last, say, 5 or 6 years.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. That way, patients could talk to health professional if they have questions about the dose instead of relying on a sales clerk, Prosk says. Patients also rely on physicians for medical guidance. But a spokesperson for the Canadian Medical Association pointed to its 2020 policy that says the group has consistently expressed concern with the role of gatekeeper that physicians have been asked to take as a result of court decisions.
Yeah, they were saying that 20 years ago, too. For some users of medical cannabis, stigma around the medicine remains an issue, even with the legalization of recreational use in 2018. Asher, who's 23, says he faces misconceptions in the workplace around the use of medical cannabis and wants the protection that comes with the medical access stream to continue.
Yeah, and it's true because I mean, like I just went and did 2 days of first aid training, and you know we're getting down, we're doing all this stuff, getting down on the floor, and for somebody with back problems and knee problems and leg problems, that's very, 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 very painful. So at breaks and at lunch, I would go out and smoke a joint. And, you know, I got such looks after the first break and I smelled of cannabis that, you know, like I used my Febreze, but the stigma's gone. Here we are at this first aid training, all about medicine and helping people. And cannabis was still very much looked down upon there.
That's not
It was crazy. When he was 17, Asher was diagnosed with a learning disability that has symptoms similar to those shown by people with autism. After conventional treatments like psychotherapy didn't improve his difficulty with speaking, a family physician suggested trying medical cannabis in the form of a fine powder delivered in an inhaler-like device, similar to those used by people with asthma. The Halifax resident said that when he first entered the workplace soon after legalization in 2018, he faced stigma in the form of comments about addiction from coworkers around his use of medical cannabis that's low in psychoactive THC. Given how the myths could jeopardize job prospects, CBC News agreed not to use his last name.
The medical stream is not just a method to gain access, Asher says. It's for legitimate medical reasons. It also gives you the ability to have documentation to be protected at work. Asher left his role in the federal service, civil service. Now he's now looking for more recognition in all workplaces of people who have severe disabilities and how medical cannabis can be used to improve performance on the job. Asher hoped legalization would reduce stigma and skepticism about how cannabidiol CBD in cannabis is not psychoactive and doesn't hinder work.
Because my disability impacts my memory and my speech, people naturally think I may be impaired. Even though I tell them medical cannabis is not impairing, you know, he said, I had a boss who asked me, just take the medication to improve your symptoms. A letter Asher received offering him another position said cannabis was prohibited. And Asher said he refrained from using his inhaler. It caused a downward spiral in his ability to work, not using it.
Other patients are looking to physicians to guide them on whether cannabis might be right for them, and if so, how to dose it safely. Dr. Marianne Fritzcharles, a rheumatologist and pain medicine physician at Montreal's McGill University, said use of cannabis to treat lasting pain symptoms is less common now than 20 years ago, when legal access to medical cannabis was introduced.
Yeah. Yeah, the federal government's monthly tracking of medical cannabis authorizations also shows a decline. What isn't known, but federally licensed sellers were at about 366,000 in 2019, peaked off roughly 377,000 in September of 2020 during COVID pandemic emergency, and then declined to 188, just over 188,000 in September of 2023.
I do have a question about a word in that sentence.
Okay.
Why isn't it known, but federal licensed sellers? These are people who are growing medical cannabis for themselves or designated growers. At those numbers, 366,000 people. So that's yeah. Fitzgerald pointed to lack of effectiveness, high costs, and side effects as reasons people turn away from medical cannabis. Practice and research on effectiveness, patients may say in surveys that cannabis helps control their pain or inflammation, but those effects may not pan out in better designed studies like randomized trials.
As a physician, I will have some patients who say that it really does make a difference, such as people with rheumatic disease. She said, the question is this real or is this a placebo effect? Use of cannabis by people who have cancer is one of the most established areas of medical research on the product, she said.
In March, the federal government's expert panel reviewing the Cannabis Act made recommendations in various areas, including medical cannabis, to address the hurdle of not knowing what a particular form of cannabis effectively treats. The panel called to move beyond a distinct medical access program so that cannabis is considered within standard drug approval pathways and part of the conventional medical care.
That way, medical cannabis products would have a Health Canada DIN, drug identification number, as other medications do, showing it has been evaluated and authorized for sale in Canada. The panel's recommendation addressed some of the other hurdles Fitzgerald identified, including effectiveness and high costs. And the panel is recommending allowing cannabis product sales in pharmacies to people with medical authorization, removing the excise tax from medical cannabis, about time. They should give us a refund for all of that too. Supporting clinical guidance documents for healthcare professionals on medical use of cannabis.
Yeah, there was one point there I just wanted to mention that in order for it to get a DIN number, Health Canada would have to recognize that it's medical cannabis, and unfortunately, they don't recognize the medical benefits of cannabis yet. Yeah. A report last week from Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, Balancing Act on all of society approach to substance use and harms, expands these recommendations, including a suggestion of limits on potency, considering tiered taxation based on the THC content, and establishing a standard unit of cannabis to improve surveillance and research on cannabis. Finding a standard product is one barrier to doing studies because cannabis is such a complex mix of compounds, says Fitzgerald.
Yes, both Fitzgerald and Prosk at Santé Cannabis continue to field questions about misconceptions of the medicine. Prosk governments treat cannabis like alcohol and tobacco, but it's our first legal psychoactive substance that has both medical and recreational application, she said. I think that has been sort of the fundamental challenge for the government and regulators to balance.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it looks like right now, anyways, patients are on the losing end of that balance because there's things that we've lost out on.
Yeah.
But, keep on doing what we're doing and keep voicing our opinions, and hopefully we can get some changes done. But more on that soon. All right, on to our next story. Here it comes.
Yeah, coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Canada's cancelled licenses. Uncollectible cannabis taxes soar.
Oh, The number of canceled cannabis businesses licenses have soared alongside the amount of uncollectible excise tax in Canada. At least 123 federal cannabis business licenses either were canceled or pending cancellation in 2023, according to new data provided to MJ Biz Daily.
That figure is almost triple the number of licenses canceled in 2022. Companies with canceled licenses are unable to cultivate, produce, package, or possess non-duty paid cannabis legally. The data paints a picture of an industry facing micro and macroeconomic challenges, many of which were spelled out in briefing materials for Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland and obtained through an access to information request.
The latest CRA data shows that at least 212 licenses were canceled between federal cannabis legalization in June of 2018 and February 29 of 2024, with 58% of the cancellations happening in 2023 alone. Tanner Stewart, co-founder and CEO of cannabis license holder Stewart Farms in New Brunswick, suggested the excise tax is a contributing factor to companies exiting the industry.
At the end of the day, the excise tax is so severe that it truly impacts your balance sheet from a margin perspective, he told MJ Biz Daily on a phone interview. Health Canada's website currently lists 982 licensed producers.
Wow. I remember when there was one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of unpaid tax owed by cannabis companies that has been deemed uncollectible or potentially uncollectible has soared of late, largely because of insolvencies. Uncollectible duty approached $50 million as of February 29th, according to the CRA data shows. That's an 11% increase from approximately $45 million a year ago.
The uncollectible or potentially uncollectible duty equals around 5% of the government's total estimated cannabis duty. In the 2022-23 fiscal year ending on March 31st, federal excise duties from cannabis amounted to roughly $894.6 million. Of which $667.6 million was transferred to provincial and territorial coffers.
So the federal government kept what, 230 million of it. Split the rest. Yeah. The CRA tracks uncollectible duty because of insolvency and canceled licenses. Duty loss through insolvency increased to $38 million as of February the 29th. A 52% increase compared to 11 months earlier, when it was $23 million was deemed uncollectible because of insolvencies.
Wow. About half of all licensed cannabis producers in Canada have excise debt, the CRA data shows. In total, 171 out of 355 licenses, or 48%, owed money to the CRA as of February 29th this year, with the total duty amounting to $262 million.
Wow, this never ends, all these big numbers. That is a small decline from the $273 million owed as of December 29th, 2023, which at that time marked a 72% increase compared to the figure from about 1 year earlier. A small number of companies accounted for most of the debt.
Yeah. And you can see a little table there. The levy charged to Canada's cannabis business is so high that the federal government is increasingly among the top unpaid creditors of insolvent cultivars, according to MJ Biz Daily, review on insolvency filings. That has forced some companies to adapt their business strategies. Stewart said he pivoted the business from adult use cannabis to the medical and export sectors to avoid large excise tax bills.
Oh, they're not being charged excess tax on the medical end of things?
I guess.
Oh. We work with a few medical platforms, he says, because that's a business-to-business transaction, not involving a wholesaler. We don't have to worry about accumulation of excise debt. and we're focused on exports to Australia. Coming into 2024 as a small craft supplier, we did an assessment on what was lowering our margins, and we realized it wasn't worth it to stay in the Canadian domestic recreational market with our smokable products. So we pivoted to medical cannabis in Canada.
Nice. Well, I guess that's one good thing coming out of the excise tax. Yeah, Stewart takes issue with the executives of large publicly traded cannabis companies calling for the CRA to crack down on rival businesses that are behind on their taxes. How many companies that have been posting permanent losses pay their excise tax from just from investors, he said. You can't say give us excise reform and also crack down more aggressively on businesses.
There you go. Done. Yeah. Not looking good. You see all those numbers. Geez, they really went up, obviously, over the last year.
It's a lot of money. But the one company going strictly medical because of it is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's kind of cool because that's not something that you hear of too often. So it's usually the other way. All right, here we go. On to our next story.
Over to CTV News, Vancouver. Vancouver City Councillors propose motion to regulate mushroom dispensaries. Go, Dana Larson.
I can hear Dana just go, whoa! Yeah. 2, Vancouver City Councillors are tabling a motion to regulate medical mushroom stores in the city. In their motion, Green councillors Pete Fry and Aaron Carr state Vancouver has seen a number of unlicensed and unregulated retail shops selling magic mushrooms and other pathogens rapidly increase in recent years.
Fry told CTV News, if passed, the motion would direct staff to create a plan that would address when and where stores operate and prohibit sales to minors. As a city, we don't have any role to sort of designate the legal statutes of controlled substance, but what we do have the powers to do is put in a framework around how a business operates. So that's the idea of the mushroom dispensaries, he said. We're here to stay. Dana Larson, the director of a nonprofit that oversees 3 mushroom dispensaries in Vancouver, said he thinks regulation could be a great first step.
Yeah, I think they did similar to this with the cannabis before cannabis became legal. I'm sure we'll find out. Now, Dana says, whether you support or oppose these kinds of shops being there, the reality is we're here, and we're here to stay. According to the motion, the plan would be to model the licensing after what the city of Vancouver did in 2015 with cannabis stores. That year, it introduced the medical marijuana-related uses framework.
Yeah. Larson said he had some issues with how cannabis stores were licensed, but that he'd rather see bylaws introduced as opposed to blanket prohibition. Before they licensed cannabis shops, there were over 100 in the city operating without a license, he said. With mushroom shops like ours, there's at least 20 I know of operating without a license.
Jeremy Jacob, a co-owner of the Village Bloomery, said watching what's unfolding in the mushroom industry reminds him of what he went through nearly 10 years ago when his cannabis shop was licensed. He said if the city of Vancouver eventually decides to go through with regulations, he hopes they make some changes. For example, he says, the restriction in certain commercial zones where you can have every other business type but a cannabis dispensary means that cannabis shops cluster in the approved zones. So this really enhances competition in those areas. It means that other areas are unserviced. That definitely shouldn't be repeated if they go ahead with regulated mushroom shops.
Yep. ABC councilperson Mike Klassen said this green-led initiative isn't a priority for the city right now. Klassen was the lone ABC member who was outnumbered at a March meeting that saw Carr and Fry vote to reinstate Larson's dispensary license. The particular matter is, again, something that needs to be dealt with through a federal level and not a city council meeting, he said. And the motion will be voted on April 10th in 2 days.
There you go. Yeah, I imagine. You can hear Dana. Yay!
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he was one of those cannabis dispensaries that was open back then, doing the same thing he's doing now.
Yeah. I would think so. I'm thinking he probably was. All right, here we go. On to our next story.
Coming to us from High Times, it's a study. U.S. medical cannabis laws increase patients' mental health.
Hey, nice. Researchers from the University of Basel in Switzerland recently published a study on April the 2nd to analyze how medical cannabis legalization in the U.S. has affected the country and its patients' well-being. Entitled Medical Marijuana Laws and Mental Health in the United States, researchers wanted to determine the effects of medical cannabis policies on patients over time. The consequences of legal access to medical marijuana for individuals' well-being are controversial assessed. Researchers wrote, "We contribute to the decision by evaluating the impact of the introduction of medical marijuana laws across the U.S. states on self-reported mental health, considering different motives for cannabis consumption."
Researchers analyzed the responses of 7.9 million people who participated in phone surveys between 1993 and 2018. This information was collected through the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System, which focuses on data collection regarding mental well-being. In addition to this, researchers also utilized data collected by the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. Participants were placed in specific groups, such as those who were highly likely to abstain from using cannabis, to using cannabis as a recreational drug, or to using it for medical reasons, in order to determine the overall effect of medical cannabis legalization on their mental health. Additionally, researchers took into account the use of cannabis specifically for overall chronic pain.
Mental health was measured by asking participants to self-assess themselves by recording how many days they encountered mental health problems during the month prior to the assessment. Ultimately, researchers found that medical cannabis legalization had no effect on either recreational consumers or youth. We find weak evidence of positive effects on mental health due to the liberalization of medical marijuana for the U.S. population overall, researchers wrote in their conclusion. While the estimated overall reduction in poor mental health days is not statistically significant, the result still applies on absence of evidence for the critically perspectives that highlight the risks of aggravated mental health problems due to medical marijuana laws being introduced.
Easier access improves the mental health of individuals who use cannabis for medical reasons, stated the University of Basel Press article. The same applies to people who are very likely to suffer from pain. The study authors estimate that these two groups spend 0.3 days less per month in poor mental health due to the change in the law. Professor Alois Sulzer summarized these findings in his own statement as well. Overall, our results show that medical cannabis legislation in the USA benefits the people it is intended for without harming other groups, he said. He explained that recreational cannabis consumers aren't worse off after legalization either. And ultimately, there is a clear relationship between liberalization and mental well-being.
Yeah, people aren't worried about getting arrested and thrown in jail like they used to be. So that's obviously an improvement. Both the U.S. and Switzerland both share a federal government structure. While Stutzer calls the most recent survey an experimental article because it can help pave the way towards more studies that analyze Switzerland's future cannabis industry. The most recent study only extended to data collected prior to 2018. So it would be interesting to see a future study analyze even more recent data that accompanies the many other states that have legalized medical or adult use cannabis within the last 5 years.
Switzerland has been conducting isolated cannabis pilot programs to analyze consumer trends, sales patterns, and more. Recently, at the end of March, the first data connected to one of these programs was released. The Zurican study includes 1,928 people who have been approved to purchase cannabis for the study. The newest data shared that the current participants, 80.7% are men, 18% are women, and 1% are non-binary. The demographic disparity was not a surprise. However, as researchers expected, there to be a vast difference in gender-related consumers. Additionally, researchers found that participants between the ages of 28 and 32 represented the highest percentage among all age groups. The average age of consumers is currently 35 years old. Participation in the study seems to be particularly attractive for people who consume frequently, researchers wrote. However, people who only consume cannabis a few times a month also take part in the study. This will allow us to compare people with different consumption habits in our study.
The program data also showed that 6,500 sales have been made so far, with approximately 309 pounds of cannabis sold. And this is Tobias Finger, the head of the marketing Cannabigea, a company that is working directly with the Swiss Federal Office on Public Health, told Forbes about the significance of this early data. He says the initial data from the pilot published this month reveals promising insights into the regulated cannabis market's functionality and its acceptance among participants. This level of engagement indicates a positive reception and effective distribution system, setting a solid foundation for informing cannabis policy and regulations. So it's good to see that people's mental health did not decline because the state legalized cannabis.
Yeah.
Right. All right, we got one more story before we go to break. All right, and there's a reason we have to do this one. All right, here we go.
Yeah, heading over to Cannabis Prospect Magazine, Toronto's Global Marijuana March, and this is the only time I really use the word marijuana, coming back to Queen's Park this May on the 25th anniversary of original event.
You know, that picture looks really familiar. I'm not sure. I'm just saying it looks familiar. Legacy leaders of Toronto's cannabis scene, pioneers in the fight for medical and recreational cannabis, recently announced the return of an important event in the culture. After a long hiatus, years that include the many changes that recreational legalization brought to the scene, followed by the pandemic, the legendary Global Marijuana March will be back on the lawn of Queen's Park on May the 4th, starting at 11 o'clock, and it goes until 5 with the big celebration at 4:20.
Amazing. Yes, it'll be exciting. After the traditional gathering on the lawn of the Ontario Legislature buildings at Queen's Park in Toronto, attendees will make their way through the downtown streets. Some observers may question why cannabis enthusiasts are making their presence known in the way they did before the plant was legalized coast to coast. Celebrated in over 500 cities worldwide on the same day, the GMM is here to celebrate cannabis and culture. Much like LGBTQ pride celebrations continue after the country recognized gay marriages, the Global Marijuana March highlights cannabis culture in Canada and abroad, where it is still largely criminalized. In countries where it is legal, there are still shortcomings, and so we highlight how people and opportunities fall between the cracks, and there is still stigma.
Yeah, there is still stigma. And as the article questions, well, why would people still need to be, cannabis legalized? Why would they still need to march? Well, think about it. Before cannabis was legalized, we were asking for cannabis law reform. Cannabis is now illegal, but not everybody's happy with it. There's a lot of mistakes, a lot of things that need to be corrected. So we're still protesting for cannabis law reform.
Yeah.
Right? But the Global Marijuana March, just so you know, is looking for people to create videos that says, I march for, and explain why you march. Where would you march, Cindy?
I would march for all of those that have CPTSD, that this medicine helps to stay alive.
There you go. See, we all have our reasons why we march. So, all right, off we go to break, and we'll be right back. Seeing how we'll continue after that commercial. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here on the Pace Radio Network. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. Time for us to bring you some more stories. What do you got here, Cindy? We got 5 more. See if we can get them all done. We're going to 5 more. We're going to be going to the U.S. We're going to be talking BC. We're going to go to Hawaii, where cannabis has been canceled.
You know, I'm so glad we have this chat.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. We'll go get started.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, the DOJ says state cannabis legalization boosts tourism in court filing seeking dismissal of industry lawsuit.
Hey, one of the benefits of cannabis, who knew, right? The Justice Department is again asking a federal court to dismiss a lawsuit from medical cannabis companies seeking to block enforcement of prohibition against state legal activities, in part because the government says cannabis legalization attracts out-of-state tourism, empowering it to intervene under the Constitution. In a filing with the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts, Western Division on Friday, DOJ contested claims from the cannabis corporations that federal policy is at odds with the government's enforcement practices, and it also argued that the plaintiffs lack standing to raise the lawsuit in the first place.
Plaintiffs argue that federal cannabis policy is no longer serves a goal of eradicating the cannabis trade. Yet, even if that is true, curtailing the cannabis trade is a legitimate objective, regardless of whether the government pursues that objective to the point of eradication. It's a lot. Plaintiffs also cannot show that any way in which federal cannabis policy is irrational. When they allege that federal policy focuses law enforcement resources on cannabis activities that most implicate vital federal interests, such as preventing violence and protecting public safety, it added.
The underlying suit against the federal government is being led by multi-state operator Verano Holdings Corp. and Massachusetts-based cannabis businesses Canada Provisions and Wiseacre Farm, along with Privet Geo Geisa Sellers. They're represented by the law firms Boyce Schuler and Flexer LLP and Lesser Newman Allo and Nasser LLP. Litigator David Boyles, whose list of prior clients include the Justice Department, former Vice President Al Gore, and the plaintiffs in the case that led to the invalidation of California's ban on same-sex marriage, is leading the suit.
DOJ said in the latest filing that the plaintiffs lack jurisdiction in the suit, partly because they cannot establish a credible threat of future enforcement of the Controlled Substances Act. While they allege that the Department of Justice has a policy not to prosecute their alleged conduct. Pardon me. Because they allege that the Department of Justice adheres to a policy of not prosecuting those who engage in plaintiffs' conduct, they cannot establish a credible threat of future enforcement, the filing says.
Oh, it's going to happen. Yeah. And I got to find my page. It jumped on me. Okay, I'm getting there.
It's okay.
Past there, back there. Filing says, there we are. There we go. DOJ makes several notable admissions in this latest document. However, for example, it contests that the idea that plaintiffs are harmed under prohibition because it has resulted in the reluctance of banks to work with their interstate businesses, pointing out that the department has not taken to coerce any other third parties who have declined to transact with plaintiffs. What's against the law? And they do not and cannot dispute that the complainant alleges that the same third parties have decided to transact with plaintiffs, while others have declined to do it, he says.
The department also asserts that the lower court does not have jurisdiction to undermine a 2005 Supreme Court decision, Gonzalez versus Ryak, in which justices held that state-level cannabis laws do not protect people from federal prosecution because of Congress's interest in preventing illegal cannabis from entering interstate commerce. Ryak's constitutional holding is controlling here because the Supreme Court is the only court with the power to overrule its holding in Ryak, which would be necessary to sustain plaintiff's commerce clause and necessary and proper clause claim, the filing says.
Even if Ryak's ultimate holding were not directly controlling here, the CSA's application to plaintiffs falls well within Congress's authority under the Commerce Clause and Necessary and Proper Clause. Plaintiffs do not and cannot dispute that the Supreme Court's case law under these clauses firmly establish Congress' power to regulate purely local activities that are part of an economic class activities that have substantial effect on the interstate commerce. Get all that?
Part of DOJ's reasoning here, did you just read that? No. Here is that it claims, sorry, my page is jumping on me, I apologize, that claims it is rational to conclude, that the regulated cannabis industry in Massachusetts fuels a different kind of cannabis-related interstate commerce, cannabis tourism. That is especially so because Massachusetts cannabis businesses gross hundreds of millions of dollars in sales each year, and dispensaries such as Canna Provisions cater to out-of-state customers, it states.
In other words, while the plaintiff's claim is that the Constitution's Commerce Clause should preclude DOJ from interfering in state legal activity because it is centrally regulated within the state's borders, legalization attracts cannabis tourism from people from states without legal programs who would prefer to buy from regulated storefronts. As the Supreme Court held decades ago, Congress has the authority to regulate businesses that cater to tourists from out of state, even if the business's transaction occur wholly in state, the DOJ said in the new filing.
It is also argued that this rational basis also exists to conclude that despite what the plaintiffs describe as strict controls in Massachusetts systems, some portion of the cannabis produced in Massachusetts will be diverted into the illicit market. Experience has shown that even where states impose controls on regulated cannabis, some diversions occur.
The department further disputed the plaintiff's position that congressional rider preventing the use of DOJ funds to interfere in state medical cannabis programs called into question the propriety of ongoing federal prohibition. These laws rationally serve the purposes of avoiding friction between the federal government and the state governments and allowing the states to develop a body of experience in dealing with medical cannabis that can inform future decisions by federal policymakers and policy makers in other states about whether to enact further changes to cannabis policy, it said.
Similarly, cited an Obama-era memo generally directing federal prosecutors not to interfere with state cannabis laws, which was later rescinded during the Trump administration, saying the alleged policy to focus law enforcement resources on important federal interests is manifestly rational on its face. This all comes in the background of a DEA review into cannabis scheduling under the CSA. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has recommended moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
And while the Biden administration has maintained that people should not be criminalized over possession or use of cannabis, DOJ has continued to fight reform efforts in courts, including this current case on broad prohibition, as well as litigation, challenging the ban on cannabis consumers' guns rights. There's a write-up. There we go. That's the end of that story.
That was it.
That's all she wrote, as they say. Isn't that the same? That's all she wrote. All right. Yeah, it's it's a lot of words in there. It doesn't make sense, some of it, where they promote it as being good, and then they turn around and they have these silly laws against this.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Headline says,
coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Portland VA opens psychedelic therapy clinic to treat mental health and substance abuse disorders.
Nice. The VA, Portland Health Care System, recently opened a psychedelic therapy clinic to treat veterans and conduct clinical trials. A ribbon-cutting ceremony was held by the Social Neuroscience and Psychotherapy Labs at the Veterans Affairs Organization's Vancouver campus in Washington on March the 18th.
It was attended by the Portland VA's director, David Holt. He took the time to thank Stephen and Alexandria Cohen Foundation for making the substantial contributions to the facility's establishment. Holt also acknowledged the lab's principal investor, Dr. Christopher Stauffer, and others involved.
We could not have done it without the support of the Stephen Alexander Cohen Foundation, Stauffer said in a LinkedIn post. Steve Cohen is a renowned investor and head of the .72 hedge fund, and has donated millions of dollars to the psychedelic research. There are currently 2 clinical trials underway at the new clinic. One is the study on psilocybin-assisted therapy for veterans suffering from methamphetamine addiction. The other is investigating of MDMA-assisted group therapy for veterans with PTSD.
Stauffer says the methamphetamine use disorder is one of the most challenging conditions to treat. The study aims to find the optimal psilocybin dosing regime and the best ways to provide subsequent integrative therapy. All 6 veterans from each cohort participating in the group therapy trial will start with individual MDMA session. It will then be followed by group integration therapy and usage of the medicine facilitated by 4 therapists.
There you go. I think it's great to see that these studies and the fact that the patients are veterans.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not over that though.
Pardon me?
I said the story wasn't done.
Oh, wasn't it? Oh, I've shut it down. Oh, I thought it was done. Oh,
It's okay.
It's up first time. And it probably won't be the last.
Yeah, no, Mugglehead does that. They'll put in the little, read more, but then you got to keep scrolling. I mean, they do that to fool us.
Okay, well, like I said, it's good to see that they're helping the veterans.
It is. It's
Right?
great to see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, on to the next story. Hope we finish it. There we go.
Heading over to Stratcan, Surrey, BC, once again considering plan to allow cannabis stores.
Yeah. The city of Surrey, BC, which had banned cannabis stores since the beginning of legalization, will again be considering a proposal to allow up to 12 cannabis stores in the city. In 2023, Surrey City Council began exploring the possibility of allowing cannabis stores, directing city staff to develop a plan. In July of that year, council sent a plan back to the city staff to be reworked to address some councillors' concerns.
A survey then went out to the public about the proposed plan for up to 12 locations in the city, 2 for each of 6 distinct communities. And then they list them there. The survey results are now available, and Surrey City Council could address the report as early as today, April 8th, which is the next scheduled council meeting.
Under the proposed plan, city staff would inform retail cannabis applicants of the results of Surrey's request for expression of interest selection process. Up to 2 applications would then advance to City Council for consideration of their site-specific rezoning, including a public hearing before the possibility of license being awarded. Retail licenses also must receive approval from the federal government.
More than 4,000 people responded to the survey, with 96% living in Surrey. About 68% of respondents said they supported having 12 or more cannabis stores in the city. The 47% who strongly disagreed with the proposal said they felt setting a limit of 12 stores was too little, while just 38% of those who disagreed said it was too many. There were similar results with respondents when asked about the proposed limit of no more than 2 stores per community in Surrey.
Those supporting more stores in Surrey didn't necessarily mean they were cannabis consumers, though. Of those who supported having 12 or more stores in Surrey, just over half said they visit stores in other communities or purchase cannabis online, and 51% said they would buy from a store in Surrey. All right, that story is over. I just checked the bottom of it to make sure. All right. We got on time. Oh, we still got 10 minutes left. Good stuff. There we go. Got the next one lined up.
Yeah. Coming to you from Ganjapur, Hawaii House Finance Committee kills adult use cannabis bill.
Huh? What? What? The Hawaii House Finance Committee has killed an adult use cannabis legalization bill, KHON2 reports. In a statement, committee chairman Kyle Yamashita cited numerous concerns regarding the implication of the bill and the prevailing no votes from committee members expressed on the House floor.
The measure had passed its second reading in the Senate, while Yamashita noted was the furthest progression of an adult use cannabis bill in the state. Representative David Tarnaz, one of the main sponsors of the legalization, told KHON2 that the measure made it so far because of the hard work of the Attorney General and the House of Representatives and the Senate working together with the Department of Health to find the best practices from other states.
Well, just so you know, they plan on introducing the bill again in the next session. So it's not a done deal yet. Cannabis legalization could still happen in Hawaii. It's just not happening today. That's all.
No, fingers crossed it still happens.
Yeah, exactly. All right, on to our last story of the day. As I get it lined up here. All right, you ready? Here you
Okay.
go.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, Schumer says passing marijuana banking bill is part of the Senate's busy agenda in the weeks and months ahead.
Excuse me, months? Months? It's been years now. Come on, get this. It's just so frustrating. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is retaliating his intent to pass legislation to safeguard cannabis baking as part of a busy agenda that he hopes to achieve in the weeks and months ahead, though he again stressed the need for bipartisan cooperation. In a Dear Colleague letter on Friday, Schumer says the Senate has a variety of priorities when members return from the state work period next month. He said, "We have the opportunity to make progress on bipartisan bills, including advancing the Secure and Face Enforcement Regulation Banking Act," which has gone from being called the Safe Banking Act to the Safer Banking Act.
There are many important bipartisan issues this Congress could address this year, and I hope our Senate Republican colleagues don't allow the ultra-right wing of their party derail progress on the bipartisan bills, the majority leader said. In the weeks and months ahead, we have the opportunity to make progress on bipartisan bills that enhance our national security, advance online safety for kids, and promote innovation, expand the child tax credit, work on the path forward on TikTok legislation, combat the fentanyl crisis, hold failed bank executives accountable, address rail safety, ensure internet affordability, safeguard cannabis banking, there we are, outcompete the Chinese government, lower the cost of prescription drugs like insulin while expanding the access to healthcare and more. There's a lot in there that I agree with, but of course the Safeguard Cannabis Banking Act is definitely the one that we're reporting on today.
Exactly. Now, in his letter, he says, "I have said repeatedly this Congress, with divided government, bipartisanship, and compromise are the only ways to make progress and get things done that will help the American people. Democrats have had an ambitious agenda to help the American people, and if our Senate Republican colleagues are sincere about passing bipartisan legislation and willing to reject the extreme MAGA demands, we are ready to work with them to find compromise and get as much done as we can." Yeah, we're all waiting. This is one of the multiple examples of Schumer describing his intent to pass the marijuana banking legislation, which cleared the Senate Banking Committee last September. It is now pending action on the floor before potentially moving to the House, which has passed earlier versions of the proposal in some form 7 times.
Yeah.
So when you hear some sarcasm in my voice, this is why. They've passed it 7 times in the House.
Yeah. This is time number 8.
Yeah. He also recently asked people to show their support for the Safer Banking Act by signing a petition. And as he steps up his push for legislation, the poll released last month by the American Bankers Association shows that roughly 3 out of 5 Americans support allowing cannabis industries access to the banking system.
Yes. In the latest Dear Colleague letter, Schumer also criticizes the House Republican Study Committee for putting out a dangerous and disastrous budget plan. The same panel also recently urged the GOP caucus to oppose cannabis banking measure as well as separate bipartisan proposal to prevent security clearance denials based on past cannabis use. Representative Nancy Mace, who also sits on the committee, said on Wednesday that if Republicans want to keep the House, they should pass the cannabis banking bill, arguing that there are votes to approve it.
Schumer told Marijuana Moment last month that the bill remains a very high priority for the Senate, and members are having very productive bicameral talks to reach a final agreement. Senate Banking Committee Chairman Sherrod Brown also said last month that passing the Safer Banking Act off the floor is a high priority. However, he also recently said in a separate interview that advancing the legislation is complicated by current House dynamics.
House majority.
It's just.
Sorry?
Did I close it off early again?
It's okay. We're at that time anyway.
Okay.
There's a couple more paragraphs, and I'm sure it just continues to say a lot of the things.
Yeah, and it was jumping on my end. So, but
Then there
it
jumps all over.
it's just a nonstop back and forth. Come on, just do it. There in the U.S., it's so ridiculous when they've got 40 states that have medical cannabis, and basically half of them have got legal recreational cannabis.
Yep.
It just does not
decriminalize it and make it easier on everybody. We don't just need the Safer Banking Act. We need you to just legalize it, decriminalize it, do something.
Correct. Get up to snuff with everybody else. You're getting a little bit behind there in the U.S. As far as federally, they're making strides down there state-wise, but geez. All right, anything you gotta say before we sign off?
Just have a great week. I won't see y'all for a couple of weeks. I've got my shows, my podcast tomorrow, and then I am off to Vancouver for 420.
Yeah, for 420. So you won't be back until like the 24th. So we're looking at, you'll be gone for 2 weeks, a little more than 2 weeks.
I will. But then I'll be back.
Yeah, exactly. All right. From the legacy420.com, that's our Pace News report for April the 8th. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and the legacy420.com. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for tuning in and thanks for watching. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Now I just went and moved my screen and I got to find the closing, but there it is. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. In the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
Oh shoot, this is great. Hi, I still haven't got my new opening made, but that is coming. Here, let me do this. Oh shoot, that's great. I'm gonna have a good laugh at myself now. That's wonderful. How is everybody? Hi, I'm here. I made it. Did you make it? Oh, this is fantastic. Good evening, Leona. How are you? Yes, it is. It is Tuesday. This is my last Tuesday with this weirdness going on. I'm heading out to British Columbia for 10 days to do medicine, visit friends, and attend some stuff. So I'm going to be taking the next 2 weeks off. But when I come back, there will be all of the new stuff up and going. Fingers crossed. Yeah. So, hey, Jamie, how are you? So yeah, I'm heading out Sunday. I fly out. Me too. I fly out Sunday morning. I'm really excited to get going, and I'll spend 10 days there. So that means for 2 Tuesdays I'll be there. We're going to do reruns on the Mushy Moment, and I am just going to shut this one down for 2 weeks for revamping, and then when we come back, it'll be all done, and looking better than ever. Fingers crossed, right? So yeah, that's the excitement. I'll probably repeat that a couple of times just because I want everybody to catch, and then I'll make a post about it, hopefully, if I remember. So I don't have, later on when I'll tell you later. I'm going to roll this joint. Got my puppy over here. Want to see her? That tiny little thing right there. That's my puppy. Hey, JJ. That's my little baby. Yeah. Isn't she cute? I think she's cute. She's just, half a minute big, right? She's only tiny. Only tiny she is. So yeah, I got a new name that I'm going to be coming back as, but you guys will know, because I will, when I do stuff. Hey, Amy. When I do stuff, I will say formerly known as Token Talk. So I'm going to change things up just a little bit. But it's pretty much going to be the identical show. Like there's not going to really be much any difference, except for a name and maybe some music. Yeah, no. I can't wait to see you too. I'm so excited. Yeah. Nice, Teddy Lynn. Hey. Yeah, so I'm it's I'm always thrilled to go out to BC and visit. I find that my visits are never complete unless I get to spend time with Amy. Yes. Once I get to spend time with Amy, then it feels like my trip has been complete. So I hope to spend a day with her. Yeah. Yes, I have tickets for both events. I just have my paper ticket for the 19th, but that's because I ordered it from here. So Asia is pretty sure there is one of those voting card tickets for me, there. So I just have to pick it up once I'm there to be able to go and do everything and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not worried. It'll work out. Everybody knows I have it. I love you too, sweetheart. Now I'm going to filter this. I am smoking. What am I smoking? I am smoking an old school strain called Cheetah Pea. Cat piss. Cheetah piss. You might remember the stuff from, if you're old enough to remember, the stuff from back in the late 90s that smelled very ammonia-ish. It didn't taste that way, but you could smell it. Really, really great cannabis. Really, really great high. Really, really great medicine. So yeah, I found a place that grows this, and it's just like friggin' amazing. There hasn't been a bad batch yet. So I got to get another ounce to take out west with me, because I am strain specific for what helps me, at least on the mental health side, like for JJ remembers, for what works for my anxiety and panic attack disorders. So that's why I always go strain specific. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So that's what this is. And it's actually made by, now don't judge me, it's actually made by a legal producer. Believe it or not, here in Nova Scotia. This is a very, 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 very small craft cannabis producer. They're actually fishermen. It's a family of fishermen, and they decided to retire and grow weed. And they do a really good fucking job, let me tell you. And they don't eradicate. You know what I mean? Like, this is a small craft cannabis. They've got their craft cannabis license, and they're really awesome. So they only sell here in Nova Scotia. I am normally jealous of things that I can get elsewhere, but not here. But this stuff is only here in Nova Scotia. So to the rest of Canada, we got this amazing weed. Oh, absolutely, Amy. I agree. Yeah. And I know a lot of people that aren't strain specific, like they'll smoke whatever. It's good. Let's just smoke. It's okay. It works. Wonderful. I know a lot of people like that, but I'm not like that. I am strain specific for what works, or even what I like. I don't like lemony weeds. So, hey, Anne, how are you? So yeah, but everybody's different. Like I say, I know people that can smoke anything and they're good. They're happy. They're fine. Yeah, whatever. I'm more fussy. I am. I admit it. Oh, I mean, I know a lot of people that do, and I might again someday. I liked it for a while, and then I got like, ugh. And then who knows? Oh, nice, refilling the volcano. Nice, nice, nice. I've had different vaporizers over the years, and I don't necessarily like them. It's not a way that works great for me, but I know a lot of people that they prefer it over combustion. So yeah. And then your cannabis is now what do they call it? Decarbolized. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's all ready to be made into butter. Thank you, Teddy Lynn. The word is escaping me right now. I can't say it, but I do find the. Thank you, Amy. I knew you would come up with the right word for me. Thank you, Teddy. Decarbed. Buy the jump-ins. Yeah, I was going everywhere and every other word around that. It just wasn't coming out, but we got it. Thank you for you guys. I am excited to head out west, like super, super, super excited to head out west. I always have a nice time out there. Every time I'm out there, I'm usually going for medicine. It's very rare that I go out there and don't go for medicine. That's perfect, Anne. Absolutely perfect. Yeah. So, matter of fact, the last time I went out west, no, even when I picked up the van, I did. Yep, even when I picked up the van, I did medicine. And when I went up in November for the other thing, the conference, I did medicine. Yeah. Oh my God, you don't. Oh my God, I love you. Oh, Amy. Oh, I love you. You are so sweet. You are just like, I adore you. Yes. So the 21st, we are getting together. We have plans for the 21st, but in case you're gone, I'm going to message you too and remind you of this. I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to hug you. I can't wait to sit back and smoke a joint with you. Yay. But just in case she's already gone, I will message her and remind her. Okay. Okay. Let's get that. I get. Love back to you, sweetheart. You have a good night. Afternoon, actually, out in BC. Oh. Okay. I'm just getting the giveaway out and taking a look at it. You guys can't see yet. We'll talk about it all later. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Yeah. So I'm flying out with Porter, and it has its pros and its cons. I don't know if you guys have ever flown with Porter. I find that they pressurize the cabin differently than Air Canada or WestJet, and I feel it in my eyes. I don't like it. But once we get past that, it's fine. But I feel it in my eyes that when I'm on Porter and they pressurize it. And I just don't like it. It's the only thing I don't like about the entire flight. Other than that, Porter's great. They instead of having 3 people in a seat, it's only 2 wide. So you only have one other person. It's actually, I find it much better. And I got the extra leg room for flying. Yes, I am, Jeff. I am going to Asia's events on the 19th and the 20th. I am super excited. Absolutely. And I'll probably go down to the Amsterdam at least once and enjoy my time there. I like to stop down and support. I might even go up to the other place. I like to stop and support that. We don't have lounges here in Nova Scotia right now. We had a few at one. Hi, Judy. We had a few at one point in time, but they all got shut down, or the people just didn't want to stay in business anymore because it was just too much hassle. So sadly, we don't have lounges here anymore. So I like to go to Planet Paradise when I'm in Toronto because that's a beautiful lounge there. And of course, when I go out west, I visit the Amsterdam and going up the 20 gajillion stairs upstairs to the other place. Cannabis culture. Holy fuck. That took a long time to remember that. Oh, nice. You're coming out on the 20th. I'm excited. I'm excited for the 20th. This is my little pass for the 20th. My VIP pass. Because as be judging. Yeah. I hope I get to keep this in the end. I mean, I'll write down I'll write down this and send it in on a different piece of paper. I want to bring it home. I save all my passes and hang them up. So, and then she's got my one for the 19th. So I've got like everything hung up there and way over there. Hey, Amanda, how are you? I still have your last winnings here, my love. It's the only winnings I've got left to give out. So I leave on Sunday. Maybe Saturday night. I might go up and stay at the airport hotel the night before. I haven't quite decided yet. I suppose I should book that soon. So I would love to get it to you before then. And if you guys are going to be in town or whatnot, even if I'm not here, just let me know ahead of time. I'll stick it in. I've got a couple of little reusable bags, and I can leave it on the front door because I'm just down here by the hospital. So, yeah. No, well, I mean. I very rarely go upstairs to CC. I can physically do it, but I have to stop a couple of times. I'm not necessarily in the best of shape. It's a long fucking way up, Jeff. Like, it's a long way up. I only go very rarely. And, it's just because I'm coming from out of town. So I'll go up and buy a dab and do a dab up there. And then I come back downstairs to the Amsterdam. Yeah, I don't stay up there very well. Yeah. Well, it's like 3 flights of fucking, 16 stairs. And it's not like, nice gradual, it's stairs. So, yeah. And I like the vibe of the Amsterdam. I don't know. It's just, I just like the vibe of the Amsterdam. There's something about the Amsterdam Cafe that I absolutely love. And a lot of people do. It's just a great place to go and hang out. And a lot of the people that I know in Vancouver, they would prefer the Amsterdam over CC anyway. So the only reason I do go up there and do one dab is just to support lounges is the only way. The only reason, right? Go upstairs, support a lounge, come on back downstairs and go to the fun one. And I like the Amsterdam. I like how it accommodates everybody. Yeah, they had that there the last time I was there, Jeff, and we got to go Oak back. And a new Nova Scotia resident, Chris Bennett, apparently used to have a spot back there. So I was in there the last time I was up because I went to a protest across the street in the park with Neil and Dana. So we did all places. We were waiting for a big enough table at the Amsterdam actually that day. I can't remember. I can't remember what the protest was for, but yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, I love that cafe, and they make an amazing mocha, and they have wonderful treats, and you can get them infused if you want. Yeah, it's a great place. I love the Amsterdam. It's and I'm really happy to go and support lounges. I can't wait till we have something like that here in Nova Scotia again. Yeah, I miss lounges. Oh, hello, Kimberly. Oh, you enjoy your grandbabies. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. It's always nice to get the grandbabies. I did my first aid last weekend, and I got home on Saturday, and both of my grandchildren were here with my dad. And my granddaughter went home for the night because she had cheer the next morning. But then we still had my grandson. Of course, he insisted on going to bed with Nana. He wanted to cuddle with me. So it made for a very long weekend, and I was very, very tired by the time I got home from the second day of first aid, but it's so worth it to have them. Yeah. I'm going to relight my joint now because I like to talk it out. So yeah, and of course, before 420, I arrive up there on Sunday, and before 420, I am actually doing a bunch of medicine. I'm kind of excited. I'm going for one called, well, the lady's actually coming to me, but I'm going to take one called Combo. I think you guys have heard of me talk about it before. It's a frog medicine that goes in via burns on the skin, and it detoxes you completely. It's amazing. Oh, Jeff, yeah, I've been watching the news on that. It's my heart will be with all of you for sure. Sending everybody strength and love. That's I saw people go through it all the time, but it takes these protests to make the difference. Yeah, so all the power to you. So yeah, I'm gonna go do combo, and then of course cacao. Y'all see about me talk about cacao on my thing once in a while. And then I'm going to go off and do 5-MeO DMT. And then a friend of mine is going to do Bufo. So yeah, there's going to be incredible healing medicine and healing moments in the first week that I'm there. And then we're going to hit the 19th and the 20th parties. And then I'm going to take a day off with a friend and hang out with a friend that I Amy, that I just love to see while I'm out there. And I'm going to, tell Amy, like, let's go do something fun. So I'm sure we'll end up at the Amsterdam. I'm sure we'll end up, at different places. Who knows what we're going to do? I don't have a vehicle. I don't think she does. So we're not going to be going far, but we're going to be having some fun. And then my friends, my dear friend Steve, who I do the other podcast with, and another dear friend John, I'm actually going to go do some touristing, because I haven't done much actual touristing while I am out in BC. So I'm going to go do some amazing touristing. I'm really excited. No, we still have work to do. That is for sure. Yeah, that is for sure, Jeff. There is still work to do. I talk about that with a lot of people. Like why do people still fight? It's because we're not there yet. We've got some wonderful first steps taken, but we have a long way to go before it is finally at a point that is acceptable. And who knows if we'll ever be there. I mean, it might end up being a forever fight. But the great thing is we will stand and fight. And I see differences happening every week in the cannabis code. So we're making the differences are being made, and that proves with every time they make a new decision. Like, a friend of mine just went to Can Expo in Ontario, and he came out with a bag full of samples, and we're talking a bag full of samples. So we can now have events in different areas and give away samples, or as they can in Alberta, they can have an event and storefronts can go down there and they can, have booths and sell stuff. So, you know what I mean? Like it's amazing that these changes are being made, and we just got to keep fighting until we get to a point where the changes are made and things can be happening everywhere. The next big thing I see in Vancouver is Dana Larson is looking for people to stand up and speak about what mushrooms mean to them, what magic mushrooms have done for them, and the need to have these dispensaries and these storefronts. So I'm really excited to have Dana do that. I mean, if I lived in Vancouver, I would be speaking for sure, but I live in Nova Scotia, so I don't qualify. Oh, really? Okay, Jeff, I'm going to write that down just because, I am looking for healthy places to eat, and soup is an amazing healthy thing to eat. So where is my freaking pen? I'm a little excited about a place to eat. Now I'm looking for paper. This will work. Okay, where am I going? The Soup Meisters. Okay. I found an amazing donut shop. Oh, well, I didn't find it. My friend introduced me to this amazing donut shop. I can't remember the name of it, but they make old-fashioned donuts, and they are like super good. And the Airbnb that I found is apparently like a block and a half from it. So I'm excited. Hello, Carolyn. Yeah, so the thing that I'm going to on the 19th is crazy. It's a party scenario, and there's two cannabis competitions going on, one on the 19th and one on the 20th. The one on the 19th is a legal cannabis competition, apparently. But I'm going to go it should be a good time. It's got a little bit of a dress code to it, so you got to wear some, some decent clothes. So I've got like a nice pair of black dress pants, and I've got a nice green shirt that'll qualify, right? Because it's green and weed. So I'm really excited for that. And then we have the cannabis competition. We start at 4 and 4:20 and we go to 9. We have to give our entries what we like, and then it becomes a 2-room party. We get Studio A, which has like a lot of dance type music in it. Then Studio B, where there's going to be a live painting show, a live adult exotic painting show. So, and you've got to be dressed appropriately to enter the exotic room. At midnight, the 2 rooms are going to come together, and we're going to finish off at midnight or just before midnight. The 2 rooms are going to come together. We're going to do the countdown to 4:20, and then everything closes at 1. Oh, Jeff, no, I seriously, I shit you not. I wrote it down right there. See, I'm going. I am going. I'm going. I'm so excited. So I'll be there. Yeah. Yeah, and a fuzzy party. So I've got a nice little outfit to wear, so I'm not, dress casual. And then I even figured out a costume to get in and see the painting. So I'm super excited. This will be a great party, and it definitely has me stepping outside of my comfort zone. And that's always a good healing thing. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. It really is. I feel like I'm off to a mini festival going to the 2 parties. Do you know what I mean? So it's pretty awesome. I miss festivals. I was going to head to ICC this year, and they canceled that, sadly. Well, no, but I'll see you the next day. I'm sure, Jeff, I will find you the next day. And if not, I will be heading down to the Amsterdam and hopefully see you there. So, I'm kind of hard to miss. I'm the girl covered in tattoos with the long gray and white dreads. Yeah, and next year it is on. I'm not sure if I'll make it next year. Next year is actually on Easter Sunday. I have 2 grandchildren who will be 11 and 6, so they take precedent, and I'm not sure if I can leave them on Easter. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Oh, perfect, Jeff. Well, we will meet on the 20th, and we'll get a picture then for sure. Yeah, tons of fun. Tons of fun. Yeah, I'm excited to head out there. And then, of course, the next big thing that comes up after this will be the Global Marijuana March in May, which I'm going to actually try and make in Toronto this year. It should be fun. I know some people that are working at helping to put it together. And this is where we get to come together as a world, because it is a global marijuana march. We get to come together as a complete world and say, you know what, it's you ain't got it right yet. So, all of these places, all of these dates, they mean a lot. 420, we get to say it, and we get to say it in a fun, celebration manner. The march is all about just quite literally, getting our word out there. Then we come to 7/10, July 10th. That's another great day to stand up and speak. Every day is a great day to stand up and speak, but these dates have come to mean something to us in the cannabis world, for sure. Yeah. So I'm actually going to try to drive to Toronto and be part of that Global Marijuana March. It is an anniversary date for them, and they're taking it back to the roots. And I think that would be so epic to go be part of. So I might, I'll have my van on the road. I might take a drive up and be part of it. I think that would be a ton of fun. Yeah. Visit some friends along the way. I've got people in New Brunswick and people in I'm staying in Vancouver. I wish I could. I have school and I have grandchildren back here in Nova Scotia. So I kind of have no choice but to come home. And it's less expensive to live here by a lot. But yeah, I think I'm going to try and make it up to the one in Toronto. Just because, it's a big deal. It's their anniversary. I think it's the 30th anniversary. And they're going back to the roots. They're going back to where they held the first one. So it would be something to go be part of that and celebrate cannabis and celebrate the people, that have helped us get thus far. And remember the ones that we have lost. So it would be amazing to go be part of that. For sure. For sure. Oh, look, check the time. Okay. So the giveaway is I yanked out one of these shirts. So I'm taking 2 weeks off. I'm going to actually go, I'm not going to announce, I don't have the giveaway for 3 weeks time. What I'm going to do is collect some stuff while I'm out west. And when I get back, I will post the giveaway for the next show with a new name. And it'll be some stuff from BC that I bring back to give away, just so you know. So we're getting on to this week's giveaway. Yeah, epic moment in cannabis history, JJ. That's for sure. So I'm excited to maybe go to Toronto and be part of that. I think it'll be epic, epically huge. Yeah. So, but for this week's giveaway, I know I had the wrong picture up there, but that's okay. We have a Dabber T-shirt, and of course stickers. I have like a handful of stickers here. We have hearts. I think these are the last of the old ones. So there are 2 of the new ones in here because it's just what came out when I reached in. Aren't they cute? We have some cannabis stickers. And we have some mushroom stickers. Yeah, I got all kinds of stickers. I even got frog stickers to add into all this mix eventually. And then we have some uplifting stickers. This one says, I can and I will. Isn't that awesome? And then this one says, believe and you will succeed. Yeah, uplifting stickers. Uplifting stickers. We have a pair of cannabis earrings. We have a cannabis change purse. And because it is that time of year again, I do have some seeds that are going with this package. And this comes to us from BC's Best Buds. And it is God Slurricane seeds. So there you go. 12 seeds. I believe they are regular seeds. So you will have to weed out the boys. So yeah, that is what I am giving away this evening. And I will bring up the wheel here in just a second. I am just going to fold up all of this stuff in the middle. It works. Just fold it up in the middle. Da, da, da. It's not going anywhere. Oh my. So here we go. I have to go to a different page and I have to click a button. And let's see who wins. Yay. That was a close one. Whew. Virginia. Congratulations, Virginia. I'm pretty sure. Pardon me. I am pretty sure that I still have your address, but I will go take a look and make sure. They are, yes. I've had some of their stuff before, Jeff, for sure. I got so I just sharing some seeds. And that's really it, folks. I will see you all in 3 weeks. If you are a friend on Facebook, I'm sure I will be posting pictures of the trip out to Vancouver and of the, festivals and all of that stuff. So you'll probably be able to see them there. Okay, I got the right thing. Make sure I have the right button to click over there. Thanks for joining me. I truly appreciate every single one of you. Oh my goodness, what's going on over here right now? Thanks. Nice. Thank you so much. I absolutely love and adore you all. Have a great 3 weeks. I will see you back here then. And I can't wait to see what I come up with for a giveaway for then from my trip out west. Thanks so much. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Reverend Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere. We are 11 days from 420. I know that we're not technically an all cannabis show, but it's still an important date in the cannabis industry, and cannabis is one of our medicines.
So what's going on for 420? I heard there's some exciting stuff.
There's very exciting stuff. There are a couple of parties. There is on the 19th, there is the countdown to 420. It is a sold out event from what I can understand now. So it's actually pretty exciting. There is going to be a cannabis competition, a legal cannabis competition, starting at 420, going till I think 9 o'clock. And then there's going to be 2 rooms that are set up for a party. One is going to have some house beat music. I don't know a lot about that genre of music, but that's what's going to be in Studio A. And Studio P is going to have some interesting painting going on. live. And all the festivities are going till about 1 o'clock in the morning. At midnight, the two sides will join. And for the second side, for Studio B, there is a pretty big dress code. You have to be dressed in such a fashion. And then, you will be allowed entry into Studio B. And it really doesn't take much to meet that dress code. To see this painting, there will be two artists, actually. This live painting going on. The last time that this gentleman performed live painting at one of the cannabis events, he did a picture of Justin Trudeau.
And he uses interesting brush and paint techniques.
Very interesting brush and paint techniques. Yeah. He
doesn't
uses
use
his
a brush.
no, he uses his member, his
some body paint.
Penis. Yeah, it is erotic body painting is what it is. And then the other artist is a female artist, so she would use her breasts.
There's a million bad jokes, and I'm just biting.
There are.
I'm biting
my tongue. So, that is all happening on the 19th. I'm not sure when they're going to announce the winners, but there is a meal put on. There will be some vendors there. There will be an outside lounge to partake in cannabis. And so it's bound to be a wonderful party. I'm really, really excited. It's being put on by Three Happy Cats, Asia May Moon, Asia May Owens now, actually. So I'm really excited to go there and partake in this party. The next day, there is a 420 event going from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. With another cannabis competition, but this time on the legacy side, which is really kind of cool. There will be speakers from across the country, and there will be vendors inside. Note, I can't remember the address. My ticket is right here. Let's see if it has it on there. This is my pass for 420 at Victoria Hall. Do you know where Victoria Hall is?
No.
Okay. It's on East 43rd Street. So yeah, I hope we can find it because we're going to go. So there's, like I say, a second cannabis competition going on. There are VIP judges. Everybody is welcome. It is open to the public. So come on down. Again, vendors, an outdoor consumption station with, dab. I think there's going to be dab, units set up and whatnot. Heisenberg Dan, I can't remember his last name, is going to be running that particular area. So that'll be pretty awesome. I'm really looking forward to that one too.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of cannabis to consume in 2 days. But we did it last year. We can do it smarter this year.
Yes, last year I went in completely unplanned, and this year I've spent a year learning patience. Slow down, my Padawan. It'll be there in the end. You don't have to rush through everything. And yeah. Because last year it was like, oh my God, it's going to take me a month to get my lung better.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer, I almost think. But it was a lot of fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. Last year was a blast. It was just, if we had, instead of rolling joints, done bong loads and little dabs, we would have been fine.
Yeah. But we met some great people. What was the gentleman's name that was beside us last year?
I can't remember now. I've been thinking about him. Kind of hope he comes to the next, to this party.
Wasn't Levi, was it?
It might have been. Yeah. Yeah, he was there with his daughter drove him.
Yeah. That was pretty awesome. Yeah. She rolled him up a few joints. And then he showed up at 420 at the booth the next day. That was pretty cool.
Yes. Yes, it was pretty awesome. It was nice to see him.
I'm not having a booth at 420 this year. I'm taking a year off.
Good.
I'm taking a year off I'm not growing this year. I'm going to take a year off from doing all that stuff that I usually do and do a bunch of other stuff that I don't usually do that's really going to be awesome too.
Yes. Yes. You've got a few fun things planned. Although he's, just so you know, just because he's not having booths and whatnot, doesn't mean he's not creating product. Your company is still there.
Yes, yes, and John and Cease and I have entered in a new venture that I think is going to be really, really good for a lot of people. It's the health products that are about to come out in that line are going to be pretty awesome.
It's amazing.
Promote. I'll bring out the packages as soon as we have them manufactured. We're just getting all of the legalities in place and everything right now.
Yeah, that's always fun stuff.
Yeah.
How is your cacao course going?
Well, it should be going better, but I was in the process of moving, so I did a little less studying, let's say, because I still have, you still got to go around and deliver product to people and, chat with people about stuff and whatnot. So where things suffered was in that. So now that I'm moved and somewhat, at home and feeling pretty damn awesome about it, I have the time to get back into my studies because they are much needed. I need to get that all, I want to get that all done and finished and feeling good so I can go. I know some people that could use some ceremonies and would like ceremonies, and I'd be honored to be the guy to be able to do them for some people. So
Absolutely.
it's coming. I keep getting gifted cacao, and that's awesome. Tara just came back from Mexico, and she brought some from where she came from in Mexico. And another friend of mine got back from Mexico and brought me a big chunk. And a friend of mine that just went off on trips gave me a chunk that she brought back from Peru.
Wow.
And then I've got the stuff that you gave me, and it's like, holy cow! I think this is getting loud enough that I need to finish my cacao program, of course.
Yep.
So
It's really nice of Tara.
The universe just speaks so quietly all the time that, it's so hard to hear.
Uh-huh. I'm sure.
That, there was a time
I know.
used to think that. Now I'm realizing, no, it yells really loud and I'm just deaf. All those years of mixing hard rock bands just made me deaf. I can't hear it unless it screams right in my face.
Yeah, well, it's actually been quite loud. You've gotten a lot of loud messages over the last while.
Yes, and my healing has been just coming along incredibly, actually. Both the physical from the motorcycle accident and the somatic from the trauma.
Oh, Steve, I think that was Steve busting out. I'm not sure if it was Steve or me, but I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to figure it out. I seem to be here. I'm sure he will figure out that whatever, like something that happened, I'm guessing he got a phone call or a text came through. That will happen sometimes. So yeah, that leaves me sitting here by myself, and that's okay. Steve is out west, and I'm getting ready to head out. We are going to go to the 420 event we were talking about at the beginning of the show, and do some medicine as well. He came back and then he left, and he will be right back again. And we're gonna hang out and we're gonna do some medicine as well. We're gonna do some healing while I'm out there. It's one of the things that always calls me to head out. And this time we are partaking in a few different medicines when I hit British Columbia. Welcome back. And we're going to start off with just a single dose of combo, probably do some medicine with friends in the form of cacao, mushrooms, hapé, I am going to run off and do 5-MeO with my mentor. And then the next day, there will be some Bufo and some 5-MeO ceremonies happening. And then I hope that night we will all sit and have one last cacao ceremony together before we let the gentlemen take off on their separate ways.
Yeah.
As kind of my loose hope. I think it would be wonderful. Everybody will get like a basic kind of day off medicine, but I think mushrooms and cacao and hape and 5-MeO and Cambo are a wonderful mix.
They can perform an incredible amount of healing.
Yes.
Yeah, I found that. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this. I think this is going to be really good. It's good people, good energy, good medicine. I'm ready for another layer to come off. I am. I'm ready to shed another layer of the bad patterns and observe more of the internal good that needs to come out.
Yeah. I've been feeling it every time I meditate in my stomach. And every time I come back from meditation, I'm like, oh, Cambo's going to be a hard journey. Really? I can feel it ready to purge. Oh, I can feel it. It wants to come out. And Combo, I feel, will be the medicine to release it. So I feel a very large purge. I'm excited. And scared.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't even really go there on it. I don't even really go there. I don't really think about it. It's like, yeah, okay, well, let's go see what happens. Woo, another adventure.
Yep. And that's awesome. I'm not like that. I'm like that, but then add in the fear. All of that plus a little anxiety to go with it, So, but it's I don't think it's a bad fear. I think it's a healthy fear. And, I always make it through. And each time I prove to myself that my fear was silly. And I think that's a lesson in and of itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Every time you observe a behavior that is something that you want to change and you actually get to observe it, you get moments to be able to modify it. It's only when we're not observing it that we don't get an opportunity to modify it. What? Did I freeze up?
No, I was nodding with you, but you did. You froze for a second, but I was just nodding with you. I was agreeing and going, yes, yes. So you have.
Okay, go.
Any responses for what?
From the cacao ceremony last week.
We had some beautiful people commenting, on during the ceremony, and when we got to the end, there were 3 or 4 people that spoke up when they were invited to share in the ceremony, and that was really beautiful. And yes, I have had a couple of people reach out to me and thank me and say that it was a beautiful experience for them. So
me too.
That's really exciting. Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That was a pretty cool moment to be able to share like that.
It was. And I hope that we I was going to say, I hope that we do more in the future. Some people ended up with an extra tea bag because they messaged me and asked for one, but then they won a prize on my other show, which came with one. So they ended up with 2. So they're, some of these people can join us a second time and they're already prepared if they don't do it in between.
Well, maybe when I complete my course and get my certification, we can do another one. Huh?
That would be absolutely wonderful. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, it was a beautiful ceremony, and it is there, and it is recorded for anybody that would like to go back and replay it and sit with their drink, whether it be cacao or really any herbal tea will do, or a glass of water. It's your intention. really. So you can go back and you can rewatch it and partake anytime. We're just not there to speak with live. But that doesn't mean you can't go back and partake and you can't make comments.
The words and the energy is there.
Yeah,
right?
We'll still see the notifications on the comments and we'll still get them.
And if they wanted to and they enjoyed it, they could go and order cacao right from goddesstemplecacao.com, right? Is it goddesstemplecacao.com?
It is.
And then they could order it and then they could watch the video whenever they felt like having a cacao ceremony.
Yep, absolutely. That can be done anytime, or you can reach out to, a facilitator to be, taken through. There are facilitators all over the country now, and becoming more and more all the time. And if you're interested in something like that, again, goddesstemplecacao.com. She teaches. It's where I learned. Yes.
Hey, that sounds as noisy as when I fire up the generator in my motorhome.
Is it really noisy for you?
No, I'm just kidding. I take it you're doing a dab?
I'm going to, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, how many old people are watching this and remember the saying, a little dab will do ya? And what was the product?
I remember that. I can't remember the product.
It was called Brill Cream. A little dabble do ya.
Yeah.
They must have had a song that went behind it. I never remember the ad unless it had a song. I opened my window just in time for that plane to show up.
Oh, hopefully not much longer. You won't have to deal with them.
Oh, life is good. Life is always good. Wow. So my buddy Rocket passed away on the weekend. He no longer uses rocket fuel. Now he uses angel wings. But he was the drummer from a band called Prism. They had quite a few Canadian hits and they set some records in Canada. He was one awesome dude. And I'm really, really glad that I got to become his friend. He left an indelible mark on me, and it's been massive for my own personal healing. It was, that man was so full of grace and calm and patience.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he was an amazing guy.
He was.
Rest in peace, buddy.
I got the honor to meet him a couple of times. Yeah.
Yep. Getting to that time period where, some of those rock and roll heroes from our era are going to start taking flight.
Yeah.
If there was a music industry, there would be room for new ones, but just kidding.
Uh-huh.
Wow. So when you come out here, we're doing the 420. We're doing the 419.
Yes.
The 420.
Yes. Yes.
If John is up to it, we'll see. Hopefully he'll be up to it because I told him I would drive and he's home now. So he's still got to go in and have an operation on his heart. Right now he's got a IV thing circulating some stuff through him to keep him going. But, he said, hey, yeah, I'd love to go. So we can go and do some sightseeing and touring because I'm a lousy tourist and guy.
Well, I have seen a few things when I've been out there, but, it's been, I've been going out for other reasons. I've not yet gone out to be a tourist. I've gone out to do iboga or be part of, July 1st or be part of 420 or that kind of stuff. So I've gotten to see a few things because my iboga people, usually Gareth, usually try to take me and do one touristy thing every time I see them. And then, I have seen a few things like we drove out to Squamish. That was friggin' beautiful. But, I haven't gone to do any of the quote unquote tourist attractions. So I'm kind of excited to go see.
Yes, you did. I took you to the downtown east side.
Yeah, that particular ride gets bigger every time I'm there. They keep adding to it.
Yeah, it does. It's getting bigger. Yeah. Yeah. They cleaned out the park, and now they're slowly letting some people back in there. That park that was down by the water.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. But we'll see what happens. It's like, yeah, but you keep raising the prices and more people become homeless. And I hate to say it, but a lot of the homeless people that are down there, if they aren't on drugs when they first end up down there homeless, it don't take them long to end up on drugs down there being homeless.
Yep.
So we got to get something working for that, fixing that wheel. There's something wrong in there.
Oh yeah, and it's happening across Canada. It seems to be, it's cold, in the rest of the country, way colder in the rest of the country than it is on the West Coast. So you guys get, a lot of people migrating there once they realize that they're homeless and they've got no other place to go.
Yeah.
Because it's warmer. It's easier to be homeless out there.
But the cost of living is just ridiculous. Like right now, just down the road at the Chevron, gas was $2.14 when I came by.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. I drive an hour out to see my buddy, and it's $1.89.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of games being played, but whatever. We just got to kind of hunker down. When games like that are being played, I find that people tend to focus more on their needs than their wants. And sometimes that's a good thing. Because then people learn what they need. And needs and wants are definitely two different things.
Oh, yes. Yes. I need to come for medicine. I want to be there for 420.
Well, I'm almost healed. I figure one more session and I should be good. I'll be there. I'll be done.
You keep challenging the universe like that, Steve. You keep going for it.
It's funny because when I got involved with addiction, that was one thing. I had my mind blown and realized that there's no one and done. And then when I finally got my diagnosis of PTSD, it was like, oh, well, finally, we know what it is. It's not ADHD and OCD and borderline personality disorder, blah, 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 blah. We can fix it. And then that end kind of opened up, and it was like, well, you can, but it's not as easy as whatever program was running that made me think it was easier. Right? Because you just kind of figure we're in a society where, oh, you got this, just take that. Oh, you got this, just take that. And it doesn't really always work like that. I'm amazed because I meet people that they get on some of the meds I was on and they stabilize out and they do great. It's like, wow, I wish that would have worked for me, but unfortunately they didn't. They medicated me, they sedated me, they would slow my behavior down, but there was no point I felt comfortable or myself while I was on them. Like I could note the differences and they would frustrate me. Because if you have a trauma brain and you're moving at a higher pace and got to keep moving, that part of the brain will keep going anyway. It's just the rest of the body doesn't keep up now. So there's a part of you that gets frustrated because the body isn't keeping up with where the brain wants to go, even though they sedated the body and some of the brain. But, hey, look, it's me babbling again.
That's okay. You're talking, you know. What else do you have to say?
Oh.
I'm in the mode of just watching you now. Like, just go. You're good.
Oh. Well, what do you think? You've been through the mill on it as well, right? They medicated you for a bunch of the behaviors.
Oh, fuck,
you know?
Yeah.
When you found out you had PTSD, did you have that mindset of, oh, finally I know what it is and now I can get it fixed?
In part, yes. I had the, oh, good. Now we know what it is. Now we know how to help me. Because I truly believe that, I don't know if anybody ever gets to 100% fixed. You know, I figure that I have to be prepared and hope that it never happens, but be prepared for those flashbacks of some of the things that happened to me. I can't control my mind like that. I can give myself the tools to be able to breathe through it, but I'm not sure if I can fix those holes in my brain that were caused by those traumatic events. I'm going to get flashbacks of what happened when I was 5 and 7 and 8 and 9. It's going to happen. But the difference that happened when I found out what I had, and then somebody offered me some, cannabis oil. Awareness, but as a human. Yeah. So, they gave me some cannabis oil, and that was the first look at the fact that I could get off of the prescriptions I was on. And I was on 9 at the time. I had, I was sort of on 11, but I had just weaned off 2 to wean on to 2 others. But, and then I got cannabis oil, and I realized probably 2 days into taking it, I didn't need painkillers anymore. And so I started weaning off the painkillers, which were opiates, and fucking hard. And, I realized that my nerves were better. So maybe I didn't need the Ativan and clonazepam. So I started to get rid of the benzos. As that started going, I realized that, I was in probably one of the best moods I had been in a long time. And maybe I don't need the antidepressants and antipsychotics. And, and that's how it went. And I got to a point where, I took a picture of the last pill that I took, and, I sat there and cried for 15 minutes because, I knew that the upcoming couple of weeks was going to be hard. But I also knew that I was ready to be drug free. And, I went through a hard time. I went through withdrawal until I did Iboga for the first time. And that helped to flush a lot of it from my system. And help me to fight those physical fights that we have with addiction, as well as it helped me to start healing my heart and my mind and my soul, which helped to not want the addiction anymore. And we're at that time, so we should probably cut a break.
It's break time. So it's time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills, show a little thanks to Al Graham, the station owner. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net, streaming everywhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers. Plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have. As well as, for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere.
Yes. One thing I will say that the
back, I got booted out for a minute. I had to log back in. It was like, come on, I got to get back in there.
Yeah, that's okay. You made it back in time. We're good. One thing I will say that the legal, being addicted to the legal side of drugs, is it did have much less stigma, and it did. They did give me the ability to get off of the drugs I was using that were illegal. I got onto the legal drugs, so there was much less stigma. People weren't looking down on me. People weren't, it was easier to hide the addiction that way.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because it was legal.
Right. Geez, I wonder how many people we have out there doing that. Would that be
probably a lot.
legal addiction? Huh.
Yeah, so like I said, the cannabis oil was something that helped me get off all of it. And then I found mushrooms, which helped me deal better. And mushrooms, took me to iboga, which took me to 5-MeO, which took me to combo, which took me to hape and sananga. And, it just continues on. I mean, it's an amazing realm.
It is. It's life-changing, and it's incredibly healing. Finding a peacefulness, just the ability to just sit and be calm and peaceful, which, wasn't something that I could do for a long time. Put me in a room by myself for 5 minutes with no radio and no distraction, and tell me to not move my leg, not wiggle a finger. And, I bet you I'm not even going to make 3 minutes. I bet you I'm not even going to make a minute.
I bet you're shaking a leg right now.
No, I was twirling my thumbs, which is a weird thing. It's a weird thing. I had a friend of mine point it out. He said, I didn't actually know people actually twiddled their thumbs. And then I looked down and realized, oh, It's a little subconscious habit. If I'm not bouncing a leg or wiggling my feet, then, you know, the body needs to release some energy. But since over the last few years of healing, I find times like I'll go sit at the beach with the dogs, and I'm just sitting. There's no bouncing. I'm just sitting there enjoying the water, enjoying the view, and just enjoying. It's quite nice. The brain's not going through the I shoulda, coulda, woulda, gotta do's. You know, it's just sitting there going, oh, look how beautiful this is. It's nice. It's been a long time since I was able to sit and just make that happen. And I look forward to more of it. Every time we do medicine, there seems to be another layer of stuff. You know, the patterns were layers of patterns built over many years. And, that first initial, I was thinking I was going to be fixed. I didn't realize that, no, you walk the pathway for many years, putting on all these layers. And some of them you've even forgotten you're wearing. They're so natural, you think they're skin. And, every time we do a medicine, it's like, oh, that isn't skin. Look at that. Oh, that's just a layer I need to shed. Oh, look how much lighter that is without that layer on here. Look how much better I can hear. Look how much better I can see. Look how much quieter the brain gets. For a long time, I didn't even notice the planes flying over. But as I've healed in the last year and a half, the planes flying overhead start to annoy me because I hear them all the time now. It's like, oh man. Like, how many times have you heard me say, I'm not going to miss the planes? But for the first 4 years or 5 years, I didn't even notice them. Everything in my head was so loud, I didn't notice jet planes flying over every 10 minutes. So it's quieting down a lot. It's been a beautiful journey. I've met some absolutely incredible people on the journey. I look forward to meeting a crap load more of those incredible people. It introduced me to some incredible routes of healing that I see are available for other people to use and for people to share with other people that need. So I'm looking forward to trying some of it out. I've utilized cannabis oil not just for detoxing off of opioids for people, but also for detoxing off of meth and crack. And I'm looking forward to helping a few people with some of the tools that I've gathered and the knowledge that I've got, and do some trial runs and see if some of this stuff can fall into place for helping people that are in the current addiction problems that are out there in our society right now. A lot of the mainstream stuff is designed with heroin being the strongest drug, but fentanyl's 100 times stronger than heroin, and carfentanil is 100 times stronger than fentanyl, or 1,000 times stronger than fentanyl or heroin. And you add in the benzos, you add in the tranquilizers they're using, let alone just all the toxic garbage that gets added in there as well.
Just for weight.
It's a whole different ball game to get people off of these, and I think that's why our medical officer here in BC, Bonnie Henry, at one point she came out and said, people on the opioids in the downtown east side, people on opioids can't get off of them, so we're going to permanently put them onto, as they come, we'll put them onto the programs, which is, basically Suboxone and Dillies, which doesn't make sense to me when we have legal slow-release fentanyl in patch form. Why are we not detoxing them off of fentanyl using clean fentanyl? Honestly, we should be using the cannabis oil within the system, the black hole full spectrum oil. high CBD, high THC, utilizing that so that it activates the healing homeostasis, and it puts them in a place where they're going to sleep through a lot of the disruption of the getting clean. And, you've got to have the right tools in place, because with the benzos, people can have seizures detoxing off benzos. So you've got to be able to detox off the benzos while you're detoxing off of the opioids, and possibly even the tranks in there. So, but with the plant medicine stuff, between, the research I've done on Amanita and the research I've done on cannabis oil, and, the stuff we've learned with the 5-MeO and the HAP-A, and there's even kratom that can be utilized to help detox somebody down off. So, at this point, I'm putting together a small model that I'm going to try with some people and see how it works, and see if there's a possibility. I've got some people involved that think it can work, and bring forth hopefully some healing. But it would be nice if we were able to find that pathway out for people to actually find their way out, and not just find their way out of the addiction, but these medicines help people find their way out of the trauma, the source of the addiction, and it would be really nice. I'm holding hope. I figure the universe always has to have remedy, and right now we're having a problem finding the remedy. So if the remedy isn't coming from mankind, let's look to nature and utilize nature for the remedy. And there's me babbling again. Oh, how many times do you hear me say that? I'll be just talking on like that, and then all of a sudden I realize I'm just babbling. It's like, oh, there I am babbling again.
At least 3 times every conversation.
So I got one more to go.
Yeah, at least, yeah. What topic would you like next?
Well, we have, who was this? What did they say? I'm healing every
This
day.
This is Rosie.
Awareness, but as a human, I'm fallible. Very, very much so. Very much so. And as long as you're healing every day, that's beautiful. And if you're healing through the awareness, it can only grow from there. And the human being fallible, yes, that's the whole point of being human. As long as you're not beating the crap out of yourself when you fall.
Yeah.
Like my buddy C says. Man, is the world kicking your ass right now? Yeah. Is society kicking your ass right now? Yeah. So why are you putting your fucking work boots on and kicking your own ass with it? Take the work boots off, put on some slippers, and go sit down so it can't kick your ass. I mean,
kind of makes sense. Oh, okay.
Oh, man. Wow. So you're all excited to fly out here. You got your flight booked?
My flight is booked. I am going to book my security on Friday, and I leave here Sunday morning. So I'll be there. I think I arrive around noontime-ish on Sunday. Maybe later. I don't know. I have to go look.
What, this coming up week?
Yeah.
Oh. I better look at my calendar. I'm just kidding. I do have some physio appointments, so there'll be little periods in the morning where I'm unavailable to, show up and do things.
That's fine.
Gotta
so 12.
Physio girls killing me.
Yeah, I arrive about 12:30 on Sunday.
Okay, do me a favor and remind me Saturday night.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll remind you when I'm in Toronto, too. Don't worry about it.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm not.
I'm used to this now. It's not my first rodeo.
Oh, my. So what program after the 5-MEO program are you going to take next? Are you going to go take an iboga program?
Well, I have been considering enrolling in ATMA, so the answer to that would be yes.
That's awesome.
Because it's one of the medications that it offers. And I also believe it offers combo. And then it offers, I believe it offers Hape, if I'm remembering correctly. So you have to take 4 modalities. So I would take psilocybin, combo, iboga, and Hape, I think were my choices.
Wow.
Yep. And then part of the practicum with them is everything's online. And then you have to go, no, sorry, it wasn't Hape, it was Bufo. So the actual go down to the Sonora Desert and study Bufo. So your practicum is you have to go through an initiation in the traditional setting. They set it all up and they get you there. You have to pay for your own flight and whatnot. But yeah, that's the practicum is you have to go and get your first initiation in the medicine to graduate.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so Africa bound I would be. The Africa, Peru, Mexico, and Mexico. So Mexico for the mushrooms as well.
Wow. Look at you. Just being a busy little healing girl.
And if I don't do ATMA, combo and Hape are my next to get, official training for. I've had some unofficial training with Hape, but it would be nice to get some official training. So much more can be done with this medicine than what I use it for.
Official shamisho.
And then, I'm hoping to talk with the lady that we take combo from next week and get some advice from her on where I should go for combo training if I don't go through ATMA.
I got diplomas in all of them. I printed them myself.
I'm sure you did. How did you and AI do on the graphics?
It said I aced everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an expert, don't you know?
I'll write the exam, like the questions, and you take the exam, and we'll see. Closed book.
Okay. I will tap into my universal source of knowledge and fail drastically.
Oh, I'm not sure who this is, but hi. I think it's Carol, and she always says HIGH. She always says, hi, guys.
Yes, hello.
Yes. So when we go down, I think when we go down for mushrooms in Mexico, we go to Maria's area and take large doses of mushrooms.
That would be
what's that?
Huatla de Jimenez.
Yes. Yeah.
It's beautiful. We almost had a chance to go with her nephew to a waterfall and whatnot. That was a special place as well, but we weren't able to stay, so we ended up leaving. But it would have been beautiful. Next time in, I'm going to see if I can make that happen. But we did get to go up to her little sanctuary up in the mountains and honor her up there.
Nice.
As a member of her family, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think the whole experience, like all of them, would be phenomenal if I can get in the course and make it happen.
But when you finish this course you're going to go down to Mexico for some stuff too, correct?
Yeah. Well, the practicum with this is 2 weeks, and it's the same thing. We go down there. We have to give a presentation and do our final exam. But as well, we have to go through all of the modalities for the medicine and like physically do them ourselves. So we have 2 days for traveling, 2 days off, and then 10 days of medicine. So 10 days of doing 5-MeO every day.
Wow.
I'm going to be healed when I come home. No. But yeah, we have to do a bunch of different modalities.
Why would you say no to that? You want to leave that as a yes.
Yes, as healed as I can be. But I mean, 10 days, like that's a lot of medicine. I'm really excited. I'm not sure if we're going to be serving each other or if, we are just observing the instructors serving. So, I will know more about that when I get down there. But I'm excited. So we get 2 days off to go exploring the little town that we're in. And they welcome, they're normally getting Mexican travelers, because it's about an hour and a half south of Mexico. So a lot of their people coming are like, a young couple coming away for the weekend to the cute little countryside town, right? So they get really excited when other people show up. There are 2 dispensaries and a tattoo shop in the town, run by Italians, actually. So, they welcome, they very much welcome the outside, bit of tourism that they get from the retreat that I'm going to be staying at. I'm pretty excited.
They'll make you a deal you can't refuse.
So, but I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited that I can get cannabis. Apparently the cannabis is really great, but it's, American pricing. So it's quite expensive. So what I'm used to paying,
take pictures of all the big bags you have, take pictures of your dispensary with you, take all of those things. And when they go to sell you the weed, just say, hey, I'm from BC, and then show them the pictures and go BC bud and show them the pictures. And then you'll slowly, as they ask questions, the price will slowly go down.
Well, that's good to know. And I had a friend last month go out to that she went over to or down to Mexico, and they stayed on a retreat, and they were able to get cannabis delivered, and it was really good cannabis. So at least I know that I'll be able to.
Mexico's about to legalize it. It was already put through. They're waiting for this. When I was down there, they were waiting for the Senate, but it's already slated for legalization. That was all in the news while I was down there tripping around.
Yep.
Actually, that was how I met a bunch of the guys, because they had one of those 420 legalize it, damn it. Come on, Senate, vote. One of those protests. Yeah, bands playing. It was just like being here, except everybody spoke a language I didn't understand. Except the music one. I understood that one.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited because apparently there are a couple of shops as well that sell, medicines like Hep A and whatnot. And, they sell the applicators. So I'm going to be able to go down and it'll be one of the spots that I decide to go to and buy myself some new applicators and that kind of stuff. I'm excited to be able to go do that as well.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got to check with Anki and Miriam and find out if they got any relatives in the areas where you're going or any friends.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I never even thought, but that'll be a conversation because Anki is somebody who's joining us for the medicine circle. And I'm not sure if Miriam's back in Vancouver yet or not, but if she's back, she'll probably be there as well. So we can keep our fingers crossed that she gets back for this. But she might be down in Mexico, just kind of visiting with family and doing her own thing.
Yeah. Tara just got back from Mexico. She was down there, and she was down on the West Coast area, down in the Zipolite, Mazunte area. And I guess she was sitting in a chair on the beach, and all these people started going, oh, and she watched all these turtles come out of the sand, the little baby turtles. I paid to go see it when I was there. But they all came out right on the beach. She got pictures and video of the little turtles just crawling out, going right out into the water. That's pretty awesome. Because it wasn't we buried them all in there. It was the turtles came up and buried them in there. And
yeah.
So
she saw it naturally happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
That's
still
amazing.
thought it was awesome paying to go and do it. I got to like let one of them go. And it's like, go, Timmy, go. Woo, be free. So
That's fine. What an experience. Yeah. And then I don't know what I'm doing after I graduate or when. I want to. There are a couple of places I would like to apprentice at with like the 5MEO and learn some more things. The retreat place that I'm going being one, and of course the main one is with my mentor, the gentleman and lady that have introduced me to.
With me.
Oh yeah, thanks. And then, and maybe if I can apprentice with the retreat, they do have places around the globe. So maybe I can go learn from a few people in a few different spots. Wouldn't that be amazing? Just for the travel, it would be awesome.
That would. I think it'll be awesome if you apprentice with Gareth and Blair. They worked really well for you, so there's lots there they can teach you for working with people that are similar to you.
Well, that's kind of like the first place I want to work with is Gareth and Blair. They were there for me through a lot of my healing, and I have plans to go sit with him on the 17th, and in making those plans, they are pretty much giving me the day with them, which is just beautiful. I'm going to catch the 9:39, I think it's 9:45 ferry or whatever it is, and go over with them. And they have it all planned out to do the medicine. And then we're going to go for lunch, and then we're going to go for a walk in the woods. They've got a great place to go smoke a couple of joints and sit in, nature and do happy. And it's just like, wow, this is going to be great.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So there'll be a lot of conversation too, because I'm taking a course that Gareth has taken, and when I have questions, I go to Gareth. So it'll be great to be able to spend some time with him and ask those questions as well.
Hey, did you know that on that note, it's that time again?
Yes, I did.
So thank you, everybody, for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with myself, Steve, and my awesome co-host, Reverend Cindy. We want to thank Al Graham for letting us have this program on his station. We're proud to be coming to you live from it. PaceRadio.net, streaming everywhere. See you next week with more exciting guests, or an exciting guest, and more healing information. Much love.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at PaceRadio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. I have a question for you. When it comes to the global marijuana march, which is happening on May the 4th, why would you march? If I said to you, I march for, what would you say? I march for blank.
I always, my thing is I march for rights. I march for people to have the right to use the therapies that they want to use. And we read stories pretty well weekly. I read stories basically about freedoms that are coming but are not quite there. I know we have a lot more freedoms in Canada than a lot of other places, but there's stuff we just read today, you know, Mi'kmaq rights, things like that. It's about giving people what they need and letting them have their own decisions. You know,
all right, that's a question. It's a question that the Global Marijuana March out of Toronto is asking.
And what's the response? What's the most responses they get?
Well, we've just started discussing this, and actually last night I brought it up during the Pace Radio show, and Tamara had a pretty long answer on why she marches, and it was good. So I thought, hey, I'm just going to ask you. I march for. You know, some people might say I march for change. Some people might say I march for cannabis law reform.
I think change and law reform are the same thing. I think patient access is a huge thing to access it at a reasonable price. You know, you are dealing with the government like a liquor store. That's what they treat it like, right? And it's not the same thing.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
where we
tote
cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy, and I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the Doobie.
Welcome to Moon Day. And coming up on today's show, we have
Mary Jane's Trains.
We have our high five list.
Followed by Word of the Week.
We're being visited again by Tim and Janice.
Oh, yay. And of course, today I have a segment of What Gets Me Going.
I love the What Gets Me Going. Well, we're in for another great episode. I choose my words fairly wisely, I guess. But right at the very beginning, I was like, welcome back. Because my assumption is that people are watching and coming back, which is a fair assumption to make, I would think.
Is that the assumption, or is it because we've already recorded a couple podcast episodes today? So you're like, we're coming back. So you're just like, welcome back.
Yeah, no.
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
But either way, we would like to hope that you've seen a couple episodes and you're enjoying yourself and you've found your way here.
Yeah. And I would encourage you, if you have, let us know. We've been receiving some great feedback, and it would be nice to know who else out there has been enjoying the podcast, whether in audio form or in video.
Or not enjoying the podcast. I
prefer the video form, quite frankly. I mean, we work a lot on some of our...
Absolutely. Yeah, the video. I've had people reach out to me and be like, oh, I love the podcast. And I'm like, that's great. And, someone said they went for a walk and just had it in their ears. And they said it was really great to jog to. And I thought, oh, but you're missing the best part, because you're not getting the visual, I want to say, stimulation from all the craziness that can happen. Word. Like, look at this outfit.
Forget the outfits. Just look at us.
Well, that's true.
Right?
But I'm wearing a surf style.
Yeah, you actually you look like a rapper.
What?
Yeah.
I look like I'm from the 90s. This is from the 90s.
Yeah, no, it's classic 90s. You look like a 90s rapper. But an outer space 90s rapper, because I noticed you even have like a spaceman necklace.
Well, it's Space Day, so I had to bring my little astronaut.
Space Day and Moon Day, depending on which way you wanted to kind of go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's the guy on your necklace? Who is that guy?
He's just an astronaut.
He's just astronaut guy?
Yeah.
Can we call him Astro Boy?
You can call him whatever you want.
All right, Astro Boy it is. And I love the jacket.
Thank you.
So that was the most spaciest thing you had?
Yeah, really, it started from the pants.
Oh, darn it.
My space pajama pants.
Yeah.
And
I forgot my pants.
You forgot to put your pants on.
I forgot my space pants.
Oh.
Darn it.
I thought you had on them under your jeans, and you were going to do like some classic
reveal. That would have been a good reveal, when that would have made sense for all the hype that we said about how you should watch it on YouTube, but at least you can see your pants. But yeah, I should have had my pants on.
Yeah, so then I went with because there's a little bit of blue somewhere here.
Yeah.
So I went with the blue t-shirt, which is the super soft. Was that the $5 softie from
Derek Tennant?
Thank you. Yes,
14 sleeves.
When he came down and did the tour.
Yeah.
And it's awesome because Derek he lives simply, and he literally wears. He has 7 shirts?
7 shirts.
And each shirt says the day of the week. So you always know what day it is when you have Derek around.
I own 7 shirts, but they don't say the days. I think I'm gone one level simpler.
Yes.
It's just like, which black shirt? That one I can do.
Well, see, I like this shirt because it just says today. And you can wear it every day because every day is today.
Every day is today. I just actually noticed, men, this is something to maybe make note of every once in a while. I'm going to give you a tip. I did notice that your eyes match your shirt and your jacket.
Oh, that's interesting, because this is just the classic MJ eye makeup with the purple eyeshadow and the blue eyeliner.
Yeah, see, because at first
that's sad that you didn't know that that's classic.
Well, no,
MJ,
no. Here's the thing.
I'm just kidding.
It's what I'm used to seeing.
Yes.
So it didn't stand out right. But then, as we began focusing on your outfit, all of a sudden it visually clicked.
Okay.
See what I did there, men? Right? Do that every once in a while. It looks fantastic.
Thank you.
I am sad. I might put on the pants later.
I just want to point out this is the actual jacket that I had when I was a kid. Like when it was like the one thing growing up that I wanted the hypercolor t-shirts.
Yep.
I wanted the shaved head at the back, but mom wouldn't let me do that either.
Well, that was a wise decision.
I still might do it. I still might. We'll see. But I wanted the surf style jacket, and I worked babysitting, and my mom said that if I could earn enough to pay for half, she would pay for the other half.
Right.
And
there you go.
And here it is. I can't even tell you how many years later.
That's a good, you could, but you probably
No, I'm not
won't.
going to.
But it's a nice jacket.
Thank you.
So you and I both, when we saw that it was Moon Day, we both have our perspectives on moon landings.
Yeah.
Or lack of moon landings.
Yeah.
I am boldly, I will say it here publicly. It is nothing ever been hidden. Clear as day, we never landed on the moon. A human being can't even get out of a certain part of like the barrier over Earth.
In the atmosphere.
The atmosphere. Can't happen, never did. Look back on it. They obviously, they were feeling inferior. America was feeling inferior. They needed a big win. They sped up the process. Fantastic theatrical event took place. It was amazing. And it's just been building a theatrical experience ever since. I don't even know if there's actually space out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm at that level.
I'm not saying one way or the other because I like to debate.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I would just like to argue with people. I don't know.
That's true.
However, I'm open to the conversation to somebody who says, the earth is round versus the earth is a dome. I want to sit down and I want to be like, so why do you believe that? I'm not going to sit there and go, well, you're a friggin' crazy nut.
Yeah.
You could be a Barry.
What's a Barry?
Or a Tom.
What's a Tom?
Or a Mark.
I
Or a
don't even know what
Steve.
these are.
Or a Timmy.
What is that?
They're just people.
Oh, just people. Okay. Well, I think if you go online, the evidence is fairly clear that we never went. My biggest thing really has nothing to do with back then. It's all about the now of people saying we're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to Mars. It's like, well, wait, why don't you go back to the moon?
Well, apparently we don't have the technology now to go back to the moon.
Someone actually said it's too expensive to go to the moon. So you're telling me back all those times
we can go further to Mars. I heard multiple countries this past year sent rovers to Mars. Multiple countries. Because Mars would have been close to the Earth, where they would have been able to send something there.
Yeah, they send rovers.
Past the moon.
If space is out there, they can send all these things. I don't think human beings going there, but here's
I don't understand it. That's why
would you go there?
Down and talk to
you know why they're going to Mars? You know why they're going to Mars? Because nobody can like prove they're not going to Mars. We'd be able to prove in a heartbeat whether or not they went to the moon. That would be a
great way to like fraud, like to get a lot of money, right? Like the government or whoever's paying for all this stuff.
Look, I know there could be a bunch of people listening to the show now who think the moon landing was real and are going to cease listening to our show, but we got to be us.
You know what? And to those people, you got to be you. And I got to be me. And like I say to those people, I say, bring your points.
All right.
Bring your evidence. I would like to see, and let's just have a conversation.
Here's my problem. My problem is that people have said, well, when they get to Mars and they broadcast it back, then you'll have to believe then. And I'll be like, I don't have to believe then. Transformers.
Mm-hmm.
You know the Transformers, like Optimus Prime.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're talking about like those green boxes.
No, Transformers, the robots.
Okay.
That were found on the dark side of the moon, according to the movie. Okay. The movie / documentary.
Yep.
They come to Earth, interact with real people. Now, I am not going to say that I believe in the Transformers. Okay, but when I watched that movie, it was seamless. It looked like Transformers were side by side with human beings. So from this point on in history, there is no reason. That whole thing of I'll
It's
see it
true.
when I believe
I
it.
was just thinking that.
You can't believe anything, even if you see it anymore. And if I believe that they faked and they had the technology to fake the original moon landing, and they're 20 years ahead of us in technology, the government has stuff that's at least
Well, have you
decade
seen
ahead.
deep fakes?
Yes.
Like okay, so I didn't know what this was until TikTok had. I'm like, oh, Tom Cruise is on TikTok, and I wondered why he wasn't verified.
Yeah.
It wasn't Tom Cruise.
No,
it came out that it was somebody who looked not even very similar. Okay, he had brown hair, and he was like, he just learned his mannerisms, and they use this software program.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you've heard or seen Obama saying that Trump's whatever, and you're like, oh my God, Obama said that? No, he didn't. It's a deep fake.
Right? We could be deep fakes right now.
Oh my goodness. That's what I'm going to say. Anytime anybody has any footage of me saying anything wildly inappropriate, like maybe the moon landing didn't happen.
There is.
I'm just going to say it was a deep fake.
There is no way to verify anymore that something is even genuinely true unless they take me to Mars. But I can't believe it if I see it. I can't believe it if I hear it. You literally, there's the reality. People could be watching this right now on YouTube.
From Mars?
Well, they
from
would.
The space station.
Let's say this: if there are aliens on Mars, they are definitely watching our show. Why wouldn't they? But my point is that if they were watching the show now, we could easily not be in a studio room. In fact, both of us might not even be in the same room. So you can do that stuff now. So I don't believe they landed on the moon. I believe that they refuse to go back to the moon because they know it can't be done. So therefore they're going to say, we're going to go to Mars, because by the time they put a human being on a Mars ship and sends them off, and they say, it's going to take them 10 years to get there. By the time they get there, they're going to have technology so good that they'll be able to fake a Mars landing that's going to blow our minds.
I don't know. I'm really confused with what's going on space-wise, because I've heard a couple different stories that concern me. One is that they were looking for 100 people to go up to Mars and live and repopulate or whatever. And you were going to be lucky if you got chosen. And then there's this other thing where they're going to allow, I think it's 20 just people, regular citizens, fly a spaceship with no crew. I'm like, if that's true, we're literally sending these people up into space to die.
Yeah.
Because astronauts go through school, they go through training, they go through, it's not like, hey, I'm going to hop on a plane and go to some other country.
Why not?
Is it going to get to the point where people are going to be able to pay to board a spaceship, to go up to the space station and stay in a hotel?
Maybe.
Now I would go to that. That would, that would change a lot.
Well, I can honestly say that at this point in our podcast, we have already now definitely alienated people.
Alienated. Oh, and with that, no, it's not high five yet. It's the strain of the week.
It's the Mary
Jane strain.
MJ's strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Don't say MJ.
No.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so Mary Jane's, I'm not really.
She didn't want to come across as being truly threatening at that point.
MJ is not threatening.
No, MJ is not.
Mary Jane might be.
We're starting with Mary Jane strains today.
Yes.
What do you got?
I've got very related to the topic, moon or aliens. It's alien sin mint cookies. And it's from a company called Black Market.
Okay, so you can't just go right into it now. Say the name again.
Okay, so what? The company is Black Market.
No, the strain is called.
Okay, I just want to point out that it is a legal company, even though their name is Black Market.
Okay, that's important.
Okay. It's called Alien Sin Mint cookies.
Okay, so it's got alien and sin in the same.
Well, instead
thing.
of thin mint cookies, right?
Okay, all right.
So it is an indica dominant hybrid.
Okay.
So if that gives you an idea of what it would look like growing.
Wait, hold on. Okay, you've taught me this before. You've taught me this, not in a Teaching Timmy segment. Indica was, it's like a 50-50 shot here, but it was indica, the tall tall, thin plant?
No, that's the sativa.
Oh, it's the short, bushy plant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I take in information. I don't retain it, though.
Well, this one is an indica dominant hybrid, so it's still a combination
It
of
has
both.
a little bit of both.
Yes, but a little bit more indica than sativa.
Okay. All right.
So the THC level is 20 to 26%. So it's extremely high when, like, it's definitely recommended for the more experienced user.
Okay. 20 to 26. Okay. So just give me
You want the average?
Well, give me something to gauge it by. Like, for example, for those of you who know, I'm the newbie, but I have tried cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the THC level of one of the strains that you got me to try?
Okay, so the one that you were feeling a little too much, too much not being able to focus, was about 23%.
Okay.
And the other ones were around 15 to 16%.
Right. So for me, if I was to ever smoke again,
Mm-hmm.
23 to me felt too high.
Yes. For people that are just starting out, if you're going to smoke it, I would suggest start with, a lower, like a 10% THC. And if you can find something that has some CBD in it, that will help as well. There are strains, and even a lot of times gummies and stuff that have both THC and CBD.
So this one is for more advanced users, or
for hard hit, like you want a hard hit. It's extremely
right, or for aliens, like for advanced civilization.
If you want to see aliens.
Oh, if you want to see
No,
aliens,
I'm just
there
kidding.
you go.
I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. Maybe you might see aliens, but
we don't know. We're not doctors.
Please send us photos and videos.
you
I want to
see
see
aliens,
that.
yeah.
The terpenes found in this strain are pinene, caryophyllene, carine, and limonene.
Okay.
From the Ontario Cannabis Store, 3.5 grams of Alien Sin Mint cookies
Mm-hmm.
will cost you $54.95.
Okay, now if I can remember our weed math that you taught me,
Mm-hmm.
that seems expensive.
It's almost double
Yeah.
what some of the other strains on the market are. But just like when you pay for quality
Mm-hmm.
and exclusivity,
Yep.
you pay more. It is a craft strain.
Nice.
It's a craft cultivar. So you're not going to, it's like when you get a batch of wine,
Mhm.
for example, you don't get the exact same, do you know what I mean? Like it's apparently it's like a different year or scotch or.
Do you have the 1982 Alien Sin Mint cookie? That's a great year.
Well,
Is it like that?
It's interesting because every time you test a new harvest,
Mhm.
it comes in different because
so there could be more popular years.
Absolutely.
Of a cannabis strain.
Absolutely. And I
Okay.
think we seen that earlier when I did the ice cream, I think it was ice cream cake lot 4.
Right.
Because depending on which batch it is, it's a little
Right.
different.
Okay.
It happens with flour, it happens with concentrates. Yeah.
So just like the moon landing, you can't ever really know for sure what you're getting with this.
You know what? With cannabis, it goes even further because if you have a mother plant,
Mm-hmm.
which is what you would have as a parent,
Yep.
and it flowers
Right.
and it pollinates, and you get seeds, or it gets germinated and you have seeds. Each one of those seeds become a baby.
Okay.
Just like when you have babies, each baby is
Oh,
different.
it's a little bit different. Yeah, it has the same genetic code of sorts.
But each plant will look different,
Yeah.
have different, profiles of cannabinoids. But here's where it gets even worse. I say worse as in because if you're trying to get a consistent product
Mhm.
from every single time, this is what I've learned. And please, somebody, if I'm wrong, help me understand. But from my understanding, even if you were to take cuttings of that mother, and you just take branches and you make it root, and it's the exact same plant. It's like taking my arm and putting it so it roots and it grows another plant, another me, except just like in nature versus nurture, where you put me or the plant. We'll say where you put the plant,
Mhm.
because obviously my arm's not going to grow a whole other person. But
Obviously.
but if you were to put that same plant in a different environment,
Mhm.
the outcome will be different. Did you put it in direct sunlight? Did you grow it in what medium did you grow it in? The humidity in the room, what type of light you used. Like, just like in life, you take two twins and separate them,
See,
everything changes.
every single episode we do where you throw it, and by the way, just so you know, like you mentioned words in that description that
Mhm.
even though I don't fully remember what those words are,
Yes.
you've mentioned them, and so I'm slowly learning and going, oh, that's a familiar word now. But the more we're doing this show, the more I am getting a very simple concept, and that is weed does not equal weed. It's not as simple as, oh, that's weed. It is so much more complex. The variety is so, and now you're even going into the fact that even the strain name can break out into, like, that's crazy. It's not weed. Weed is not weed. There is a large complex system happening. And that's fascinating.
I'm super excited because now with legalization, there's a lot more testing going on.
Yeah.
And we're finding out a lot more about these cannabinoids and what they do and how to use them to benefit.
Yeah. Okay, so what was the name of that one again?
Alien Sin Mint cookies. And if you would like to try it, it is available on the Ontario Cannabis Store website or maybe at your local retailer. There are quite a few around. And I will say, yes, it's expensive, but it's almost always sold out.
So people
So
are
if you
wanting
can
it,
get your hands on it,
right?
it's worth a try.
Right. Yeah.
It's definitely a top quality product for sure.
Cool. It's got a great name. That's one of my favorite strain names that I've ever heard.
Right? And I think that's good marketing too.
Absolutely. Just like the newbie and the doobie. Yep.
Definitely.
All right. My high five list today.
High five.
High five. Just so you know, for our listeners, it's not just Moon Day today, Space Day, but when this episode airs tomorrow, if you watch this on the day that it launches, tomorrow is my birthday.
That's right.
Tomorrow's my birthday.
It is.
And it was like, oh, maybe we should just launch it on my birthday. But we've been really sticking. So if you've been listening to us for some time now, this is episode, I believe we are episode 14. We come out Tuesday mornings on YouTube and in podcast form. And we've kind of stuck to that. So it didn't quite land on my birthday, but my birthday is tomorrow.
You know, I was going to bring a present today to give you.
Cake.
I thought about it and I was like, with the wait time was rushed and, you know, the donuts got squished and I didn't want to squish a cake.
That's true too.
But I was like, if I get you a present now, then I'm going to have to get you a present later. And it's hard enough to try and figure out what to get you for your birthday because I feel like you have everything.
I do have everything. I literally do. Now, you may say, well, Tim, you don't have Lamborghini. Well, I don't care, nor do I want a Lamborghini. But I have heard that it's very difficult to buy me presents. And I actually concede that because there isn't a whole lot that I want. I have a pretty simple life. I really just want to keep doing what I love and be able to pay my bills and be able to eventually create enough income that will allow me to, you know, vanish to a place where I don't have to really concern myself with life, but I can still then create. So I would still do, you know, so don't fear. It's like, well, if we support the podcast, he won't do the podcast anymore. He's going to go and
no,
vanish.
It'll just be a different type of studio.
Yeah. It would just allow me
on an island.
It will allow me to be completely free to just create. And we've already talked about that. If we can just create enough income that we don't have to worry about our daily bills, we would probably create even more content because the time spent trying to get that money. So anyways, the point of all this,
it's funny. Get that money.
Show me the money. With that, no, let's make it rain. It's two different things. Anyways,
I don't know why, but the song just came into my head. Once upon a time, not long ago, I was a hoe, and I'm admitting it. Don't take it back, cause I did the shit. I was a hoe.
See, you don't look, let's just be honest. You don't get that on every podcast.
I just
okay?
realized how many swear words I said there.
Well,
Sorry, Mom.
Yeah, and you probably got us demonetized because now we're gonna have to pay them money for that.
Oh, well, if they picked up that song from me singing that little bit, then
You nailed it. It was pretty much the
I
exact-
had to have nailed it.
Yeah, we'll wait for the cease and desist on that one.
Okay.
Very well done, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. So today's Timmy's high five list is connected to my birthday. And
nice.
Yeah. So this is 5 things that I want and could use.
For your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I need to know this.
Right? So, and everybody does, quite frankly. And listen, I am not opposed. If it's not on this list, I'm not opposed ever to receiving gifts. You want to send me a gift? I love the 80s. So anything 80s related,
Just send us a message. We've got an address.
Yeah, so do that. But here are 5 things. These would be the top 5 things currently on my list, not including things like give me $1 million. To me, that's like, it's like,
Who doesn't want $1 million?
right, everybody wants that. So here we go. So number 5 on my list of gifts that Timmy wants. So it's gifts to give somebody who has everything.
Okay.
Number 5.
Give to Timmy.
Yeah, is an avocado tree. I love my avocados.
Oh,
I have
that's actually a
avocados
good
in my
one.
breakfast. If I could have an avocado tree, if someone could send me an avocado tree that I could plant and then harvest my own avocados. Ever since I became a vegan, I'm not a vegan now, long story. Maybe we talk about that in a different episode. But if I had my own avocado tree to be able to harvest my own avocados, that to me, it's one of the best. I love chopping my avocado up in the mornings, putting it in my breakfast.
Fun fact about an avocado is it actually does not start to ripen until picked from the tree. So you basically can use the tree as storage. You just leave them on the tree.
Oh, okay. So legit.
You need an avocado tree.
I need an avocado tree. So somebody want to hook me up with an avocado tree? That would be awesome. Number 4 on my list is sorry, I switched one just recently. Number 4 on my list is the Batman suit that Michael Keaton wore in the 1989 Batman movie. So I have a cowl. I have the.
Yeah, we've seen that on Embrace Your Geekness Day.
Yes, last episode.
Yes,
I showed my my Batman cowl, and it's an exact replica of the 1989 Batman. I would love the entire suit. That would be a gift that I would really appreciate. So if anybody can find
I feel bad that I did see that online, but it was like maybe $4,000.
Yeah, it was expensive. So if we want to start a fund, that's what I would get. Number 3 on my list would be access, keeping in line with Space Day, Moon Day, access to Area 40.
49?
40. No, what is it?
It's 51.
Area 51. Area 41. 80 what? I want to go in and just see, like, if there is nothing there, if all this, alien stuff and moon landings, if moon landings happened and aliens aren't real and blah, blah, just let me in the door. Let me go in. That's all I'm at for a birthday gift. I think that's a fair birthday gift. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sorry, the fly.
I know you're watching a bug. I know you're watching a bug. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no more bug.
Now we're down to the big ones though. Number 2 on my list, Timmy's high five. Okay, of gifts that you could get me.
Okay, sorry, what was the last one? I was busy killing that bug.
Area 51. I want access to Area 51. So
we can just storm
avocado tree, Batman suit, Area 51. Okay. And number 2 is I would love to just an evening, a dinner, a afternoon hangout with Alyssa Milano. If someone can arrange that.
Can I be there?
You could be there.
Okay.
I wrote a book and I autographed it for Alyssa Milano, and I met her once and I gave her the book and she smiled. And so I know that she read it. Okay. But we haven't been able to connect ever since then.
I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that's the way
But she
it works.
smiled when you gave it to her?
Yes. So I know that she probably read it at that point, but you can check online. I have pictures of that, but I would like to actually spend time with her. So if anybody knows her and can reach out and just say, hey, the star of Newbie and Doobie, one of the stars.
I heard it.
Look at that. I already said it. Let's just say it. No.
If you say it enough times, maybe it'll become reality.
That's awkward. So Alyssa Milano, and number 1 on my list of gifts to give Timmy, I would love somebody to come over to my house and just take however long it needs to be done and to dust off my entire G.I. Joe collection. I have a huge G.I. Joe collection, and I took it out of the boxes a few years ago because I finally have space to display it all. It had been in boxes since like 1993, and now they're all out, but they're all covered in dust. And I just don't have the time, nor the energy, or the desire to undust them, but they deserve to be undusted. So there you go.
They really do. And I think I attempted to one time, and your son was there, and I accidentally knocked off one of the stickers. And I was like, and he looked at me and he was like, that's why I don't touch them.
That's funny.
And I was like, don't tell him. And I licked the back of my finger and I stuck the sticker back to the propeller. And I was like, he won't know. But I just told you, so I guess now you know.
It's all good. It's all good. So look, and these are the types of gifts. When you talk about somebody who you can't get anything for,
yes,
start thinking out of the box. These are the 5 lists. They're on record now. So play it back if you need to. If somebody pulls off any of these, you might very well be my favorite person.
I might have to see if I can find an avocado tree, because that one would be the gift that kept on giving.
Right? Absolutely.
Yes.
So there you go. That's what you can get me tomorrow when I celebrate my birthday. Let's do word of the week. What do you got for us today? What is the word of the week?
So I have the word topical.
Topical.
Yeah. Can you imagine what a topical might be?
Yep. Today's topical is Moon Day.
I was going to say something we're talking about. No. A topical is any product that is infused with a cannabis extract. However, it's for external use only, not to be used around the eyes or ingested.
This was one of the ones that you said. Let me see if I can get this right. It was topical tinctures. Oh, there were like flour.
Mm-hmm.
Topical tinctures, flour. That's it. That's only 3. I'm doing pretty good though. I'm a newbie.
So it's the different consumption methods.
Right.
Flour you smoke.
Yes. Topical you put on you.
Yeah. That's
tincture
external.
you put under your tongue.
In your mouth.
In your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, edibles.
Yes.
And edibles you eat.
What else do you smoke? Or sometimes bake with?
Butter.
Yes, but what is a butter a form of?
A form of fat.
Extract or concentrate.
Concentrate, right?
Yes.
We even looked. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting. Look, folks. Sometimes I just.
It was pretty good. You got 4 and 5.
I just need to kind of remind myself every once in a while. So hopefully you're learning along with me. Okay. So topicals.
So a topical, extremely important. It's for external use only. Generally, a topical is a lotion or a bath bomb or bath salt or something of that sort.
Right.
The difference is when you put it, like when you smoke or eat cannabis or use a tincture, you get an internal, it goes like right into the bloodstream. Okay. It gets like you get this psychoactive.
Which one?
Everything. By smoking and eating it.
Yeah.
It's like euphoric and it hits you completely different. It goes through your bloodstream. Whereas when you take a topical and rub it, it's localized. So it really only works. Like it stays in that location. Like some people swear by topicals. You know, I use it for my arthritis. I have a bad back. I have a bad knee. Like you'll hear me say a million times over, I cannot make any claim or efficacy. You know, like I can't talk about the efficacy of a drug or a cream or anything because I'm no doctor. But I know that some people have said, man, this bath bomb, I'm sore from a day of work and I put this bath bomb in and I get out feeling like $1 million. And to those people, I say, great. Personally,
I just bath bomb is efficacy amazing.
I personally,
is that how you use the word in a sentence?
No. Okay. So I just like the way it makes my skin feel. And whether that's the cannabis oil in the bath bomb or it's whatever else, like as a lavender or, you know, whatever they put into the product.
Is it connected to like CBD? Like, is that what that is?
Well, the product can have different.
Can a topical have THC?
It can, yes.
Okay, because I've heard a lot about people who use like the CBD oil, they call it, but it's specifically CBD oil, but a topical could be THC as well.
So CBD oil or CBD products generally, because of the information that people have been given, people immediately go, THC is psychoactive and I don't want to take it because I just want to feel like me, and they don't want to feel disassociated from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And what people don't understand is that in some cases, people can take CBD and feel disassociated. They feel some sort of psychoactive effect. So we're learning that CBD is not always a non-psychoactive.
Right. Okay.
And we need to learn more, and we need to study more and figure out what's going on. Why do certain people have certain effects to certain things and others don't? And what makes that bomb tick, so to speak?
So for the people out there who are kind of like against cannabis because they're like, all those people smoking all the time, the benefits of cannabis can be done through a topical cream.
I know many people that use multiple combinations of these methods of consumption where, an edible or a tincture takes longer to take effect, but it lasts for a lot longer. So somebody who works in an office job, who's sitting at their desk for X amount of hours, they only get a lunch, they have X amount of hours. Sometimes they'll take a little capsule, like an oil capsule, and just swallow it. Taking a capsule of oil is a lot more acceptable as a form of medicine than, if you told your friend at work, I got to go take my medicine, and you went and took a bottle out with a pill and you took it, they would accept that.
Yep.
But if you went, I got to go take my medicine and go out and smoke a joint, but it works differently for everybody. The smoking is the immediate effect. It's like, if you have stomach acid problems, there is like Prevacid, where you take every single day. And if you don't take it, then what happens is in a couple days, you'll get really bad stomach pains because it hasn't had the time to work consistently, keeping your stomach acids low. But then there's also a product called Tums. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's for immediate relief.
Right. That
people take. I just ate that like spicy whatever, and then they pop a couple Tums, it goes down, it neutralizes itself. Which, interesting fun fact, one of the main working ingredients in Tums is actually sodium bicarbonate, also known as baking soda.
Okay.
So if you're ever having any sort of stomach problems, like acid reflux, and you don't have Tums, because I don't use Tums, haven't used them since I was pregnant. That's exactly what I do. I take out a shot glass, a 1 ounce shot glass, and I take half a teaspoon of baking soda in an ounce of water and mix it up real good. Now,
you put baking soda in those little pills.
So let me finish this. So I tried that, but because I almost died on pharmaceuticals because of the prescriptions and all that stuff. And, I have a mental problem. As soon as I put that baking soda into the pill and put the pill in my mouth, even though I know it's baking soda, I have trouble swallowing it.
Right.
So I've been doing the shot glass method, and it's disgusting. It's super salty. And that's why I say you really got to mix it up good. Like I'm stirring this as I'm getting ready to take it like a shot, and I shoot it back like you would like a vodka shot. And then instead of chasing it with pop, I would chase it with water. And what that does is it pushes the baking soda stuff down into my stomach, which immediately starts like going to work and neutralizing all the acid, and a lot of like gas comes up, and I feel better.
Cool. So on the topical thing,
I know that's a lot of information there.
No, it's all good. I'm sure there's people out there that are struggling with that same sort of thing. Can you get high with a topical?
Absolutely not. I mean, you could eat it, but you probably get really sick.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to eat it. There's a warning label on that.
No, you don't.
Don't eat.
Like a Tide Pod.
Yeah, don't
Not
eat.
for consumption.
I'm surprised they don't have that on like a chainsaw. Do not eat.
Well, it's funny because right here it says external use only.
Bold letters.
Yeah,
That's
bold
funny.
letters.
All right.
I'm sorry, I got to take this off. I'm like sweating. I don't know if you can see the beads dripping down my mustache. You thought I was going to say forehead. No?
Yeah. Okay, once again, man.
Or you can
trap.
see it.
Trap.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Run!
It's a trap.
It's funny.
Strep. Okay. So topicals.
Yeah.
So let me try to run through this one more time here, and then we're going to bring in our friends Tim and Janice.
Oh, yay.
So topicals, tinctures, flour, edibles, and why it's that last one that I can't get.
Is it because I gave you 2 words?
Extracts. Extracts or concentrates.
There you go. That's all you needed.
Sweet.
Good job.
I'm getting this thing. Soon I won't even be a newbie at that point.
I know. You'll
Just
be teaching.
It'll be like the doobie and the non-consuming doobie.
You know what we need to do?
That doesn't flow as well, though.
We need to bring on another newbie and have you teach them what you know.
Oh. Newbie versus newbie. That would be a nice segment. Bring on a newbie and have so for those of you who did not see the episode a little while ago where we introduced you to Tim and Janice.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad. You should go back and see that episode. It was their first time attempting to chat about cannabis.
I know, it was funny. I'm like, here's the topic of the show. If you could just do something around that. They're like, yeah, we got it. We got it. So let's hope.
Yeah.
We gave them the topic of space.
That's right. Because today we told them today was Space Day.
Well, it's Moon. Wait, did we say Moon Day or Space Day?
I think we said Space Day.
Oh no! I hope this didn't cause any confusion.
All right. Well, the last thing that Tim and Janice need is confusing messages, but
that's true.
Let's see what Tim and Janice have for us today on one more episode of Tim and Janice.
Hi, I'm Tim.
And I'm Janice. Today we are going to be talking about space. So without further ado, take it away, Tim.
Fun fact, an organized kitchen is the #1 step to an organized life. I like to go big spoon, little spoon, big fork, little fork.
Tim.
Yes, Janice?
Not inner space, outer space.
Fun fact, a coordinated and well-groomed lawn is the 2nd step to an organized life. I like to go blue gnome, yellow gnome, then blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome.
Should we have said Moon Day?
I don't even know. I have no words.
We should have said Moon Day. I think that might.
I think it. Yeah, I wondered that because I was like, we said space, and then I was a little. Yeah.
Tim and Janice, the couple that you
hate on giving.
To love. That's how you describe it. The hate to love.
Yeah, the couple you hate to love.
Hashtag Team Blue and Yellow. If you want to see more of Tim and Janice, you can go on to TikTok as their primary home, or the TikTok, as they would say.
Yes.
And it's Tim_and_Janice.
Yeah. Spelled the boring way, because she's nice.
Janice with a C.
Yeah. Jan nice.
Jan nice. Oh, Jan nice. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yes.
So Tim and Janice on TikTok, check them out. And we're always excited. We'll bring them back on for some other things. We'll just be a little more clear in what we want them to talk about.
Yes. Although it is funny.
I don't know. Maybe we should tell them nothing. To say, bring us some information.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Right.
Maybe we should tell them to just be like, give us a fun fact.
Yeah, just give us a fun fact. We don't even care. That's what we'll do next time.
That's
so
awesome.
This now brings us
Oh, yes.
To what gets me going. Not get what gets me going.
What gets me going.
You going.
Which is so funny because I don't know if I've said this before, but you said, MJ, let's do this segment called What Gets Me Going. And I'm like, no, I got nothing. And it's very apparent that a lot of stuff gets me going because I sit down and I'm like, oh, you know what gets me going? And I think I've already got my next one picked out.
No, I was because of what I do know about you. It wasn't difficult when I said we should do this segment called What Gets Me Going. And I knew full well you could find
I have very strong opinions, one way or the other.
And it's good.
And I will voice those opinions.
Yep.
However, I also believe that I am the kind of person that will listen to other people's opinions because I'm open to discussion. So, that being said, I'm going to jump right into it.
So what gets you going?
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about, I don't know how to word this exactly, but there is differences in the regulations and rules around cannabis and alcohol in Canada, specifically Ontario, because we're in Ontario and that's what I focused on. So we have the AGCO.
Okay.
The Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. They control alcohol, gaming, right, in Ontario.
They're the
and
commission
cannabis, which
of
is funny
alcohol.
because you figured it would be alcohol, gaming, and cannabis in Ontario. But I'm pretty sure they've been the AGCO for a lot longer than cannabis was legal. But anyways, so there's the LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
Yep.
Then you have the OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store.
Right.
Which is funny because there's no physical store.
Right. Didn't they just get a big fancy new logo a little while ago?
When they first came out, you had to bring that up.
Wait, that could be another what gets me going. Maybe we shouldn't go there.
It really, yeah. So they
The
spent
fancy
way
logo.
too much money on this logo. And, you know, any child could have done this. I'm sorry. I know they wanted to keep it simple, but a circle with the letters OCS in the middle for thousands of dollars is a little ridiculous.
It is a really nice circle. I'm going to stand
It's
on
a
their side
perfect
on this
circle.
one.
It's
perfect
not an
circle.
oval.
Yeah. I had a science teacher,
But it's not a sphere.
Mr. Vorvis would walk up and sign, and he would draw a circle with chalk on the wall.
And it was
on the
perfect.
chalkboard. It was perfect. Like, I swear to you, it was like how
You know what? How he did it? He spent every day for like 4 hours after school standing there at the board just doing circles after circle after circle and be like, I'm going to impress these students.
Right?
No, not right. He just had a gift.
The gift, yeah. The gift that baffled. Like, there was a time, so when I was a human, like stuff like that, I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But I've seen stuff now, right? So you can't put that genie back in the bottle, as they say. But I was amazed at the time. I was like, that's outstanding.
I can't get over how long your hair is getting.
All right, isn't it crazy? This is literally COVID hair. It's going to be cut very, very soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, sidetrack, derail there.
Yeah.
The perfect circle, but not sphere. Just like the world.
Right. Okay. So back to the main point. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have jumped in there.
So the Ontario Cannabis Store is 100% online sales. Whereas with like retail stores that sell cannabis, right now there is 628 stores in Ontario that are open.
Right.
They have their windows covered. And they are not allowed to have children in the store at all.
Right.
You're like, well, yeah, MJ, why should they allow children in the store? It's a weed shop. Okay. But what if I have no car and I have no childcare and no other time because I'm a single parent to go and get my cannabis? I literally have to, I'm going to leave my 4-year-old, if I had one, standing outside while I went in to get what I needed. Now, fortunately, a lot of these ones are now doing curbside pickup. So that is, you know, a way to work around that. So things are changing and improving. That's like I'm saying, these regulations I'm like picking at. I feel like we need to talk about them so that way we can make change. And who knows, on the backside, they might actually be working to change all of these things already.
Right.
Right. But these are the things that I'm saying that don't make sense.
Change it after this.
Well, it would be nice if, you know, I could be a voice, but that's why I'm trying to like educate people. Like, yes, it just doesn't, it leaves me scratching my head and wondering, why is it different?
So you can bring a kid into an LCBO?
So, and see, this is the thing. Since 1920, when prohibition ended in Ontario, the LCBO has over 670 retail stores with an online portal. You're like, yeah, okay, so it's about even 628, 670. But they also have 400 outlets which are independent local retailers that are in communities where access may not be so convenient.
Okay.
Now, let's keep in mind we're talking about alcohol, which is technically, it's a poison. If we drink too much of it, it's a poison.
Right.
That's why we have to make sure that we stay within our certain levels. From what I understand, nobody has actually died from cannabis consumption. There have been a lot of cannabis related deaths through crime and all sorts of other things, but nobody, I think, has ever died from consuming cannabis joints. I think it's like a ridiculous amount of joints you would have to consume. And I'm still waiting for somebody to go, I am willing to supply all the cannabis you would like to try and kill yourself in the like assisted death program, and be like, if you want to die, let's try and kill you with marijuana to see how much marijuana it would take to kill somebody. Like, I know that's a really morbid thing to even sit here and say, but I feel like we need to do a test, and we're not going to do a test on some random person that doesn't want to die. But I think a side effect might be that person might actually feel a little better after consuming the cannabis and go, wait, I don't want to die anymore.
And then they take one more puff and boom. He's like,
now most likely they'd be a medical cannabis consumer forever.
But that's like, that in itself though reveals something, doesn't it? That in your scenario you would be saying, I need to find somebody who wants to leave the world, so we can pump them up with enough cannabis to see if it works. Meanwhile, you got people who are quite happy in the world, have no desire to leave it,
and still pump themselves up with cannabis,
and have gotten alcohol poisoning. So
yes,
the amount of alcohol is already been tested as harmful.
Well, teens have
to
alcohol.
A level, but you're saying you can't even just take a regular person and do it. You need to find somebody who can handle enough that they're okay.
Well, every person that died from alcohol abuse, like too much alcohol, never wanted to die from it. They just didn't know their limit.
Right, but that shows you that like in your scenario, you can't even just pick a regular Joe Blow to try to pump full marijuana to see. You need to find somebody who's like, I'm ready to go.
Because I would never harm anybody.
Because the level of consumption is
it's massive.
Yeah,
it's massive for sure. So to me, it just doesn't make sense that they're putting them in to ensure that every community everywhere has access to this thing. And then it gets even better. There's 450 grocery stores that sell beer and cider. Out of those 450, 150 of them also sell wine. So they sell beer, cider, and wine. And like we had discussed before, no kids in the cannabis store. However, in Walmart, the one in the town we live in, the beer and wine is directly across from the chips.
Right. Yeah.
Who eats the most chips? Kids. Like, I'm sorry, I maybe adults eat them too, I'm sure they do, but like, you're going to a kid's party, what do you bring? You bring chips.
Right. Well,
if you're gonna keep the alcohol out of the sight of children,
and even if it's not, though, I mean, people walk in with their kids in tow
in the liquor store,
in Walmart. So even if the chips aren't just consumed by children, parents obviously is going to have their child. And
well, that's the thing. There's no barrier. You can literally just walk right past, and all the alcohol is there. It's a teenager could pick it up and shove it in their jacket or in their bag and walk out with it. Like that's concerning to me. There's almost 900 manufacturer retail stores as well on alcohol. And I don't even know what a manufacturer retail store is. I asked Alexa, and she's getting pretty dumb in her old age. I might have to.
I would assume
fix that.
It's like those wine stores, right? Where you can make your own wine and then they sell it as well. I would think something like that. Make your own beer.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Make your own beer.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I don't think we have anything like that for cannabis yet.
No, you don't have like a come cut your own.
No,
pot?
it would probably be bring your flower and we'll help you turn it into a concentrate.
Okay,
we'll help you make it into a butter or an oil.
Yeah. Okay. So there's nothing like that. So you're saying there's a discrepancy, and so it looks good on the first surface of how many retail shops there are currently.
Yeah.
But in terms of
then when you
how
delve
those are
into
accessed
it,
and how other options.
And like I said, the Ontario Cannabis Store is done strictly online. So it's done through a mail model system. Not like
I'm a
mail models, but like, the mail, like through the mail, old school mail.
If I wanted to be a model, I could have been, but I chose not to. I want to win into comedy.
I say old school mail, but like a guy shows up at your house and he like checks your ID.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a like email or a text message that says your like courier will arrive from this time to this time. And like it's definitely more convenient than back in the day when you had to call Buddy.
Yeah, Buddy.
Because this guy's actually reliable.
Right.
However, let's talk minors. Let's jump into minors.
Okay.
Because we were talking about kids in the store.
Yeah.
So in Ontario, this is something I didn't know. I knew you had to be 19 to drink. However, I did not know that if you're a minor, but you're at home and you're in the care of your parent or guardian, and they say it's allowable, you are allowed by law to have a drink. However, you cannot, as a child, you cannot drink, you cannot open it or mix it or pour it.
Right.
Your parent has to literally hand you the cup, bottle, whatever, opened, and you can drink it. Now that I was like, okay, I've heard of like maybe sometimes parents give their kids wine at, dinner. Most of the time you don't like it. It's wine or champagne and it tastes like crap. But at a restaurant, you are the same thing from 16 to 19. You're allowed to drink legally. I could take my kid to a restaurant and order a beer and hand it to him, and he can sit there and drink it. Now, the minimum fine for buying or giving a child, a minor, alcohol, doesn't even matter if they're 18 and, you know this kid, whatever, $500 if it's not your own child.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Now.
And you said you weren't going to have enough information for what gets.
I know. Going. I got like a couple cue cards here. So recreationally in Canada, same thing, 19 years.
Okay.
You have to be 19. However, other than medically, there are no exceptions. None.
Mm-hmm.
If you are caught giving a child, does not matter if it's your own child, somebody else's kid, same thing. Penalty is up to 14 years of jail in jail. And the weird thing that I found is when I was doing the research for this, when I researched giving alcohol to a minor in Ontario, it says you will be fined a minimum of $500. And when you search cannabis, it says you will receive up to a maximum of 14 years. So I don't understand why they give the maximum for the cannabis and the minimum for the alcohol. It's almost like, well, the alcohol is more like we'll give you this slap on the wrist. But if you dare give a kid a joint or a cookie or, anything.
Right.
You're going to prison for 14 years.
You could get a slap on the wrist, but they're promoting the maximum.
Exactly. They're putting the fear into you that it's 14 years.
Yeah.
Now, with all of that being said, I have a 16-year-old who has asked me about cannabis, and I will give him and every other child the same response. You're not meant to have cannabis or alcohol before you're 19. That's just the way it is. That's the way the law says it is. And unless medically you need cannabis, it shouldn't be a thing, because there are, like we talked about with Maddie, when I was younger, I didn't think about the growth and development of my brain. And I'm extremely fortunate that I'm sitting here and not drooling and I'm actually able to have a conversation. Like, I want to say an educated conversation, but I couldn't think of the word. So don't know how educated that was, but you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something I promote, but I just would like to see the differences. Like even sex stores don't have their windows covered anymore.
Right.
Like you can look right through the window and see blow up dolls and Justin
we've spent
Bieber
some time staring in windows before,
and Spencer's, the store Spencer's. I was mortified one day because they have the posters and the wallets and the tie-dye t-shirts and the sex toys and the lingerie, like literally all in the same area. And my kid was like, what is that? And I look at it and I was like, oh my God. 7-year-old looking at like a toy, an adult toy. And I was like, oh my God, how did this even get in here? So like, I believe there's a place and a time for everything. And I do believe we should do everything we can to keep cannabis out of the hands of our youth. However, I feel like not enough is being done on the alcohol side. Exhibit
A.
It's an LCBO booklet that I've had it for a while because it says the price offers are in effect from January 3rd to the 30th of this year. But this came in my mailbox, not to me, which means they sent one to everybody. I don't drink. I didn't ask for this. Why are you sending me pictures with fruity drinks? And why do they look so tempting? Like this one here even has a cupcake on it. If we're trying to not appeal to younger audiences, then why are we putting a cupcake on it? We're adults. We don't need to see the dang cupcake.
I like cupcakes.
So do children. Maybe it's because they know that none of this stuff actually tastes good.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's like tobacco ads back in the day. They used to promote a certain lifestyle and a certain, like you're not a man like me if you don't smoke Marlboros or whatever it was. Meanwhile, they all died of lung cancer, throat cancer, whatever. And now they're like, oh no, smoking's bad. We don't see smoking ads, and you definitely wouldn't see a booklet come to your house. So anyways, that's what gets me going.
That certainly did.
Okay. Can I do one more thing before we go?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay.
This you like I'm going to stop you now.
I know. This has to do with carry limits, cannabis carry limits. Right. And I just learned this because I'm working as a legal bud tender or as a bud tender in a legal store. And I knew you're only allowed to carry 30 grams of cannabis on you, but that's dried flower. So there was always a lot of confusion for me of what happens when I have brownies or, topical, for example. So 30 grams of dried flower is the equivalent to 150 grams of fresh cannabis. So if you have like plants, 450 grams of edible product. So if you use like a heavy flour or whatever into the baking of the brownies, you have to take that weight into it's not 450 grams of cannabis in that, it's 450 grams of product, cookies, whatever. In a liquid product like a drink, it's 2.1 liters, which is 2,100 grams, 7.5 grams of concentrates, which is in liquid or solid form. And 30 cannabis seeds, because they count one cannabis seed as a gram. Okay. And I just want to point out, if I walked into the liquor store, do you think there would be a limit on how much how much alcohol, I could purchase at once?
I don't know. I don't buy alcohol either.
There's not. People have gone in and bought enough alcohol for their weddings, for their backyard parties, it's enough alcohol for 200 people. And nobody ever asked them, what are you buying all this booze for? I mean, maybe they do, but when you get told it's for a wedding, it's just moved on. Right. And the thing that I was thinking about the other day, and I think I mentioned this to you, as a salesperson, I like to upsell. If somebody comes in and they're talking about, they love a bath bomb or whatever, they want to try a bath bomb.
If they've already picked up their, 28 grams or their ounce of weed, I can't really sell them anything else. I have to walk that customer up to the till and check them out. And that's not really good from a business standpoint. If I was my employer, I'd be like, how am I going to sell more stuff? Right? So there's a lot of regulations that need work. And like I said, I hope they're working on the back end to change some of these things.
Right. Okay. So it basically comes down to there's a discrepancy between two products that should be handled more similar, is what you're saying. In a short.
Here's the thing. I don't think they should be handled more similar because I think they are different. However, I feel like they're being all loosey-goosey with alcohol and they're being all, tight with cannabis, when if you're going to compare alcohol to cannabis and say that they have very similar rules and they're run by the same people, then have the same rules. Like I don't know.
Well, it clearly got you going.
It did get me
So there's
going.
another episode of what gets me going right there.
It was awesome.
I'm glad you can get that off.
Was my face red from like...
You looked a little intense. At one point there, I was going...
It is warm.
I was going, no, she's looking a little intense here. But that's how we want to end it, right? We want to end it on that note. Thank you for spending another hour or so with us. Check out all our other videos. It was a good moon day, space day, and I'm looking
and it's
forward.
going to be a great birthday tomorrow.
I'm going to be celebrating my birthday tomorrow. So send those gifts if you can. Send me an avocado tree. Contact us. We'll give you a mailing list. That would be amazing.
Or a maid.
Oh, a maid would be good too.
That's insured, because I tell you, if you knock another sticker off Timmy's helicopter.
Yeah, there are cameras. I'm Timmy Boyle.
I'm Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician. Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
One of the things that's always put against marijuana is that it destroys short-term, or it destroys your memory. Well, I dare say I have a prodigious memory, and I'm the heaviest smoker I've ever known, and my memory for dates, names of painters, writers, literary and scientific minutiae, odd vocabularies in specialized areas is very great, and I don't credit cannabis with that, but I certainly can't believe that it has damaged my ability to do this. Now, it is true that sometimes in a conversation you will lose your thread, but on the other hand, it gives you an equal power to brilliantly fake the situation and to pick up the thread and re-stitch together the narrative. The other point I might make that we haven't mentioned yet, or 2 points actually, is that I think it gives an extraordinary verbal facility. And this is actually what won me to it in the first place. My reputation as a public speaker is based on my supposedly dazzling oratorical abilities, but I come out of a peer group, a karass in Berkeley, where everyone was able to do what I do. Everyone seemed to be able to hold forth for hours on the most arcane subjects. And in fact, when I got into cannabis, the style of doing it that I enjoyed most was I ran a kind of cannabis salon, as it were. And people came and they smoked and they talked and talked and talked.
Alan,
Ladies and gentlemen,
you having a nightmare? What if it's true?
ladies and gentlemen,
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers,
constant, extreme danger,
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger,
extreme danger,
that an announced need for increased security.
This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park.
Will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes.
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all the building would blow up?
Or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole f***ing life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Deserve to know. Deserve to know.
Welcome to Green Crush Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park on this rainy Tuesday. Have we got some good news for you? The gentleman smuggler is here. Going to tell us how to raise our fist.
Facts they deserve to know.
Also have achieved unelevated existence. Raise your fist.
Barry Foy. Barry Foy is here. You ever heard of Barry Foy? Well, if you've ever smoked a joint, you should be on your knees thanking the good Lord that Barry Foy ever walked this earth. He's a smuggler and a gentleman. He's a gentleman smuggler in a group of gentlemen smugglers and has been so kind to come on our show today and talk about his journey through the legal system of cannabis. Well, they used to call it marijuana, weed, bud, shake, chuff, all kinds of things. And Barry used to get it somehow. All right, we're doing that, thanks. And he used to bring it up to the United States of America. In boats, in airplanes. Sounds like a lot of fun. Hey, but it ended with doing some time, so you'll be the judge of whether that was worth it or not. In your own personal way. I, of course, will be... I can't really do the show here kneeling, but I'm so grateful to these gentlemen. Spoke with Barry a little last night on the phone just to make sure we knew what we were doing. We were plugged in okay, and it's all hooked up. It's always exciting to do that, and so now Barry will be on the show with us today. I'm so excited about this, and here's a book. I'm going to hold it up here. He didn't write the book. He's just in it. It's called Jackpot. Are we seeing this? Yeah, Jackpot. High Times, High Seas, and the Sting that launched the war on drugs by Jason Ryan. I think this came out in 2012. And Wall Street Journal bestseller. Something's going on there. So we'll be talking to Barry shortly. He's standing by, and the tales this man can tell, and I just can't say enough about it, because he's at one end of the spectrum when it was all crazy and illegal and nuts, and here we are 4 decades on, using it as a medicine. When they'll let us, when they'll believe us, but that's not always the case. not in Canada anyway. So we will start here, and we will be going around the world, touching on a lot of different areas. Thanks for listening to episode. What are we doing here? This is episode 106. Is that right? Yeah, episode 106, Conspiracy Queries, episode 34, Green Crush. Hey, isn't that neat? Break them down, they both tally up to 7. How did that happen? Just like last week was 6, and next week will be 8. Also like to say hello to Capstone Broadcasting. Capstone Broadcasting, available on your local internet. You can find them there talking about all kinds of cool things, mostly to do with, well, it's called Capstone Broadcasting, at Capstone Broadcasting, and they have a lot of fantastic information on their website, and their testing is out today, having a listen. They're going to throw our feed out to some of you folks that might not have been listening already. As well as Capstone, we have Blunthouse Media, at Blunthouse Media. Another great page and organization. Also on the internet. You know, they say the internet's full of junk. That's only half true. It's only half full of junk, and you have to be discerning enough and aware enough to find the good stuff. So once again, Blunthouse Media, at Blunthouse Media, and at Capstone Broadcasting on board today for the listen with Barry. Now, it's funny we're starting off with Barry Foy. I have another story here we're going to get to first. In the news, you might have heard about the dead billionaire. He worked for a company, owned and ran a company called Apotex Pharmaceuticals. And this guy was the head of that particular outfit and owned it. I believe he started it. I don't know much about it. I'm not a huge fan of the organization. I'm just saying, get off my case. He's no longer with us because sometime before Christmas of 2017, him and his wife were found murdered inside their very expensive palatial home in northern Toronto. He's a Canadian guy. He was a Canadian guy. And right away, the police said there was no sign of foul play. Later on, they found them both hanging in their pool by the, you know, those bars you use to go down the ladder, the little ladder at the deep end? They were hanging from those kind of things in the pool. Supposed to be a murder-suicide. A bit awkward, I think, if you're going to go about it that way. Here, I'm just going to slip this around your neck, and then you'll die, and then I'll go over here and slip it around my neck, and then I'll die. A lot of suicides are suspicious. And still, people were like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Well, it turns out, as they do more investigating, there sure is more of a conspiracy angle. They decided things were in impossible positions and things weren't quite playing out. Of course, Toronto police is having a tough time now. They said a serial killer wasn't a serial killer, and then he was able to continue killing, and now they're saying they weren't really saying he wasn't a serial killer. Mark Saunders, chief of Toronto. Good Lord. This guy's also in charge of all the dispensary busting that never seems to do anything positive as well. But the police have found that Barry Sherman, this 70-ish billionaire, a year before that killing, he had agreed to work with a firm called CanTrust. to produce a slow-release medical marijuana pill that would treat chronic pain, depression, and PTSD, and more, it says. It's funny how when pharmacy wants to use it, it can so be applicable to many different illnesses. But when you're just talking about using cannabis oil or the benefits of cannabis straight up, they'll tell you, well, it's not good for all those things. That's crazy. Well, you're nuts thinking it's... Because they're using the pharmaceutical model where everything's targeted for one specific illness and one disease. You got high cholesterol, you take Lipitor. You're depressed, you take an antidepressant. You got Crohn's disease, you take a Crohn's disease medicine. All this bifurcation of available medication causing an inflation of our economic situation, including the fatness of the wallets and the pockets of the top. But those guys don't always get to live. Here's this poor Barry Sherman. And if he was a straight-up cannabis purveyor and they found him killed in his home, they would have said, oh, look, that's the kind of trouble you get when you lead such a lifestyle. Oh, my God. But we didn't hear any of that until just now, since just before Christmas, and now we're almost into April here. And seems to be that Barry Sherman's pot pill that he wanted to invent, and why did you have to do that, sir? Have you not just tried the actual plant? Why do these folks... to make a profit. Right, sorry, forgot. Others felt the pot pill could be a game changer in the industry, and they also felt it could be a disruptor to Big Pharma. So there's a motive there, once again, the monetary motive for pharma or whoever they hire, some kind of hitman, Ray Donovan kind of bullshit, I don't know. Barry Sherman said to the executives around the boardroom table, it makes sense, let's do it. This is a year before he was murdered. No longer suicide murder. The project to develop a slow-release medical marijuana pill was on just a year before the murder. Sherman gave the green light. And they were going to call it the pharmaceuticalization of marijuana. So it's not exactly that I'm mourning his absence. Just want to be clear. Now, I'm not dancing around with glee on his grave. That wouldn't be of any kind of taste, would it? But I'm not exactly disappointed that Barry didn't get to do this. And it looks like the pharmaceutical cartel, once again, has a potential murder victim. I mean, this is a lot of money. People keep thinking it's a crazy notion to think there's any kind of a pharmaceutical cartel conspiracy. But my God, folks, how Pied Piper of Hamelin are you? Take the horse blinders off. Pay attention to things. For example, like how medical marijuana can help people. Thanks for listening. If you're just joining us, this is Green Crush with Alan Park. Let me just reset what's going on. What's green? Cannabis. What's the crush? Well, aside from the way the front end of the show starts now, and there's so much stuff going on there, the crush is actually designed to impart the notion that properly used, cannabis can crush illness. My own being a drastic, aggressive advanced case of stage 4 cancer detected in 2013. No chance for survival. They didn't even want to get me on the chemo, the radiation, the surgery. I was, quote unquote, too far gone. I didn't really want to do chemo, but to hear you're not eligible for it, it sends a chill through your bones, or what's left of the rapidly metastasizing bones, that there was no possible way I could have stopped. And here I am, 3 years and 4 months past my guaranteed funeral. And I'm talking about these things all the time because I will not stop talking about these things until more people realize what's going on. Well-read, learned people who understand the medical importance of cannabis. And that must be why they're legalizing it in Canada, right? That must be the main thing. So we had the senators here debating the marijuana bill. Has to be read 3 times. It has to be passed 3 times. It survived its second reading, but my God, you should hear these unread, moronic idiots who believe cannabis does this, and they were saying this. Well, I believe that, hey, to hell with your beliefs. Why don't you look some of this stuff up? Why don't you talk to some people who have survived and, never mind that, championed a terrible illness? There are loads of us. I'm not the only one. I just found that out when I was coming out of the other side of the barrel. But who do they go to first? They go to the cops. Hey, you guys aren't going to have as many man hours if we legalize this. What can we do to help you? I know, we'll just drop a bunch more laws and call it legal when it's just merely recriminalized. Sad to know I've had some back and forths on Facebook this week recently with some friends and compadres of mine who are completely fine that the government's going to be completely running this monopoly. You know they're going to do it anyway, is the general tone. Yeah, I guess they're going to do it if we just sit back and let them. Complacency is a bit of a disease. You have to use cannabis probably to get your way around that. But listen to these guys. The senators were saying things like this. One female senator here, she said that she doesn't like cannabis because it's so dangerous. You know, you just take 4 tokes, and that's equivalent to smoking 5 grams. Now, I don't know how large this woman's lungs are, but it sounds like about 18 times the size of her gray matter brain. If you're familiar with a quarter, that's 3.5 grams. Add a gram and a half to that, and tell me you're going to huff that down in 4 tokes. This is a senator debating on the logistics and the legitimacy of this substance, and she clearly knows nothing about it. So right at the moment, they're passing the second reading, not 3 months ago, 6, 8, 10 months ago, not taking the actual information from the fact-finding mission that they had in Ottawa to get to the bottom of the science. And all of this stuff was brought forward by Dana Larson, by Jody Emery. Lots of people testified. These idiots weren't listening. So Chris Sully in the National Post says, here's something I bet you didn't know. Bill C-45, the Liberals' marijuana legislation, allows children between 12 and 17 to possess up to 5 grams of cannabis. Sounds crazy, right? The whole stated goal of the project was to keep it out of children's hands, yet no lesser authorities than conservative senators Tan Hai-Ngo and Pierre, a French name that's eluding my tongue right now, along with their leader in the upper chamber, Senator Larry Smith, and Justin Trudeau-appointed independent Senator Marie-Françoise Mégy, a physician and former professor, insisted in a debate that it is so. That those are the facts, that you can have less than up to 5 grams without getting into trouble. With kids, if a minor consumed all 5 grams in a given day, that could mess them up good and proper. Imagine looking out a classroom of 12 to 13-year-old children all permitted to have 5 grams of pot on their desks, Smith demanded. No one's going to do that, though, Smith. No one's coming in and plunking it down on their desk and going, I get to have this. Try some more fear-mongering. In an otherwise blithering address to the Red Chamber, Senator David Wells at least gave away what on earth his colleagues were talking about, that youth ages 12 to 17 will be able to possess up to 5 grams of dried cannabis before facing criminal charges. And he contended this was hidden away in the bill, and he called it shocking. Trudeau-appointed independent Senator Francis Lankin suggested that it wasn't hidden at all, in as much as he cited its location and asked whether he would prefer children aged 12 to 17 to be subject to criminal sanctions for small-scale possession. But basically, they have to send this bill back now, and there are so many problems with it. We've gotten into it a bunch on previous shows, but they have to change it. They have to make amendments. Here's one of the things I'd like to change. You know when they have these Captain Morgan commercials and any kind of alcoholic beverage commercial? It's always a fun time. Chicks in bikinis, you're on a boat having a great time, running around on the beach. It's a Budweiser kind of picnic. Hey, spring break. Hey, let's get hammered. Meanwhile, alcohol is actually a expensive, damaging depressant for your body, proffered by the government and profited from by the government. But the weed packaging they're going to have here in cannabis is basically one thing. It's either a white or black package. It's got the name on it of the company in the small corner and a big red stop sign with the letters THC on there. Get away from this. I know I talked about it last week, but nobody else is talking about it. Needs to be brought forward. So the legal weed producers are kind of unhappy over these new cannabis packaging rules because the only thing that's going to distinguish your company is this little tiny thing in the corner, little logo of your company in the corner. Otherwise, it looks identical. The hypocrisy is incredible, particularly from a bunch of people who consider themselves to be the shepherds of democracy, trying to live in a democratic world, trying to bring democracy to other countries around the world at force and with tanks and invasions. But in this case, when most people want access to this thing, They have to dream up a series of rules that negates the very idea that there's an actual democracy going on here. Boring packaging, THC, keep away, it's in the red stop sign. Why they won't just teach the children in the school at the time. Yeah, bring your 5 grams to school, Billy. Let's put it on a scale and let's break down what these are. Oh, those are called trichomes. Now let's get into the science of THC. Now let's get into the science of terpenes and other cannabinoids. Now let's get into the science of CBDs and let's tell them about it. But these schools don't bloody well prepare you for life. They don't tell you how to get a job. They don't tell you what money is, how it works, how to get a mortgage and a house. All the regular shit you need to do to live your life in this society, that's not in there. So, of course, be fearmongers. And keep our access away from the kids. And all the kids are going to get this thing. Teach them about it. You got these schools, remember? Everybody has to be vaccinated to go. Can't be that scary. Such hypocrisy. Now, our beautiful BC, where we get most of our fantastic Canadian bud, it says they may want to look to Colorado's experience as illegal cannabis still flourishes. This is the inherent problem of having these laws the way they set them up. While they say they're trying to stamp out the black market, they just keep taking steps that reinforce it. And they bloody well know this, too. So something's at foot here. British Columbians preparing for the approaching legalization of recreational weed may want to look to Colorado, says here on the CBC website, where 4 years of legal pot have come with a dramatic increase in criminal cannabis operations. According to law enforcement officials, Glenn Gash was the agent in charge of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration field office in Grand Junction, Colorado, until he retired, and said that in 2014 he watched the number of seizures of cannabis skyrocket. Our black market has increased 20-fold. And Canada's on the same old plan to make sure that the bad guys don't get it and that the kids don't get it. And they keep making decisions that reinforce that that will be going on. So somebody's happy about that. Let's get the hell out of Canada then. And I'm working on that, folks. I am working on that. I'm really tired of there's a lot of sheep up here. A lot of folks won't even believe a fact right in their face if it counters their preconception. So let's go to England. Sick kids petition pressures the UK government. A sick kids petition is pressuring the UK government to legalize. Now, we've had this in Australia. Jenny Hallam might be going to jail. We've had this in Ireland. Vera Toomey fought the system and won and now has one of 4 only permits in Ireland for medical cannabis for her little daughter, who's doing quite well, by the way, using this stuff when nothing else works. Dravet syndrome, all kinds of seizures. It says here in CannabisNow.com, turned down by the British government when they requested permission to use cannabis oil, the family of a child epilepsy sufferer personally delivered a petition with thousands of signatures to 10 Downing Street, the home of the Prime Minister. Charges of hypocrisy on the part of government were brought into sharp focus by revelations that the Home Office minister, ultimately responsible for the decision to turn down the request, is married to a businessman working for GW Pharmaceuticals. So when you find out what GW Pharmaceuticals is, you understand that this is a drastic conflict of interest. Hey, let my husband get rich while your kid gets sick and maybe dies. 6-year-old Alfie Dingley. I hope that's how you pronounce it. Could be Dingley, I'm not sure. Alfie Dingley, hoisted on his dad's shoulders, was at the head of a small march that advanced on 10 Downing Street, seat of Britain's governments, on March 20th, holding banners that said Alfie's Hope. Marchers supported the boy as he presented a petition demanding he be granted a special license to use medical cannabis to treat his epilepsy. Got 370,000 people on that petition. It was delivered by the little boy himself and his mother, Hannah Deacon. And as the Manchester Evening News notes, the delegation also included the family's chief ally in Parliament, Jeff Smith, representing the Manchester suburb of Withington, who is an outspoken advocate for sweeping overhauls of Britain's drug laws. When they arrived at 10 Downing Street, they met the Prime Minister, Theresa May. Oh, God, isn't that nice to see her in the flesh? And Minister of State Nick Hurd, who assured them a resolution would be reached. For just one kid? Or you're going to understand that this stuff isn't just a medicine for one kid. This stuff is a food. It's for your endocannabinoid system. You're supposed to be taking it in. And you've probably spent your whole life with hardly any of it or not enough of it. You've been starving yourself. You likely have a cannabis deficiency. Right, Dr. Michelle Ross, who will be getting back to us soon from her trip of a fact-finding nature in Portugal. It's a food, folks. It's really simple. It's a food that normalizes your body to the point where disease just can't seem to take hold. It doesn't cure the disease. It just renders your body into a place where disease has a much tougher time getting started or developing. So here's a billionaire Brit, a fellow from Virgin. Richard Branson says that as a member of the Global Commission of Drug Policy, I've long advocated for fundamental reform to end the failed global war on drugs. A monstrosity of ill intentions, poor judgment, bad policy that's cost hundreds of thousands of lives and billions in taxpayer money, all for nothing, because here we still are at the precipice of everybody gets to use it. So Branson's trying to get something going on. He's talking about he wants to get global trade in illegal drugs entirely controlled with criminal organizations out of here, and a world awash in a greater drug supply than ever before. I know what Barry was up to. We're not worried about Barry anymore. Barry's not around, but his company is still around, and so is Bloody Monsanto. So check out Richard Branson's Global Commission on Drug Policy and see what he's trying to do. He's also supported Alfie Dingley, this billionaire Richard Branson. His family had to take him to Holland. They had to leave their own country to use a plant to change his health. Incredible. Let's see what we have here.
As a parent and grandparent, I find this case truly heartbreaking. I can't imagine the anguish of the family, Alfie's family, as he's taken into hospital yet again with another ghastly, life-threatening seizure. They went to Holland and they took prescribed medical cannabis, and this treatment worked. It worked dramatically. Suddenly, Alfie was only suffering one less severe seizure a month. Before that, it was 150 seizures, which was so severe that he had to be given steroids.
Sure, give him steroids. Give him steroids even though that wasn't working. So you hear that. You've got 150 seizures a month, and now you have one a month. And I'm sure that one sucks. But it's not as bad as having 149 other ones that month. That's Alfie. Now, Alfie's not the only kid suffering from this. He just has parents that are going for the charge. And I'm going for the charge. And what I'm trying to tell you right now, folks, is that this drug, this terrible demon weed, that courtesy of America's racism, they were able to build it into this thing called marijuana and blame it on the Mexicans. Sound familiar? Some people don't understand how powerful it is because they haven't been in the position of needing it, and they just can't believe it. But some Americans are coming around on this. Here's a guy, he says, I consider it a miracle. Of course you do. Who's saying this? The mayor of a struggling town that's being saved by the cannabis industry. You've heard that bullshit before, right? Where they say, marijuana's never contributed anything to the society, and it's just a bad thing, and people, they shouldn't do it. It's not good for you. And you've got books, and you've got music, and now you've got a mayor saying that this plant is going to turn his town around. It's in Arkansas. Cotton plant mayor Willard C. Ryland told the New York Times, this is what we've been looking for. And what's remarkable is that they came and found us. He's a conservative Christian, but the moral questions around marijuana didn't deter him from jumping on the opportunity to do business. What's the moral obligation of cannabis? What is that? What does that mean exactly? Here's the thing. If you're Christian and you're listening to me now, and I hope that many of you are, because this is an argument you can never win. Flip open your Bible, page 1, Genesis chapter 1, go to 11 and 12, verses 11 and 12. Read that out. And tell me how tell me how that's not only not moral, it's basically the food that your God is saying that you should be eating for men to have as nutrition. That's what it is, folks. The seed that reproduces after itself. There's no immoral thing. That's why I hate when people just want to take CBDs and they don't want to take THC when they're remedying their cancer or some horrible disease. You don't just shoot one arrow, man. You got to shoot the whole quiver. Empty that thing. Unload it. This is not a rifle shot. It's a shotgun. Okay? So we've got mayors coming on board. We've got people in officialdom coming on board. Look at this, Maine. The state of Maine just became the first state to protect cannabis use outside of work because we have that demonization. Okay, we'll make it legal, but if we find out you ever used it, you're fired. That's regressive, isn't it? Well, employers in Maine can no longer discriminate against employees based on marijuana use during off time. It's crazy they ever could. Workers are now protected from getting fired or disciplined based solely on their use of cannabis in their off time. It's a refreshing display of, quote, if it's legal, it's illegal. The Maine Department of Labor has removed cannabis from the list of substances for which employers may test. Good for Maine and good for Wisconsin. A Wisconsin legislator is going to propose banning marijuana tests for most jobs. Things are turning, folks. Things are turning, and we're kind of done listening to the repression of the folks that say it ain't turning, okay? And I have to say right now that we're going to call up our friend here. He's on the line in South Carolina. And I'm going to give him a ding right now if I don't have too much trouble with it. Hang on. Yeah, it's an incredible time, folks, because these gentlemen here, this man you're about to hear, he was helping us. He brought it in. They took a personal price for this. He actually had to spend some time in jail. We're just calling up Barry right now. Barry, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show the wonderful tales you're going to hear are going to blow you away. I'm sure this is Barry Foy, also known as Flash. How's it going down there today, Barry? Where are you this morning? South Carolina?
Well, this afternoon, to be exact, we're in Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay. Sorry, yeah, it is this afternoon. I forgot. Sorry. We're in the same time zone and everything.
That's a good thing.
All right, so listen, I have this book in my hand here, and I didn't get to read the whole thing. I just got it yesterday, but it's called Jackpot. It was written, I guess, in 2010, 2011. Came out in 2012, I suppose. Jason Ryan, you're in here, so I want to just break this down. We're gonna take our time and really figure this out. So you were a young man, and you had never even smoked a joint at one point. And I want you to kind of get me from the part where you've never tried it before to you know it's illegal to now you're bringing it into the country and some of the journeys along the way.
Wow, that's a tall order.
Sure it is. You were there, though.
Yeah, we did it. You know, it's not uncommon, like, to go back and reminisce about what happened back in the late 60s, early 70s. I think it was summertime when I first smoked the joint, and you know, it wasn't anything fantastic, but it felt good. We had some good laughs, got hungry, and the next thing, you know, the next day we had to try that again, and so forth and so on. So it wasn't long before I was in that culture, that group of folks that were, you know, experimenting and reaching out and finding new things to do.
So what are you, a teenager at that point? Is that it?
Looking outside the box. 18, 19, yeah, something like that.
Okay.
And you know, that's how we kind of got started, just like a lot of people back then. Probably some Mexican pot, maybe some Panama Red. That was about it. The choices were limited.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you about that while we're on topic. Panama Red, and I remember Acapulco Gold. And I remember when, I think it was Panama Red, but it might have been the Mexican stuff. It was getting sprayed with paraquat. Do you remember that at all?
Yeah, the government was really crazy about trying to figure out a way to stop the production down in Mexico, and so they started spraying with paraquat. That went on, I think, for a year or two, and they finally they were getting a lot of heat for that. What they were doing to not only the plants but the environment and the people, the farmers themselves, and it's a poison. It reminds me of Agent Orange in Vietnam.
Right.
Just let's defoliate. Let's not leave a leaf unburnt.
And people were getting really messed up who were smoking it, as I recall, right? I mean, it was a big problem if you had paraquat.
Yeah, but it did kind of put a scare into some people back in that day. You're absolutely right. They would there was some hesitation.
Yeah.
That was for me, that was very early on. That was in the early 70s, 70, 71 that was going on. Maybe even a little bit later than that, but thank God they quit that project. The government got shut down on that. But the government has tried to stop pot in every way they can, and they finally, I think, are just starting to figure out that they can't do that.
It's only taken them 50 years.
Yeah, we the people will overcome. And I think that's kind of what's happening, especially today compared to 30 or 40 years ago. We've come a long way.
We sure have.
And people like you help push that envelope too, man. Don't forget that.
Well, thanks. I didn't really want to be pushing that envelope, but once I realized how effective it was against a fatal stage 4 terminal disease, I really didn't. There wasn't any moral choice other than to start talking about it and bringing it forward. It's not secret kind of stuff,
But we need a voice. We need a voice, and you seem to be that voice right now. You cover a lot of really cool subjects and are very informative.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I really am trying to lay out the bones for people to just turn their health around. I really thought this variety of shows, I might do 6 or 10 of these 1-hour specials or something, and it's just taken on a life of its own. We keep on meeting people. But let's get back to your situation where you're a bunch of long-haired hippies, basically, as they call it. And the paraquat getting sprayed, that's right after they started with this whole idea of calling it a war on drugs, Nixon's war on drugs. So you guys were realizing, we should get more of this stuff, and you started to make connections into different countries. Is that how it worked? Did you had people in Mexico, I guess, and Colombia?
Basically, I think I went down to Jamaica for the first time, and it's where a lot of pot came from in the early days, was out of Ocho Rios, up in the blue mountains of Jamaica. I first went down there on a lark, met a dude named Jesus. I should have known that was going to be a problem. And cause the dude took my money, and I never saw him again.
Well, maybe that was his version of turning over the changing of the money tables, turning over the money changer tables.
Yeah, he was breaking the bread. That's right. Yeah. I never saw him again. But that didn't deter me. I got back to Miami, regrouped, and went back to Jamaica and met a good man down there, a good Rastaman, and started working, and things started happening, and the adventure took over, and we started getting really good sativa, Jamaican, ganja.
And you were with how many people at the time? Yourself, and who else was there starting at this level?
I usually had a couple of people that helped me, and then, of course, you have to hire. After a while, you do it yourself. I sailed down 3 or 4 times myself, and then I said, well, this is going somewhere. I need to expand, and instead of one boat, we'll get 2 or 3.
And what kind of boats were these? What size boat are we?
Get 4 or 5. We use mostly sailboats because they fit in well.
Sure.
Especially in the Caribbean, South Florida, the Bahamas.
Seen one, you've seen them all, right? Nothing strange to notice. They're all the same, and you have cover.
Nothing at all. Just
right.
Another pleasure craft.
Right.
So when you're smuggling, you have to remember that word.
Pleasure craft.
Smuggling. So,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're under the radar, dude. Under.
And what kind of music were you listening to at that time? Do you remember?
Oh, geez, man. We
kick back?
reggae was just starting. Reggae was just starting out.
Yeah.
Jimmy Cliff was just getting going. Peter Tosh.
Right.
Of course, everybody listens to rock and roll. All the greats. Of course, they're all gone. Hendrix, the Stones.
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of blues music. I grew up on R&B. That's what I grew up on. So I loved all music. I mean, if you love music, you love it all.
Yeah. Did you play any kind of instrument at all?
No, I never played really. I love music and I know music, but I don't really play an instrument.
Okay.
That might be one of the things on my bucket list.
Well, I was just going to mention it because I've noticed lately in the past 15 months or so, I've been picking up piano, and I've been noticing that, I'll do some rudimentary work and try to, loosen up my fingers, and then I'll take a little hit, and I'll get a little bit in me, and it really takes you to a place of some concentration, and it seems to just almost instantaneously improve things, and it sort of like leaps and bounds a little bit at a time. I'm getting better at piano, and I think it has to do with unlocking certain restrictive aspects of the left hand versus the right hand. Anyway, I just wondered, because if anyone's listening, try a little hit and play your sax, play your clarinet, play your piano, play your guitar. See what happens. It's pretty cool.
Just play on, brother.
Play on, brother.
It does have an effect that it takes you to another level.
Yeah.
It takes you to a level that you wouldn't go to if you hadn't smoked, taken a hit or smoked part of a joint or taken a hit. It takes you to it. It opens you up.
Yeah, while your pain's going
you
away.
out. You hear notes you never heard before.
That's it. Yeah.
And you can lay it down like you've never laid it down. And go,
exactly.
Damn, where'd that come from?
Yeah, that's true. Now, I wouldn't want to perform like that because I don't think I could keep it together. But the creativity of that is unbelievable. It just seeps out. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and there's strains. There's strains for that now. You want to be creative, you get your sativa strains out, man, and your creative juices flow. But I just had to throw that in. But go ahead.
No, that's okay. So now you're learning about all of this, and you're in Jamaica with your friends, and you're starting to fill these boats up. And how did it go the first time? Like, you must have been a little nervous the first time. You got a boat full of stuff, and you have to meet some heavy hitter who's going to give you a lot of money, or how did it work?
Well, it just starts off, slow. You work with a few people and you make some money and you end up going out on your own. I mean, it's just why I eventually found myself that I really didn't want to work for anybody else. I wanted to work for myself, and I could control things. I wouldn't say that I want to micromanage, but I was always better if I felt like I was in control. And when other people are pulling the strings. So I eventually led to me doing my own thing and hiring my own crews and my own places to unload here in the States because, like I was thinking earlier, California hadn't come into play yet. So we were supplying the people that were in need for years before we are today in the cannabis business. We were the cannabis business.
When you say people in need, what do you mean by that specifically?
People knew they needed cannabis. They couldn't narrow it down like they do today with how everything has gotten very strain specific. Like you're talking about Charlotte's Web. You're talking about certain illnesses and your own battle,
right?
And what worked for you. Nobody really knew all those kind of things as a whole. But they just knew it. They felt good.
They felt better. Yeah, they just felt better.
If they weren't feeling good, they were feeling better.
Right.
When they smoked pot or they ingested somehow. They couldn't break it down like we do today.
Sure.
But they knew.
Yeah.
They knew. And so the demand was there. We were meeting a need.
Right.
People were in need. Dudes are coming back from Vietnam. You talking about shell shock, and they're talking about PTSD today. Just check out and talk to some vets that came back from Vietnam. That was one hellhole.
Yeah.
So they came back during those times, early 70s, and they smoked pot, and it helped them. They didn't really know exactly what was going on, and it wasn't as widespread, of course, as it is today. But we created a need, and
that was only Vietnam. That's right. That was only Vietnam. Yeah. Now we're in Afghanistan. We're in Iraq. We're in Yemen. We're in Syria. We're all over the place.
We're all over the place.
Yeah.
And so I agree. We we served a purpose, and people wanted it, people needed it, people asked us for it. When were we going again? Why didn't we have more? Where could they get more?
So then you needed to get to a. So go ahead.
So there was a demand, and so and not only was it an adventure, and not only were we, people were feeling good, and they knew it, but we were kind of, pressed into service, so to speak, to fulfill, those needs and those wants from people. It reminded me somewhat of like Prohibition during when the booze was outlawed,
right,
in the States. It's ridiculous, but everybody. So there was people smuggling booze back then, and it couldn't have happened. But there's smuggling going on today, but nothing like it was back in the day. That was a special time. The circumstances were all together. It came together like a perfect storm. Vietnam, the counterculture, people thinking outside the box, anti-establishment.
Right.
Let's try something different. And we're on, and then so we were all part of that. When you talk about music, you couldn't have music without the pot and the pot without the music, kind of thing.
So how many were you? How many folks of your group, like you and your friends, not just everybody smuggling in the world, but like you guys that were doing this thing, the gentlemen smugglers, as it's called? How many were you?
There were probably, under that umbrella, I'd say 30.
And you all knew each other?
30. We all knew each other for the most part, yeah. And if we didn't, we knew somebody that knew somebody. It was fairly close-knit. Usually when if it was time to go work and it was time to get on a sailboat, it was time to unload some pot, you ask your friends, or your friend asked a friend, and it was usually fairly tight. And so it wasn't a large group. Now over the years it grew some, but I would say 25 or 30 guys was the core group.
Yeah. So you must have had some after work barn burners, huh? A little blow off some steam, kind of have fun once in a while when you pulled off a successful import. Do you ever do that?
We worked a lot. Of course, it was a lot of partying, but it was a lot more work than it it may appear to the naked eye. But the parties, we usually partied in the bigger cities. We go to the Big Apple. We go to St. Bart's in the Caribbean. We go to Bahamas, Miami, or we fly to Europe for a while. Take a month or two off vacation, but then the phone would start to ring. When are we going back to work, boss?
So you got to this place where you realized, listen, we need to bring in more stuff than we're bringing in. I mean, you can't just put a couple of suitcases into a sailboat and that's going to do it, right? You had to increase the volume. What kinds of size amount were you pulling in? Because this isn't cocaine or something heavily packed tightly. This is a very fluffy substance. It's a lot of bulk, right? So to get like a ton, that's a lot
bulky,
of space.
So the bigger the ship, the better. They used to when we shifted, my guys, we shifted from Jamaica and started going down to Colombia because the strain was better. They had Santa Marta Gold, which is people call it Colombian Gold today.
Oh, gosh,
a real good sativa.
Yeah.
It's really the grandparent of skunk.
Is it really?
All the skunks. Yes, it is.
Wow.
And so so we started going to Colombia. So it's a little further trip from the East Coast, but so we got bigger boats. We got big fishing boats. We loaded 80-foot sailboats. There was also freighters. The Colombians like to send freighters up, and they'd have a couple of 100,000 pounds on board.
Couple of 100,000 pounds. Oh my God.
Pounds on board. Yes, and then you would send your smaller boats out. It would take 100 boats to unload it. 80 boats. They'd send small boats, 20-footers, 30-footers. Everybody was surrounding the mothership off the Bahamas from time to time, and run back into Fort Lauderdale, Miami, or the Keys.
So I'm guessing
that was it.
Go ahead.
It was the only source of pot for most of the country. Came in like that for years.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of action. You would be bumping into people occasionally that you didn't even know doing the same thing you were doing.
Right.
It's getting busy down here in Florida.
So you guys were, when you were doing this, and the amount of people, like you say, you're basically providing so much of the country with your imports. So what I'm going to ask you now is, this is getting into logistics to the point where, okay, so at the very beginning, of course, no one was suspicious of you because you hadn't done anything wrong before. You managed to get away with it, and then you're building this track record, this history of being able to do this. What kinds of thoughts or what kinds of precautions did you take? Like you're running boats in and out of international coastlines. How did you avoid any detection at all in the early stages?
Well, early on, the government really wasn't aware of the magnitude of it. You only really worried in the early days about the Coast Guard. Our Coast Guard are normally white hull ships with a red diagonal stripe on them.
Yeah.
And so the only thing you worried about back then was if somebody was on watch and they went yipe stripes, you knew you may have a problem. But normally the Coast Guard was stretched very thin, so they confiscated very little in the early days for sure, maybe like 5% of everything that ever came this way. And they got a little bit better, and the United States Customs got involved, the DEA got involved some, the FBI, and so it became a bigger thing for the government in many ways to try to take people down, whether through their money, financially what they were doing, or just catching them in the act. I know for 14 years they never caught us in the act. What brought us down in the end was conspiracy. I don't think they had a baggie full of weed.
Wow. The conspiracy, in other words, the planning that was required for you to be able to do these runs. That's
correct. The overt acts is what a conspiracy is made up from. I don't know if they have that in Canada or not, but we have conspiracy laws here that are used fairly on a regular basis for different types of crime. But of course, we didn't consider it for a minute that we were doing anything that was illegal.
Right.
And that's really pretty much been borne out for today, and where we're at today in the legal sense of where cannabis is today.
Right. We don't have conspiracy here in Canada. There's no conspiracy here at all. I've been told this many times by lots of people that I'm crazy for even entertaining such a notion. So I guess it's just an American thing.
I don't know. We have it on our books. It's you just have to have the overt acts. Well, he bought an airplane or he bought a boat.
Right.
And he paid such and such person, and he made a flight down to this country, and so they put all those acts together to come up with some bullshit to put you in prison. Like me, I did 11 years almost.
Oh, you're fast forwarding to the end. That's too bad. You did.
Well,
you did 11
not the
years.
end. I'm not at the end. I'm just saying that we were talking about the government,
right,
and how they and what they do and the legality of it. I saw where San Francisco may soon wipe out people's records that were convicted of pot.
Right.
They're considering doing that, even felony convictions for pot.
So when you were finishing up a delivery, say you're getting cannabis and your marijuana, I guess they called it back then all the time, or weed or grass. So you're delivering that to whoever it is. Anybody watching movies or television shows, this is always a high stakes, high risk operation with guns. Were you guys prepared to kill or be killed, etc., or do we have a different take in reality?
Well, I just think you have to look at it as a whole. That it wasn't a culture of violence smoking pot. Just the act of smoking pot doesn't, make me think, or anybody I've ever really been around, well, geez, I need to go in my closet and get my my Glock out. It's time to go do some blasting. When you smoke pot, the only thing you might blast would be the refrigerator. I mean, for real, you're not. It just doesn't follow like cocaine. That can make you paranoid, anxious. You're coming out of your skin. Somebody's going to get you. Let me get my piece, and I hear them coming in the door, kind of shit.
Right.
No, man. If somebody was to knock on the door, you were stoned. Like, yeah, come on in.
That's funny. So
I think pot didn't lend itself to being a violent and to me and the guys we dealt with and the people I dealt with, which I dealt with millions of dollars. Somebody would take off 8 or 10,000 pounds of pot from me, and 2 or 3 or 4 months later, they'd bring me back $2 or $3 million.
Wow.
I never saw a gun. They never had a gun. They didn't use guns. I didn't use guns. For what?
Yeah.
We were selling pot, we were smuggling pot, and we were making money. Violence only brought on more heat.
Yeah, well, I tend to believe the same thing. Yeah. So when you guys were starting to realize that okay, you've been eluding the Coast Guard every single time, whether you're going into, you took your boats right into Colombia, so you're avoiding their Coast Guards, you're avoiding your own Coast Guards. How did you get a sense at some point, like, somebody knows something, the cops or whatever? How did that go down?
Well, I mean, you know, you can only get away with something like that for so long. You just hope to make as much money as you can, and then when the end comes, you're situated to deal with it in a positive sort of way, if you call going to prison positive. But well, like I said earlier, the Coast Guard was spread thin. Sometimes we had a knowledge of where they were. Sometimes we knew where the people who patrolled those areas of water were. We knew what they drove. We had done surveillance on them a lot of times, so we were ahead of where they were.
Right.
They made me think they were watching us, but we were really watching them.
Sure.
So,
and you knew the game plan, so yeah.
We knew what they were doing, and we knew that, and we could also improvise. That was one of our greatest assets, was improv, you know, because none of this shit went down out of a book where you had rules that said, okay, on day one, this is what you do.
Right. It's just evolving.
On day two, this always evolving.
Yeah. I love the fact that it was nonviolent. It completely makes sense to me. You know, it's the whole mindset, like you said, the cocaine, nervous, twitchy, kind of jumpy angle, and heroin had this dark cloud over it and everything. But cannabis is, you know, it's a peace and love kind of thing. It's an awareness, relaxing. You know, it's just such a beneficial substance.
That's what I'm saying. It's got so many positive aspects to it. But it's like anything else. You can eat too much, drink too much. You know, you can do about everything you could ever think of doing it too much, and it's probably not good for you. But you know, when you do a dosage or you do what helps you, then without going overboard, then that's where life really is, the balance.
Right.
And pot has a balance, and pot has great positive things. I mean, you take the Israelis. The Israelis are so far ahead of just about everybody in research. They've been doing it for years and years and years, and they've been allowed to do it. Where, I don't know about Canada, but you know, U.S.
No.
It's hard for these universities to get research money when it's a Schedule I.
Yeah, it's an illegal drug, sure. Yeah.
It's totally illegal, and it makes it hard to get research. And so people are dying probably right now. People are in pain right now probably because our government and the U.S. has not allowed enough research to go on and find more things, more diseases and more of everything that pot would cure.
Well, that's absolutely the case. Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is.
So it was always an uphill battle. Everything we were doing, we were just beating the government. You know, we were beating down the propaganda. We were part of that counterculture that what blossomed into where we are today in the cannabis business of sorts. And so, you know, you have to go back. You have to look at it in those terms. And I'm just glad it is where it is today. And I'm glad, you know, that someone like you is kind of preaching the word.
Well, listen, you did 11 years in prison for this at the end of it. We'll get to that later because a lot of you, I think all of you guys went to jail at some point, but
yeah.
Isn't that true? Everybody in your gang got nailed?
Yeah, most everybody. Yeah, that's correct. Some more than others, but everybody did a little piece.
Yeah. So when you were living at that time, in those days, and you must have been hearing on the news, in the news, on the newspapers, and on the radio, the constant talk about the war on drugs, Nixon's war on drugs, and we found out subsequently the nasty and nefarious and racist and control-based reasons they did that. But that must have been That must have been something that, like, you must have had mixed feelings, because here's what I'm going to say. At the one time, you're doing all of that, but if it were instantly legalized, maybe you're not making that kind of money back then, if it did turn over that quickly. So you literally were profiting from the, let's call it regressive backward principles of the government.
Well, and people still are today, 40 years later. But to answer your question, that dilemma actually came up, when Jimmy Carter ran for president, and he was there in the late 70s. It was actually, he had a platform to decriminalize marijuana for adults, totally, and we were like, holy shit, this is great. We've worked for 5 or 6 years now. We've got some money. Now it could be legal and everybody can enjoy it without looking over their shoulders.
Yeah.
But of course, that fell apart for Jimmy for a few reasons. I think it was some internal problems with his son, who was involved in some things and his drug czar, Peter Bourne, were involved with some parties where some cocaine was and some other drugs, and it went downhill. So Jimmy Carter really never pushed it, the envelope. And that all died out, of course, when our hero of all heroes, Ronnie Reagan, came into office, and he and Nancy said, just say no.
Well,
and that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, just say no. Should have been just saying no to Reagan, but it was just just
right on, brother.
It was he was an actor, huh? I mean, when did people start to? That's when I really realized, hey, these guys are actors. I mean, he was a famous movie star, but they're all actors. They're enacting. There's no democratic will here. When most people want to buy this stuff and want to get it, and they say it's a democracy, and then it isn't, because they punish people who use it. Still going on.
Yeah, that's the terrible part. The two bad parts are you can go to jail still in a whole lot of places, and people are dying and in pain because of lack of research on a natural herb that was put on Earth that man's been with for ever since we were here.
It's a lot of mind control, They say things like,
"Sure,
you need this medication because it'll lower your inflammation in your knees and your joints and stuff like that, and you need this one to get rid of your back pain, and you need this muscle relaxant to do this." And instead of just accepting the fact that this stuff targets the entire body, and they call it a crutch when you're using it to relax, to shake off your PTSD or work your way through it, to eliminate it, to improve your life, to take an edge off, as if this society doesn't give us enough reasons to be upset and panicky and anxious about things. And they call it a crutch. It's a crutch. It's a drug. You shouldn't be using it. It's a bad thing. And meanwhile, the pharmaceuticals that they tout are doing those same things, or trying to, and failing at it. It's not a crutch to use an opioid for pain. It's fattening somebody's wallet, but it's a crutch if you take cannabis oil and use it for pain. This whole double mindset that people aren't seeing is, I can never get past it.
Well, it's part of the propaganda. It's part of big pharmaceutical companies do not want their pot legalized right now. They're not in position yet. Of course, they're trying to position themselves because they know it's coming.
Yeah.
But they're not ready yet, so they lobby that. They come up with that bullshit. And if you take one of those pills that you just mentioned, or 2 or 3 or 4, whatever you're taking them for, the side effects that you didn't mention are pages long. If you have this, now turn the page and pay of side effects that the pharmaceutical medication today is crazy. It's off the chain. Half the commercial on TV is about not what it'll do for you, but how it can hurt you.
Yeah.
So so you go back to those days where Jimmy Carter came in, and then Ronald Reagan came in with his wife, lovely Nancy, just say no. And he really ramped up the war on drugs. He threw the money at it. He said he was going to wipe pot off the map. He was going to make it where there wouldn't be any more pot on the streets.
Another Republican lie. Oh boy. So
that didn't happen.
No,
he tried, but it didn't happen. And eventually, he did have an effect on us because he threw everything at us. The FBI, the IRS, U.S. Customs, DEA, you name it. Every agency you can think of.
So Reagan got in and they started to muck around in Grenada. What happened there? Were you guys involved in
Yeah.
that?
Well, it was Grenada was a friend of mine was down there, as a matter of fact, named Bob the Boss, who was in the book. An adventurer, a sailor, smuggler. One of my partners, he's dead now. He happened to be down in Grenada when Ronald Reagan sent in the Marines and the Navy and whatnot to take over Grenada, because it had been the government had been overthrown by some so-called communists. And so my buddy was down there, Bob the Boss, on his boat, beautiful 75-foot custom sailboat, and he helped them get ashore. They didn't know what they were doing. Some of the Marines that came there, and he'd been there anchored up. He was staying there anchored up. It's a beautiful island. He just happened to be visiting when the war broke out and the Marines landed. So he helped them get around. He helped them figure out what to do, where to go, what roads to use. He actually worked with them for a day or two or three until they got control. I think one of them gave him a grenade launcher as a gift.
What?
Here, take this. You may need it one day on board. You never know if the pirates are going to board you one day in your
right.
Your yachting world that you're in. So he actually got busted with it, I believe, when they finally took him down. He had the grenade launcher with him. But we were in the islands everywhere. Grenada. We were in St. Martin. We had a lot of our money was in offshore corporations. Like St. Martin has a Dutch side and a French side. The Dutch are very friendly back in the day for setting up offshore banking accounts, because we didn't want our money in this country. They may find it. They may run it down. We had money in Liechtenstein. We had money in the Channel Islands over in Jersey, England. We had money in France. Money buried. We had money everywhere.
Money everywhere. That sounds so American.
It is. It was totally American.
That's so cool. Listen, we're going to take a break for just a little second. We do have the wonderful Barry Foy on the phone. You might know him as Flash. You might know him as one of the guys who got involved in bringing cannabis into the country in the first place. Right on. But right now, I have to do a little throw out here for Truth Seeker app. Truth Seeker app. Truth Seeker is for discerning news junkies. So let's say you want to listen to this show, or Conspiracy Queries, or perhaps Scott Horton, or Red Ice Radio, or Skepticality, or Rune Soup, or Media Monarchy, or The Jimmy Dore Show, and so many more. You want to get on Truth Seeker app. It's an app for your Android. It's an app for your iPhone. We're happy to be on there. It's a great little app. Maybe you only need one app on your phone, and if you do, for your news and your information, maybe you want to get it from Truth Seeker app. Download that right away. Well, just wait till the end of the show and then download it. Okay, we're back now with Barry. Barry's on the line still from Charleston. So, so Reagan's in there. Now, listen, did any of you guys ever get skin cancer? I figure you're in the sun all the time.
Well, I'm sure that somewhere on this old ragged ass body of mine, I've got some skin cancer. Have you got a cure for me?
I do, actually. Well, here again, it's not necessarily a cure so much as changing your body, but yeah, you can use cannabis oil on these horrible situations. You're not smoking a joint isn't going to do anything, but if you use the oil, both internally and topically. Check that out. I was just thinking of all you guys on the boats back then, and there wasn't sunscreen, and maybe sunscreen's not a great idea, but you guys were in the sun all the time. I'll bet you were all looking like a bunch of leather bags.
Yeah, just like old lizards. That's why I need that warm sun in a rock, in the morning. When I drink my coffee, I got to be laying on a rock.
Well, I hope that's what you get to do. Are you still in touch with some of the guys?
Oh yeah, we're together quite a bit. We actually get together. We used to get together once a year. It's kind of died off now because some of the people have passed. But we used to have what they call the Felons Ball.
Okay.
And a friend of mine, one of the guys, and he had a big spread, nice house, and so we get together, the 15 or 20 of us, that had been in prison. We were all basically out, and we started having the felon ball once a year, so we could all get back together and reminisce and socialize and catch up with each other.
That's good. Well, I'm glad because now those guys aren't still in jail, right? Like you're all out of jail now.
And no, everybody's out. Everybody's been out for years.
Okay.
So you have to keep it in the timeline. I think the most anybody did was about 16, 17 years.
I'm going to read a chunk from the book here and just get you to comment on it. The preferred method of boarding a ship for customs officers was to approach a vessel slowly, announcing U.S. Customs with their bullhorn as they surveyed the scene. Then they would say, "How many men are on board?" They'd ask that through the bullhorn. "Do you have any weapons?" And so on. After that, the patrol boat would pull alongside, asking for cooperation as they tied off to the other boat and secured fenders. 2 customs agents could board, while a 3rd customs officer kept at the wheel of the law enforcement vehicle. Tonight, Bell and Jefferson couldn't count on cooperation. In light of the sailboat heading to sea, the boarding could not be a protracted by-the-book affair. The only choice was to ram and board the sailboat, they decided, with Jefferson as the sole boarding officer. Jefferson readied for a full assault boarding, weapon drawn. He held a Smith & Wesson .357 revolver, a veritable cannon capable of instantly dropping a man. It was one of the few weapons the Marine officer said he could count on not to be corroded by salt. Strapped to his body were speed loaders and at least 5 pairs of handcuffs. So that's not any kind of fun, hey, when a guy like that gets on your boat?
No, I think I believe I know what the story you're talking about that particular night. No, it's not, and they got lucky that night. That was a boat that was full of hash from Lebanon. It had sailed all the way from Lebanon through the Med, across the Atlantic, and had come there that night to unload. And they just happened to be one of those nights, and I believe it was in the early 80s when they started doing patrols on certain waterways and happened to see a boat, suspicious boat with no lights on. Normally, if a boat's underway or anchored up, there's a light either on the top of the mast or there's running lights, starboard and port. But this particular sailboat had no lights that night, and they saw it off in the distance at night. I guess they had night vision glasses and spotted it, and that started that cascading downhill. And everybody they busted about 15 people on that deal and 15,000 pounds of hash.
So did you ever make that sail from and to Lebanon? I mean, that's a long ride, isn't it?
No, that is a extremely long ride.
Was that like 3 weeks or something?
Very dangerous. A lot can happen in that trip. At least 3 weeks, sometimes more than a month, depending on if you had any problems, you broke a mast, you had engine problems, ran out of food or water. A lot of things can happen.
Yeah.
On that type of, anytime you're on the water, anything can happen.
Sure.
It's you against Mother Nature.
Yeah.
So that was part of the adventure. That was part of sailing down and loading the boat and coming back.
So that's the kind of problem. Go ahead.
Taking that risk, taking that chance, that's adventure.
So that's the kind of thing that can happen on the high seas, right? Where all those things you can take on water, all this kind of stuff. But as far as legalities are concerned, when you're in the middle of the ocean, it's probably nothing, right? You're more concerned about approaching the coastline when the authorities are involved.
Well, exactly. There's nobody out there. There's a big ocean out there, as they say. No, you always tighten up when you could see land or you were close, because that's where the danger was. It wasn't out in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Not from any law enforcement.
Right. So you're dealing with the elements in the middle of the water, and then you're dealing with maybe the police and the Coast Guard, et cetera, when you get close. So it's always a bit of a high stress.
That's what it was very stressful the entire time, but it paid well, and you had plenty of people standing in line that were ready to go. There was never a shortage of people wanting to experience the thrill, to experience that successful operation, so to speak, that Jesus, man, look what I've done. I brought back a boatload of Colombian gold. God, just look at it and you see it all. And when you were down there, it's all part of a successful mission of sort. We beat them again.
So how many?
You know,
How much weight on a ship like a large run from Lebanon? This is Les Riley organizing this. Is that right?
yeah, Les organized a lot of those. That there could be as much as 30,000 pounds on a of hash.
Okay, so that's what 15 tons or so, close to that.
That's 15 tons. Yeah.
So if you have 15
right.
tons of cannabis on a boat, or let's say you've got a small, whenever you guys were doing the briefcases, the suitcases in the early days, but when you have that much weed, how do you deal with the smell? I mean, isn't it when you pull into the harbor, everybody could smell it, or did you plastic contain it, or how did you keep it all segregated so it wasn't so obvious?
Well, it really wasn't segregated. You piled it in, and you hoped you had a little space left in the galley to get down and maybe make yourself something to eat on a hot plate, and get something cold out of the fridge if that was all possible. And you were sleeping on top of bales. It was a lot of times. If another boat would come up on you, it would be immediately recognizable as a boat full of weed. It was just everywhere. Sometimes you just packed it to the gills because. Why leave one bale behind?
I think I was born in the wrong time. I really do. I think I was supposed to be down there with you guys. I think I'm supposed to be 20 years older, and I should have been down there.
I think you were in spirit.
I think so too.
I think you were in spirit. So there was a lot of high seas drama.
Yeah.
It took a lot to pull off operations. It took a lot of luck. It took preparation. And it took people on this end that were willing to take the chance too, and get out there and hustle it and find buyers. We didn't have dispensaries back then.
No.
You had to make it for yourself, and so it took a large group of people on both ends. I mean, pot we brought in and hash we brought in went New York, Boston, Chicago, Memphis, Dallas, Texas.
That was
Kansas
all your
City,
weed.
D.C., you name it, it was there. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. We had people in all those cities.
Okay, so you weren't doing all of that yourself. You were bringing it in. So those people doing that, there are PTSD Vietnam survivors helping you out with this. Is that right?
Yeah, we had people that would come back from Vietnam because they were trustworthy, as well as they had been in combat. And we're used to, high stress situations. And we used, quite a few guys I know that came back from Vietnam that worked in this business of smuggling pot. They did a good job. They liked what they were doing. They were naturals.
And I guess that was shell shock back then, that they were not PTSD per se, but they were messed up from going to Vietnam. So they got to use some of the product, and they found that took the edge off while they were doing their job of proliferating.
Oh, of course, and all it was a web of folks to make it all happen and make it successful and come to fruition, which would be in the end that you collected your money for what you were put through to make this happen. I mean. It's very easy today. It was very difficult back in my time to bring this product to the people.
Yeah.
And bring them joy. Foy brings you joy, is what I used to tell folks.
Yeah. Did you ever get into conversations with people down there? Like, and what I mean is this. So you knew what you were doing, and you knew that you liked it, and you knew what was enjoyable and profitable about it, and you knew the quality of the product. You knew everything you needed to know. So when you were maybe at a bar or having a restaurant meal somewhere, or just mixing with someone in the public, did you ever run across somebody who, was government mind control to the point, well, this is terrible stuff, and just have like a conversation with them about, no, listen, it does bring benefit in anything, and you had to deal with mind-controlled compatriots, other Americans who just couldn't believe this stuff, and you've got that sort of that war set up. It's bad. No, it's good, and it's perpetuated like that. Did you ever have those conversations?
I think you find that today. So you found it back then, and I'm sure I had that conversation exactly how you described it. There was always someone who was a doubter.
Yeah.
There was always someone who couldn't get beyond the propaganda and couldn't get beyond what the government had preached and put out there for people to suck up and be dumbified by. It's incredible how hard the government's tried to keep all this down. And we're still dealing with it today with the current administration here in the States. And so y'all are lucky in Canada. You've got a good prime minister. He makes sense, or at least he's trying to make sense of it.
Yeah. Well, let's not get into an argument. I'm having such a great time with you right now. I don't really want to talk about Justin Trudeau.
No, I know. No, we won't go there.
That's okay.
No,
it's all right. I could tell you another time. He's, I get it. He looks good from a distance, but when you really start picking it apart, you realize it's not that great of a thing.
Yeah.
That's incredible to me that you were doing so well for that amount of time, and that these magic spells where people think it's such a terrible thing because their government told them. It's amazing to me that it still has hold over anyone. But let's bridge the gap a little bit. This has been so great talking with you, by the way. Thanks for giving up your time this afternoon.
My pleasure.
I want to learn a little bit more about, let's bridge the gap. So you guys are out there, cowboys, you're bringing it in, you're having fun, you're making money, you're getting it done, you're providing people with pain relief, etc. And it's going really well. But now some things have started to fall apart and or go wrong, probably because of investigations from your governmental opposition. And how did that unfold? Like, how did that just begin to be the whole sinking ship and then everybody had to go to jail? Let's get through that part.
Well, like I said, when Ronnie Reagan came in, it really accelerated from the government's side as far as how they were approaching us and approaching, people that were smuggling. They kind of started with the financial end. They had a few tips from the rats that were out there. There was always an informant. You never could, somebody was always going to be weak. The government intimidated a lot of people with long sentences, and sometimes people would give the government information to get a lighter sentence. And a little tip here and a little tip there, they started opening up a can, and found some real estate transactions. They found some corporate papers. They started to find a paper trail
right
into our finances. And once they started getting into our finances, they were able to expand from there and to take more people down and eventually break us all up, make us all basically scatter, indicted us, tried to arrest us all, and did arrest a lot of people, and eventually everybody in the end. But it started with a paper trail. It started with the IRS, really.
Oh yeah.
Breaking us down and follow the money.
Yeah. So before you got to that part, were you buying Cadillacs and Corvettes and racing cars?
Oh,
and
sure.
All that stuff.
Sure. Sure. I remember buying my first Porsche in 1974 in Atlanta, Georgia. I walked in with a paper bag with $15,000 in it. And at that time, the dealer in Atlanta was kind of in the hood. It was on the edge of the hood, even though it was downtown Atlanta in those days. And when I walked in, I said, I like that one on the showroom. It was a red Targa. I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
Beautiful car. And he said, you'll take that one? And I had flip-flops on and shorts and a T-shirt and a paper bag. And he looked at me like, you're not, dude, you really ain't going to be able to buy this car for real.
Yeah.
I said, yeah. He said, how are you paying for it? And I said, cash. I said, right here in this bag. And he said, oh, my God. He said, come in my office, because he was kind of worried because there I was with cash, and we were in a kind of a questionable neighborhood. Ran inside his office. He closed the blinds and counted the money, and I drove out in that red Porsche. Yes, sir. First car. So
that's amazing.
I started out, and I love cars, and I bought quite a few of them. And everybody did. Everybody spent their money. They might as well. I mean, you can't take it with you.
Sure, you got tons left, and you're buying, but you got to buy something, right? I mean,
there was Ferraris and Porsches and Mercedes and BMWs, and we had all that stuff, fur coats.
Yeah,
just the crazy stuff you do when you're young, and you're young, and in your 20s, and you're millionaires.
And you're bringing in tons of hash from Lebanon on ocean liners. Yeah, sure. The typical sort of American Norman Rockwell.
So we spent it like we made it. We really did. I mean, we always went first class, and why not? I mean, but I'll tell you, we also were underground as much as you could be. And so, like, for instance, when I would fly on a commercial flight somewhere, you always sit next to someone, and then inevitably you strike up a conversation. And well, what do? You might be asked. And I always had a real estate card with me that had a false name on it, and it had real estate entrepreneur in New York City, just some bullshit on there, and
yeah.
So it wasn't like we flaunted everywhere. You couldn't just tell the guy next to you on the airplane, yeah, I'm a pot smuggler, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So there was concealment. There, we kept it underground, but at times it was hard not to be a little bit out front.
Yeah.
And I used to fly to Concorde when it flew.
You flew the Concorde? Oh, God, I definitely needed to be
Concorde. We were going to Europe. I mean, we went to Europe a couple of times a year. We spent a month or two over somewhere in France. So we lived well, and we deserved it.
Sure.
And we knew what it was like to make money, but we also knew what people liked and what they needed. And people still need good cannabis today. They always will.
That's for sure. So this is the fascinating thing in the book, and people might not understand this until you take a look at a map, and a relatively local map, is that your prime source of import was originally South Carolina, but you also spread it up and down from Florida right on up to Maine. Isn't that right?
Right. We were Florida to Maine, all the way up down the East Coast, wherever you could feel comfortable in. Because once you know the water like we did, once you know boats, and it's easy to go assimilate yourself into a little community where there might be a very nice looking place with deep water. It's very quiet. It's secluded. That's what we look for. We were smugglers.
Now, how did you find that? You found that from the land side of things, or you must have already known where you were pulling in?
It was local knowledge. Also, just surveying it yourself, doing your homework, knowing the layout of the land,
right?
Knowing that part of the world where you were, like Maine. It's like Nova Scotia and up into Canada. It's very rocky and it's very tricky. It's very rough and unpredictable. Virginia is a lot like South Carolina. Florida's flat, fairly easy.
Yeah.
And we smuggled on the West Coast too. We also smuggled into Seattle, Washington. That was probably the last deal I ever did.
Wow.
We came from Thailand.
So folks may realize that when you look at the line between, say, the Florida, wherever you might want to put port there, on up to Maine, and you look at that on a map, that's let's say that's 6 inches long. If you're looking at it in a book, you got a 6-inch long line between Florida
coastline
and Maine. You've got a 6-inch coastline in a book. But that's not really the case, though, because if you zoomed in on it and you unbent the curvy lines that make up the shoreline, that thing is so long. You've got an unbelievably long. So you're scoping it out from land. Oh, we can put it into this cove, and we can put it into this town, and there's so much more. It's not just like Boston, Philadelphia, New York. You're done. It's like all these inlets.
No, you microed it out. You picked one little secluded spot, and that's why we did so well in South Carolina. It's a very unpopulated coastline,
right?
And if you knew the locals, you knew the people who fished here all their lives, who caught shrimp here all their lives, people who own shrimp boats. We used a lot of shrimp boats. We utilized what was here, and so. I think having knowledge of the ocean and having knowledge of what we took, everything we mostly did was by boat.
Yeah.
Now you had a lot of smugglers that used airplanes, but we didn't. We never used planes. It was we weren't in the plane business.
Right.
We were in the boat business, and so.
Well, you're still alive. You got Barry Seal going in and out of Arkansas is no longer alive, so you're probably made the right choice.
Yeah, he met his demise, but the government was involved in pot smuggling as well.
Yeah,
and
how does that work exactly? What does that work? How is the government involved? Tell me about that.
If you're Oliver North, you know how to take care of all that. The government's giving you okay to land at an Air Force base. The government's giving you a Air Force plane. All that Iran-Contra stuff was underground and supplied. by drugs. That war was paid for by drugs.
And bringing back
cocaine.
heroin and cocaine, I heard, but I think heroin from Vietnam inside body bags and even sometimes inside body parts. This is what I heard back in
Right. Well, that was the government was probably involved in some of that as well.
Yeah, Air America.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. And so it only comes out in dribbles and bits. Who knows how really big it was?
Yeah.
When you land at Air Force Base, nobody really knows. So that went on some, but we didn't really bother ourselves too much. We were busy doing what we knew how to do best.
Now, I know you've been up here before in Canada. I realize that because there was a time when you were hiding in Quebec so that you didn't get in trouble from the federales down in the United States. Is that right? You were in Quebec for a while?
I was actually in Montreal.
Montreal. Okay, well, we have a question here up on the thread. It says, does Barry have anything to do with all the hash that was in Montreal in the 70s? If so, I would like to thank him. So I remember as a kid, a high school kid in Toronto, we always had weed and stuff, but it was always coming from Montreal and Montreal, the hashish, it was always coming from Montreal all the time. We never made that.
We were late 70s, and the Canadians always had hashish. And more so than Americans. Americans seem to be more pot oriented.
Yeah.
And still are today. But I was in Montreal at one time, and actually crossed the border and had a foot chase there at the border of Canada and going into New York at a customs station. It's in the book. It's kind of a crazy chase scene. It's probably going to be in an upcoming TV series soon.
Let's talk about that for a second. Yeah, we've got a TV series featuring you fellas now. Can you tell us a little bit about that without jumping the gun? Can you tell us kind of what's the scope of the show?
Well, without jumping too far ahead, it's in the works. There's a Canadian group that's very interested and has bought the life rights to some of the players that are involved, and have started doing some interviews. And I think they have the concept that we want to do a TV series out of it, which is very exciting. We've been trying to do this for some years now, since the book came out. The entertainment business is a difficult one. I don't probably have to tell you.
No.
And so it's taken a while to meet the right people. But my new motto, and I've always felt this way, I just haven't expressed it, is I love Canadians.
Well, that's good. I like a lot of them. I do. I like a lot of Canadians.
And so
many
these
of them.
These guys that are interested now are very, very interested. They're very determined. I believe they're going to be able to pull it off, and we're down with them 100%.
That sounds great. I don't know what you're going to talk about or how it's going to be, but I'm sure that would be tipping your hand, and let's not do that. But it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. You'll have to come on again when it's going to launch, and we'll talk to you some more.
I'd love to do that, and I'm sure that they would like that as well. Let the people know what's going to be out there for them to watch.
So some of the things that were interesting in the book and in your story, and it's pointed out many times, and we've already talked about your relatively calm and relaxed ethos of running this stuff. You weren't a bunch of crazy machine gunning lunatics, is that the feds or the folks, the cops involved in taking you down, if you will, were quite, what would you say, respectful or relieved that they knew that you guys weren't violent, and that some of them look back now on that time of chasing you down and arresting you with a lot of fondness as far as policing goes. Did you ever meet some of these guys and talk about that after the fact? Or?
There's still one or two of them around that I've seen them around. I haven't really spoken to them, but I've seen what they've said, and they've generally expressed that they respected what we were doing. I mean, they knew what we were doing was, it was on a large scale. It took a lot of planning. It took a lot of brains. And I think that they respected that, even though, they were doing their job, which at times was dirty. Some of those DEA cops were dirty. I'm not going to mention any names, but but for the most part, the guys in the end, a lot of times they went to the same schools that the guys they were prosecuting went to.
Yeah.
And so they knew each other. They knew one another. They were in the same fraternities in college. They knew people's families, knew each other. The prosecutors knew the defendants' families and stuff. So it wasn't like they were running after, somebody that was, getting ready to do something crazy and violent and extreme. We were, when it turned out, we were just, we were on an adventure that was something good for people.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they realize it from a cannabis standpoint now, but they realize from a respect standpoint and the logistics of the operation that, that we have a respect as business people almost.
Yeah. Well,
For
maybe
what we pulled off. I mean, remember they couldn't catch us.
Right. So now you have.
It was like the Dukes of Hazzard sometimes, man.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. Yeah. So hopefully there'll be some of that in your TV show, because I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So you live in South Carolina still. That's your main residence, South Carolina?
Yeah, it is. I've lived all over the world pretty much, but I've lived in South Carolina for the last 20 years, ever since I got out of prison.
So your Henry McMaster is your current governor. Henry McMaster. Tell us about him and what you know about.
Well, Henry was one of those prosecutors that knew and was friends and in the fraternity with several of the people that he ended up helping put in jail. Henry, the only thing Henry ever won in his life was a lieutenant governor he ran for a couple of years ago. And he didn't run against anybody. He'd always lost every election he'd ever run for. I don't think he's like the smartest guy in the world. But he won the lieutenant governor. And then when he came and supported Trump here in South Carolina and came out on the bandwagon for Donald, Donald did him a favor. And the only way Donald could do him a favor was to take the governor we had, Nikki Haley, who is now the UN ambassador now, and that left the space open as lieutenant governor. He moved into the governorship.
Okay.
And so Trump did him that favor because Nikki Haley had come out against Donald Trump. She didn't really like him.
Right.
And said so, but because Trump and McMaster are kind of alike. So that ought to tell you something.
Sure.
Without me going into detail.
No, I get it. And he was nominated by President Reagan as United States Attorney for district.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's got that kind of history going on. So before we
Yeah,
get to the end.
He's a Reagan.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
He's a Reagan.
No, he's a Reagan man. You're right.
Yeah.
Reaganite.
Tons of fun. So before we have to get going soon, but this is so terrible because I could just talk to you all day. This is fantastic. But let's talk a little bit about, in your own, you got 30 guys in your little clique. They all got nailed at some point. The whole thing fell apart. The feds moved in on you. They had all the banking records, the paper trail, as you say, for them turned into fruition of arresting all you guys. What were you charged with?
They have a statute, and it's called 848. It's called Continual Criminal Enterprise, CCE. It carries 10 to life. And so that's what they had me under, the Kingpin statute.
Wow.
As well as two or three other people that I was involved with that were part of the organization. So that was the statute. It carried 10 to life. And it really wasn't meant for pot smugglers, I don't think. Really, they had actually brought that back in the 70s to fight the mob and take them down, but they ended up using it, and they could seize your assets without a conviction.
Oh, I see.
Forfeiture seizures. They would come take everything that they could find without having yet arrested you. They could, if that was your boat, they would take it. If they could find your money, they would take it without a conviction, without an arrest.
Right.
Those are some of the that's how that went down.
Okay. And then so you were found guilty and you were sentenced to how long?
I was sentenced to 18 years.
18 years.
So on the 18 years, I ended up doing 11 years. Right,
11 years. And did you pay for your
Yeah.
lawyer with the money that you were able to squirrel away from the feds?
Yeah. I had money for attorneys, but that attorneys weren't going to do me any good unless they could come up with some kind of something that nobody had ever heard of.
Right.
When the feds get you after hunting you for 4 or 5 years, they have so much on you that you're going down.
Yeah.
You know, they're very they when they get you, you're done. You know, you're not going to beat it. The feds have about a 96 or 97% conviction ratio.
Okay, so tell me this. You're in jail. You've been doing time for a little while, and you know, boy, oh boy, you got a hell of a lot more time to do. Did you have any measure of respect for yourself in the prison from the other guys because of what you were doing, or did you have a tough time in there? And did you?
No, I mean, I think I had one run in the whole time I was there. I mean, you know, it's all how you carry yourself in prison. I mean, I didn't let anybody, you know, disrespect me, and that's the main thing in prison. And I kept to myself a lot.
Right.
You know, I struck up partnerships, so to speak, with some of the guys some Gambino folks out of New York, and I structured myself with the right people in prison, and stayed to myself. So I never had a problem. Yeah, and I probably got a little respect for who I was. I mean, I didn't flaunt it and whatnot, but people
they
find
knew.
out, you know, they find out who you are. Sure.
Yeah. And at some point, did you think, gee whiz, I wish I didn't do all that stuff. Now I'm in jail. God, you never thought that?
No.
Why not?
No, because I knew what I'd done wasn't really anything wrong. I didn't go out and hit somebody over the head and take their money. I didn't go beat somebody up or, you know, shoot somebody and rob them or we, you know, I didn't go steal anything. I didn't take anything. People begged me to, you know, or wanted more. When am I going to get more? It was no forcible act that we were into. And so, hell no, I would do it all again tomorrow.
Well, however gently you'd like to color all of that, I still am nothing but grateful for your, let's call you a pioneer, let's call you a smuggler. That's what you were doing. But I love that you were doing it, and I love that your folks, your fellows on your team were able to import that, create an awareness. I'm sorry it took 30, 40 years for us to kind of even get close to turning things around, but you guys made a great sacrifice, and I am so thrilled to be able to speak with you live in person. Well, not almost in person, but you know what I mean. I'm very thrilled to be able to say thank you for doing it. You might have taken those 11 years as no big deal, and you worked your way through it, but to me, it's you know, it's like just about almost a fifth or a quarter of my life. So I have my life because I was able to get into this stuff, and it's guys like you that kick the damn door open. So my hat's off to you, and I'd like to express great good luck and good fortune on your new show. Tell me some other stuff you've been doing since you got out of jail. When was that? And what have you been doing other than just building up this TV show, etc.? What are you up to now?
I got out in prison in 1995 and pretty much went back into what I had known before and what I had invested a lot of my money in that I had made over those years smuggling, which was real estate.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you opened up a Porsche dealership. And sold a lot of Targas.
That would have been cool too. I would have loved to have done that. Believe me, I'm still a fan.
Yeah.
But then I kind of combined the real estate business and the construction business together. And I've been in those two fields for the last 20 or so years. I've been in the restaurant business occasionally, you know.
Yeah.
And but that's a young man's game. I'm 67 now, so I'm kind of on the downslope. I'm easing out of all that. I'm trying to spend some time. I got a couple of young kids still. I started a second family, and I've got a 10-year-old and a 16-year-old daughter.
Fantastic.
So I try to spend as much time as I can with them, and while the days away, and go out to California and see what they're doing. I've got some investments in California in the business out there. in the cannabis business.
Yeah.
And so I pay attention to that, and I'm involved with that somewhat. And there's a group out there that my buddies in California work with, Weed for Warriors Project.
Weed for Warriors, okay.
Weed for Warriors Project. You can find them at Weed for Warriors Project at WFW_project.
Okay, thanks. We're going to look you up there. We also have Green Veterans here in Canada. Once again, the book is Jackpot, High Times, High Seas, and the Sting that launched the war on drugs by Jason Ryan. We've got all of these great stories from Barry in here and more and the other guys. It's a really fun read, and I'm saying that as a person that hasn't read it, but I've read about it, and I've read the beginning and the close. I just got the book yesterday. We didn't know you were going to be on. Thank you so much for coming on, and good luck in all your future ventures. I hope I get to see you in your own backyard sometime. They usually only say this to the military, but I'm going to say this to you. Thank you for your service.
Well, Alan, it was a pleasure. I'm a fan of yours now. I've already watched quite a few of your interviews. I think you're really, really good at what you do, man. So keep up the good work, and I'll be following you. And if you're ever down this way, please stop in, and I hope to be talking to you again soon.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping to take you up on that. We will definitely have you back on at the very, very least. Thank you, Barry.
Smoke them if you got them, brother.
Smoke them if you got them. Okay, thanks a lot. That was Barry Foy, also known as Flash. That's kind of weird. I know another guy, Flash, in my life. He's got nowhere near the brain power of this gentleman right here. So not always do you get the name Flash, and does it make sense? Hey, so we're getting close to the end of the show now. This is kind of long. We've got a couple of minutes left to go, but I still have to speak with somebody else. And that particular person is awaiting my call. So let's go to that right now. And it's hopefully, I'm not going to tell you who it is until we get him on. Okay, here we go. God, that thing's loud. Hey, this show's live, and I'm kind of operating it by myself, so I'm sorry about any kind of volume glitches and hitches that might happen along the way. We are calling this gentleman. I wonder if he's going to be able to answer. And it seems like... nope. Are you there? Oh, you're there. Hey, Paul. How's it going? Paul Hartman, ladies and gentlemen, guest from a few episodes ago. How are you today?
I'm excellent. How are you, Alan?
I'm excellent too. Did you get to hear me speak with our friend from South Carolina?
Absolutely. I listened to the whole show intently.
What would you have asked? We weren't able to do a crosshatch. I wanted to bring you in on it because you have an incredible background experience as well. We've only got a couple of minutes. I'm so sorry, but I was enraptured by the man. But what would you have asked him if you got the chance?
If he knew Mark McIntyre would be one of them, who was a huge smuggler from Colombia, and it was from Colorado, and someone I knew well. But yeah, so many things in common. You know, that whole time period on the West Coast was. And I think the timeline for California started earlier because surfers who were going surfing in Mexico brought in the first marijuana other than what Mexicans brought in. And that was early, in the 60s and early 70s.
You mean on with a backpack on their surfboard or something, or how did they do that?
Oh, all kinds of ways. Like my first smuggle I did when I was 19, I carried 100 pounds, 8 miles into Bisbee, Arizona, right? And people were stuffing panels in cars and going down and surfing in Baja and then crossing the border that way with the wheel well stuffed full of pressed cannabis,
Yeah.
So, and then people started doing airplanes or making all kinds of modified vehicles. The first stuff I did, other than the backpacking thing, were ground vehicles where we would take fifth wheel trailers and we'd shorten the interior by 2 feet and put an extra step in over the bed that went over the truck. And we'd have to press the stuff really hard, but we'd get 2,000 pounds in it,
How did you press it exactly? What did you have, like a compression unit?
Yeah, we'd take trash compactors down there, and we would use trash compactor bags, and we'd place the stuff in. And just crank it down, and it wasn't pretty, but at that time, weed was seeded, and you had to go through a lot of it to find the very best stuff. And a lot got damaged in transport. You can fill a boat full of weed, and it sits on the bottom of a boat bouncing around in the sea for a month. And it's not the way it was when you packed it, when it gets there, and if it was coming from Thailand, they packed that stuff in Thailand green, and it would get here and it would be gold or it'd be moldy, right? And, so it was one of those kind of deals where getting it to that point where quality was what it was about were the kind of things I did, right? I did my smuggling, and then I became, because I could communicate well with the people who were growing it and knew what it was the problems were that they had to solve, and I would teach them how to do that. And that was when the seedless really started to happen more consistently. And then the nature of how we packed it became more refined. And for me, I couldn't wait for a boat. That was too much stress. It took too frickin' long. Right. Same thing with the ground thing. You got to drive 2,200 miles with a loaded vehicle with a family in it, so that when it hits the border, it looks right when they're trying to cross, right? Yeah. And I went into airplanes. Airplanes were what I loved because you knew in a few hours, right? and the stress was off, and planes are a lot of fun.
So what you're saying is that Barry was running things on dial-up, and you wanted to go high-speed internet with your smuggling.
What Barry did was, here's the thing about boats, and I did one trip in the Caribbean on a boat, and we hit a storm here's the thing about sailing. Sailing is 50% ecstasy and 50% complete fucking terror. Right? And he knows it, and he's nodding his head. I can guarantee you now, because he's done some of those long runs, and you just don't know what's going to happen. And the weather in the Caribbean changes so fast. And we came down, we bought a boat in Costa Rica. We went down through the Panama Canal, and we went to Colombia. And we picked up 125 pounds of hash oil. Wow. And we strapped it to the deck in butane tanks that looked like the tanks we used on the boat. And so we're coming up, and if you look at a map of the Yucatan Peninsula in Cuba, you see that they're not very far apart in nautical miles. It's a very narrow stretch, and you want to hit the center of that. Because you want to stay away from Belize and those areas where at the time they had Belizean pirates and shit like that you had to deal with. And we got into a storm where the wind was blowing straight down. And we were on a 40-foot trimaran. And, when the wind comes and it hits the water and it gets under the wings of a trimaran, and the amas on the outside are flapping like a seagull's wings. Right. And all you can hear is, holy shit, the boat's going to break up any second. And the two guys you're with are so freaked out that they inflate the life raft in the cabin of the boat. Something's fucked up. And then, it was an 18-hour-long storm. And the next day we're sitting there like, holy shit, the boat is just beat to hell. We had stanchions that ripped out of the deck and all kinds of shit. And the next thing we know, we hear this explosion and this thing zing by us and splash in the water next to us. And we're like, the fuck was that? And we see a Cuban gunboat barreling down on us.
Oh, wow.
And we get boarded, and I was a Canadian. I had my Canadian passport, and the other two guys were American. And we had blown into Cuban waters, and they took us in. They left me on the boat.
Because you're a Canadian?
Yeah, and they took those other guys away for a week. And I'm like, I didn't know what was going on. I'd run out of food. I was like, I couldn't leave the boat. They found a shotgun. They tried to accuse us of running guns. And they never looked at the 125 pounds of oil that was sitting on the deck in the butane tanks.
Unreal.
And they eventually let us go. And we went into New Orleans and parked the boat in a little bayou and walked away from the thing and never saw it again.
Well, Paul, you know, we could just sit here and talk for 2 hours, just you and myself here. So we're not going to do that. We're at the back end of a crazy long show. I hope you enjoyed it, but I want to tell folks a couple of things. Number one, Paul is going to be on the show again in a couple of weeks, live in the studio here with us. I think it's April 10th or something. I'm not sure. And
it is April 10th, indeed.
Yeah. So what's going on with you in the meantime? I understand you're going to be speaking at the Windsor, Ontario, which is actually north of Detroit, folks. If you're American listeners, a little piece of Canada. Sorry, it's actually south of Detroit. Detroit is north of Windsor. But you're going to be speaking at the 420 celebrations, April 20th in Windsor. What's going on with that?
I am. I've been booked in there. I want to thank Leo Lucifer for booking me in there, and my publicist Tracy Lamore for helping, who also helps Green Crush out. I'm going to be speaking on recreational the Friday on 420, and then on the Saturday I will be speaking about medical as well.
Fantastic. Once again, folks, this is Paul Hartman. He is a patient, among other things, and a storied history, as you know. He's a patient of Dr. Sam Malachi, who has written the book, The Great Cannabis Conspiracy. We featured that at the end of February on the show with Paul, and he is carrying that torch as our Sam is working through his... Go ahead.
Absolutely. Everybody buy that book.
Yeah.
It's a great bargain, and it's a wonderful story. It is full of shock and surprise, and it's going to a great cause and a great man.
Paul.
I mean, literally, we wouldn't be where we are right now without people like Sam.
That's for sure. And I'd like you to know that I'm thrilled to know that you know him and that I know him and that I read the book and the help it's been giving me and understanding and how all this magic works. It's kind of more on the side of science than magic, and thank God we're no longer repressing it. I'm looking forward to seeing you down here.
I'm looking forward to it too, and I really enjoyed the first show, and this next one's going to be great as well. And Barry Foy, you're awesome, man. Glad we were warriors together at the same time on different coasts.
On the same time on different coasts, but I don't think Barry was necessarily compacting their stuff with a garbage kitchen press. So hopefully you gave that thing a rinse before you sold somebody weed with like egg juice on it or something.
No, we use brand new ones. You kidding me?
I guess you could afford them. Okay, Paul, we're going to let you go.
Another great product made by Sears.
And now they're out of business because there's no more smuggling.
Well,
All right, we will talk to you again soon, Paul. It's been a great time on the show today. Went longer than we thought, but Barry had a ton of stuff for us to hear. So thanks a whole bunch, Paul. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to let you go and talk to you soon. Looking forward to seeing you. And it's a kind of a rainy day, but I feel very sunny inside. I'm so glad that we have this show and we can get these pieces of information out to people. You hear about the peace and the love and the groovy, even when they were smuggling. They didn't tolerate all that hate and war and shit and all these other terrible, cocaine and, do what you're going to do. But it's just a more peaceful thing to take advantage of, this cannabis plant, this thing that has turned around my life. I don't seem to be able to shake the stage 4 label. They won't take that away from me. So now I understand that I am stage 5. That's something I gave myself once I realized they weren't going to let me back out of the stage 4. So stage 5, a plant can save your life. My name is Alan Park. You've been listening to Green Crush, and I thank you for it.
We just had a rotten nightmare, that's all.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, what are you doing this 420? Whatever you're doing, make sure to stop into Legacy 420 because the Indigenous owned and operated organic medical cannabis company is having an Indigenous themed 420 celebration. When you arrive, stop into the vending area featuring the local artisans and check out the fish, corn soup, Indian tacos, and other indigenous foods that are being prepared throughout the day. Whatever you do, also make sure to bring your pets as they have their own area to bounce around in. And while you're there, take some time to talk to Ollie Dog, who will answer all your pet-related cannabis questions. And for you, don't forget to check out the free cannabis-infused samples this 420. Make sure to stop into 346 York Road on the Tioga Mohawk territory, home of Legacy 420, where the Indigenous medical cannabis legacy continues.